Hello, and welcome to my 7-hour introduction to drawing for programmers, or for anybody else. It's not just for programmers. My name is Zed Shaw, and I'm the author of Learn Python the Hard Way and a bunch of other books that teach programming to people who know nothing about programming. And I'm also a painter. I actually learned how to paint about 10 years ago, so I can do oil paints and things. And I realized that there's really no material for people who know nothing to learn how to draw. So that's what this course is. This course is aimed at anybody who was always told that they weren't able to draw, like they're not a special person. And I wanted to make sure that anybody could learn to draw in the same way that I made sure that anybody could learn to code. You don't have to be special to learn to draw. It's just a skill. It just takes practice. Anybody telling you that is lying. They don't know what they're talking about. It's just something that takes practice. When you're done with this course, and I have to make sure that this is framed correctly, what you will get out of this course is not photorealistic drawing. That's something that takes decades, years to learn how to do. The purpose of this course is to get you sketching. I show you how to do contour drawing, which is a really good exercise to unlock your brain. I get you into basics of values and crosshatching. I get you into doing memory drawing, which is a very effective way to improve your skills, and then measuring and crosshatching and drawing and doing basic sketching. You'll see that the drawings that I do in this are mediocre at best, but that's because I'm replicating what you do. And also, honestly, I'm not the best at drawing. I'm more of a painter, right? But I do know the basics, so that's what I'm going to teach you. Now, why did I make this course? Because of this game that's playing behind you. I wrote this game. This game is sort of an homage to the little dungeon crawler games by SSI that I used to play when I was a kid in the 80s. And I made all the art in this. And when I got about halfway through, I realized, you know what? If you know how to draw or paint and you know how to code, well, that's a lot of a game. You need sound. Like, sound is very, very important in games. But if you can draw and you can code, well, you can make a game. And I also realized that it was one of the best creative experiences I've ever had. I love making games. It is incredibly creative. So if you're an artist, I would recommend learning to code and start making games. Because if you're looking for a new creative outlet, a way to express yourself, games are fantastic. This video is 7 hours long so that you can have one consistent place to go and see all of the content necessary to learn to draw. It's also because YouTube is really, really bad at showing you the next thing. I don't know if you noticed, but they really want to show you the best thing, not the next thing. And even with playlists, it's real tough jumping around. You can't search. It's really difficult to find specific things. You can't scrub through it. So let's say you want to find that, oh, how did he do that? You want to find something I did? You can just scrub one video and bounce around and find it. But with a playlist, it's really hard to do that. So that's the main reason why. I recommend that you just bookmark this and you come back when you're ready to learn the next thing or when you want to just rewatch something. The way to approach this video is to just go get some pens or a pencil and some paper. You don't need a sketchbook. You don't need to spend a lot of money. I know it's probably even hard to find paper these days, but just find some paper. Doesn't matter what kind, doesn't matter the quality, and do the first lesson. Then go practice for a while, maybe a couple days, maybe a week, just practice doing contour drawing, and then come back and learn the next thing. And by about the third, you should probably get a sketchbook, and I have materials lists down below. But again, you don't have to buy those at first. Keep it simple, just some pens, a pencil, paper, that's it. But eventually you do want to get a sketchbook. And the purpose of the sketchbook is to show you that you are advancing, that you're progressing. One of the things that I find that keeps people from learning to code or learning anything, especially learning to draw, is some people have this attitude that if they can't do something perfectly on the first try, then they're a total failure and they'll never learn how to do it again. And that is not true. Everything that you want to get good at, you just have to practice. That's it. You just have to sit down and practice it. And drawing is no different. So a better way to think about it is you have 500 awful drawings inside you, and your sketchbook is how you get them out. So you just have to get these bad drawings out. And what you'll find is as you go through this process of trying to do as many drawings as you can and trying to be as accurate as you can be, but giving yourself space to make mistakes and try again, is that at first, yeah, every drawing's not going to be very good. You're just getting started. Give yourself a break, man. Then, well, maybe 1 out of 10 is actually really good. And then over time, maybe every third one is really good. And then pretty soon, but most of them are okay. And one of them is a banger. 1 out of 10 is a banger. And all the other ones are like, varying levels of quality. It just takes time and practice. And just, don't stop. Get those 500 out. And I promise, if you kind of practice what I do, you will learn to draw. And then eventually I'll have videos that teach people how to paint and how to draw. And that's my goal. Materials list will be down below. Go ahead and get the things. You don't have to get my things. I'll also mention that the way I'm teaching you how to draw isn't really working for you or you don't see any progress, please go try classes with local teachers. Go try and different methods. This isn't the only way to learn how to draw. There's so many ways to learn how to draw. And honestly, all you really need to do is sit down with a bunch of paper, some pens, pencils, and try to draw. That's it. If you just spent 2 years just trying to draw, you will learn how to draw. That's all it really takes. All right, so we're going to do just sort of like a dive-in experiment. If you ever tried to draw a face, you probably know it's pretty hard, right? And one of the reasons why is because your brain is very designed to remember what people look like. And the way it does it is it just takes the face, pretty much this part of the face, this triangle, and just remembers that. And so much of your brain is geared towards that process that it's very difficult to see the actual head shape, the actual way this is. Everyone will look like a weird cartoon when you first start trying to draw, right? So what happens is most people, when they're trying to learn how to draw, they think that because they can't draw a face, that means they're not good at drawing. And that's actually just totally normal. So the way to think about learning to draw is more like, imagine if everyone in the world learned to draw but didn't learn to read, and a few special people learned how to read. And actually it probably was like that, like hundreds of years ago. So then if you were someone who wanted to learn to read, right, it would be painful. You'd have to learn how to read, and it's not a natural process, right? Naturally you probably don't need to read. So it's the same thing. Drawing is the same thing. You didn't learn how to draw. It's not because you're not special. Learning to draw and paint is not special. It's not magic. It's literally the process of translating light with your eyes to a piece of paper. That's it. It's basic physics, optics, right? But what makes it difficult is that you have to kind of turn off parts of your brain that do things like summarize your face. And also other things. If I take a little object, right? If I throw it at you and then I go over to a table, let's say it's a ball. I throw a bunch of balls at you, right? And I go over to a table and I say, okay, how big was the ball I threw at you? You would pull up pretty much the right size almost every time. If I give you a stick and I say, try to hit this ball, and I throw a bunch of balls at you and you try to hit them like with a baseball bat, then I bring you over to the same table. Now imagine it's like a different person, right? And I say, how big was that ball? They will pick a larger ball. The reason why is your brain goes, oh, damn, I have to hit this. I have to be accurate. And it goes in accuracy mode, and it basically crops it down so it looks bigger so that you can hit it. So it kind of zooms in so you can hit it. So then everyone who tries to hit a ball thinks everything is bigger. That is another thing you have to undo. So one of the reasons why we close our eye and we use like measurement tools and whatnot is because when you're trying to draw, you go, oh, I have to be right. I have to be accurate. Your brain's like, okay, let's make it bigger. And your brain makes that bigger, and that's all wrong. Right? It's just basically over, millions of years, thousands of years, humans have been basically trained to hit things. And the way that your brain helps you hit things with spears and bows and guns and stuff is to make them bigger. Now that your brain is like, oh, we have to be accurate. Okay, cool. I'm going to make that bigger, right? So learning to draw is literally the process of breaking your brain. You have to basically do tricks to make your brain stop doing these things that it's helping you with, like memorizing faces and making things too big and 3D vision. So you'll find people who don't know how to draw, when they draw something in 3D, they do this a lot, right? Because they want to see around it. But you're trying to translate a 3D thing to a 2D thing. So that's not helping you. You have to keep your eye steady and make it like a camera. One lens in the same spot. If you see yourself doing this, everything's going to be out of proportion and wrong size, wrong positions, everything. But in the normal world, that helps you, right? You can see like the bad guy around the bush in the corner and see in 3D, okay? So what we're going to do is the first lesson is kind of just going to help you see, oh, wow, hey, actually, if I break my brain by turning this face upside down so it doesn't look like a face, it's actually kind of more accurate than if I don't. So then you can go and practice that. Practice drawing just abstract shapes and turning them into drawings. So that's what we're going to do first. So kind of like no like special tricks, no process, nothing. We're just going to try it. Okay, so you can use this face here. You're going to have your pencil. And what I want you to do is you're going to kind of look over there. You have your paper up. I'm going to do sort of the same thing. And I want you to just kind of like sort of guess where that is and guess where this is, right? Probably the first thing you want to do whenever you're trying to draw is figure out how tall it is and then how wide is it. If you get those two things, you're probably going to do pretty okay, right? So we're going to say it's like about right there and about right there. Okay, so just get those two marks on. And then we're going to say, you know, it's like about that wide and about that wide. Okay, we have kind of an idea for the bounds. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to sort of like figure out like how does this angle go. We're going to go like this. Just kind of get an angle and just sort of get an idea. We're just making like a rough box. Okay, and the same thing. Yeah, so this side here, kind of just get a rough box like that. Okay, so it's about like that. And maybe it's more like this. Now, you don't have to erase. Just keep your marks pretty light. Okay, and we're just going to try to get the face. Okay, now, it's upside down, so about where do you think this shape is? Not eyes, shape. Where's that shape? Like it's like kind of like about here maybe? Where's the hair? Just kind of guess where the hair is at. Hair's kind of up here. And I'm just doing like big lines, right? And this hair. Okay, and get sort of the same kind of box around that shape. Like this. And like this. And yeah, probably like that. Okay, so you got some rough idea of where stuff's at. Okay? Remember, you're just going to draw shapes. Alright, so now let's draw this shape. Based on kind of what you did, where do you think that is? So I'm going to say, you put your pencil on the paper, right? And you're just kind of going to look over there. You're just going to kind of go like this. And it's kind of like that, right? Okay. And then where do you think this shape is? It's, I don't know, it's kind of more like this, right? And just kind of just draw a little bit like that. Okay. And then let's do this part. Where do you think that is? Kind of like this. Okay, and just keep thinking shape, shape, shape. And then there's like this shape here. Okay, kind of goes like that. Yep, something like that. Something like this. Okay, what's this shape? Draw that part. That part's kind of like this, right? You notice I'm not trying to like be very accurate. I have my guidelines and they can be off, but I'm sort of like putting my pen on it and just kind of like just walking around. Another key thing is I'm more looking over here. So I put my pencil, pen, whatever here, and then I look over there and I kind of like draw my eye and make my hand go along with it and just sort of glance back and forth while I do it. Okay. Okay, now let's get this shape. What's that shape look like? It's kind of like this, right? that. Okay. Something like that. Okay, and then what does that look like in there? It's kind of like this, right? And you kind of, another way to think about it is you're kind of feeling the thing with your pencil, but on the paper. Okay, let's get this kind of here. So I'm going to kind of come, and again, I'm not trying to be like crazy accurate or do any style. I'm just trying to get sort of like the outside shape. Okay, let's draw some of these. Let's see, there's like a thing probably like this. And a thing like that. Let's get maybe this hair around there. Yeah, it's probably like that. Like this. Maybe we get this shape. Let's do that. It's kind of like this. Okay, let's get this shape over here. See, I'm just kind of bouncing around, not really doing anything. Yeah, so it's like this. Come up. And you know what? It kind of goes up into here. And yeah, we can continue that shape on there. Okay. Now let's see if we can kind of do this part right here. Oops. So kind of, let's get it like that. So from here, we're kind of going to go like this. Okay. And let's get this over there. So like starting from here, and I go around again, just sort of like drawing around based on my guides. Like that, right? Doesn't have to be dead accurate or anything. Okay. And then we can sort of maybe get this shape in here. Maybe it's kind of like that. All right. And then let's do that. So then maybe we can get, see that shape there? What does that look like? Maybe it's like this. Okay, and then we can kind of do that one. It's like what, maybe here? Okay, that one's there. And then we can maybe just do a few more just for fun. And that there. Okay. So we didn't really like do any drawing, right? We don't have any etching or, you know, any like, oh my God, I forget the name. Crosshatching. We didn't do any measurements. We kind of like sort of guessed. And all we did is we found shapes, right? But just like, hey, there's a shape here. One thing you can do is you can look for dark things, right? So I can start kind of here. I can say, okay, I'm going to draw this dark shape like that. Okay, and then I have this other dark shape over there, so I can kind of go like this and draw that. Okay, so this is called contour drawing. What you do is you kind of give yourself some guides, but really you're just putting your paper on the pencil, your pencil on the paper, and then you're looking at your subject. Remember, my camera's reversed, right? So you're looking at the subject over there, and then you're following with your pencil. So in a way, you're imagining that you're doing this, but you're doing it over here. This does two things. One, it makes you look at the subject more, which is what you really need. And two, it kind of gives you a feeling like it's almost like a sculptor, right? Now, some people, that'll feel weird, but what we're going to try to do when we learn to draw is use all of our senses, not just our eyes, but like everything we can to sort of get information. And this is one of the easier informations. Because remember, your eyes kind of are lying to you right now, but your sense of touch is just sort of like neutral. It doesn't really care about a face, right? So when we do the contour drawing, we're just going like this. And, you know, we're just kind of looking back and forth and go, oh, it kind of goes up here. Goes like that. Goes like this. Okay. We turn the face upside down because we're going to do something in a few seconds. And let me get a few more little lines. There. Yeah, we can you can kind of go crazy. Now also, this is actually kind of how a lot of watercolorists do their drawings. I'm not sure why it works so well with watercolor, but it does. Okay, so that's the first step. Now, hopefully you got it done. I'm going to put it back, and then maybe I can do this. Yeah, okay. Transform. And we're going to rotate it. So just turn your paper upside down. I'm going to see how we did. That's straight. Straight enough, I think. Okay, so how do we do? If you've ever tried to draw a portrait, what you should see is that you got way closer than you think you would get. Okay? We were just effectively just kind of drawing shapes, and we're doing it in a fairly sloppy way. But that's pretty close in proportions. Like if you look, it's not bad. I think I would have to flip it actually. Yeah, let me do that. No, that's right. Oh yeah, it is. It's kind of like that. There we go. It does, right? So that's the clue. The only reason that you can't draw is you never trained yourself to turn the face recognizer off. Flip it upside down, and suddenly the face recognizer is like, I don't know what that is. That's just a bunch of garbage. And now all of a sudden you can draw. So the vast majority of learning to draw is almost like giving your brain a disability, right? It's like learning how to not be good at seeing faces, learning how to not be good at hitting a ball, learning how to not be good at seeing in 3D. And if you look, that was like what? Like 15 minutes or so? 10 minutes? It's not bad. You could probably take that and sketch and kind of turn it into something, right? Okay, so now to continue the experiment, the learning to draw experiment, let's do it again, but we'll do it right side up. So we're going to take dude, and just to keep it fresh, let's rotate him. Okay, now we're going to try it with normal way. And what you're going to find is you're probably going to do better than you think, but it's probably going to be pretty confusing. It'll feel weird. It'll feel weird. Trust me. Okay. So get yourself ready. I need some water. Okay, so same thing. What is right side up? So here's the deal. You're probably going to do better than you think because you already kind of did it upside down. But you know what? Maybe we change the face. What do you think? No, we'll try and do this. But you're probably not going to get as accurate because you're literally looking at the face, and trust me, it's going to look childish, right? Because you have no training. But maybe it comes out great. Okay, so same deal. We're going to find the top and the bottom. Kind of about here. And here. Okay. And probably this side here. Yeah, about there, I think. And about there. Is that right? That's close enough, I think. Okay, now we got to get the shape. So kind of here. Maybe this. Kind of comes out like that. Right? We just sort of want to get like a rough idea of the shape. It's kind of like that. I think maybe I'm a little too big. Okay, and then we're going to get the inside. So the forehead's kind of like here. That's the chin. And like that, I think. So whenever you draw a face, basically figure out the hair and it'll help a lot. So the hair is kind of here. Okay, so we got just that much. Now, where's the eyes? The eyes are kind of like this, right? So now we go into contour mode. So remember, you put your pencil down, look over there, and try to follow along. You can glance back and forth, but for the most part, you want to just do this. Now, keep in mind, I actually did a lot of training doing portraits, but I think this will still look kind of weird. So yours might come out not as good as mine. Okay, so we got two eyes. Let's go here. Nose is kind of like this. Or less. And outside of the nose, like that. Looks not very good. Oh my god, that's terrible. Alright, so now let's try doing the mouth part. It's kind of like this, right? Let's get that. And do you sort of like feel like it's different? Like it feels different, right? Like it's harder to see what you need to see. Maybe you feel like something's in the way, interfering. Another one is you might go like, oh, I want to do that detail. I want to do that detail. Suddenly you want to do all these details that you didn't before. Before you're just doing big shapes. Okay, and then maybe kind of come here. Let's get this one. That. And let's get that one. Like this. And let's see. Something like that. Okay, and then inside here. There, contour drawing here. Okay, and then we can follow the contour up. Try to get the hair. Let's kind of come back there. All right, let's go over to this side. Kind of like that. And then I'm going to kind of add in the neck. It'll bother me if I don't. Okay, and then let's put the eyes, and they're kind of like this. I think. Something like that. Okay. See, that kind of looks wrong. The other one would look way more like a person in a way. And keep in mind, I'm trying to turn off. And I'm trying to do it wrong. So yours, if you looked at this, you're like, that looks like a cartoon, right? It looks like a kid's drawing. Okay? And it's because your brain is literally messing with you. You cannot draw that face. And weirdly, you'll find that people who are very suddenly good at drawing, they actually might have a problem with face blindness, right? Or color blindness too. If they're very good at drawing. People who are colorblind, amazing at drawing, right? So that's sort of the thing to realize about learning to draw. It's just a skill that helps you turn, like a whole bunch of tricks, techniques, and skills to help you turn off the natural way your brain works to view things. And all you're doing is translating the light over here, or to something you see, to a piece of paper. right? You're not really drawing a line here. You kind of want to draw this is a shape. A piece of light. This is another shape, another piece of light. And the only thing that's keeping you from doing that is that you just haven't learned how to turn your brain off so you can see those shapes as shapes rather than as a dude beard and, oh, here his mouth. Okay. So that's the first lesson. It is possible for everyone to learn to draw. You just need to practice it. If you want to do portraits, turn them upside down, draw the portrait, turn the right side up. You'll be like, oh, crap. Hey, that worked. Why? It's weird, right? Okay, so take a break, and then we're going to go and talk about contour drawing, and then we're going to practice drawing from imagination. So, to get into drawing now, the very first thing you should be doing, and something that I kind of have to make clear, you totally don't need to take a course or watch a video like this to learn how to draw. The way you learn how to draw is just do a ton of drawing. But things like what I'm doing here are just things you can try and you can do, and tricks and techniques to turn your brain off and help you get into the drawing mode, okay? So it's just a method of shortening the amount of time you need to get to where you want to in drawing. So top number one lesson is, if you want to learn to draw today, you want to go get a sketchbook, a couple pencils, and just start drawing, or a ballpoint pen and just do a bunch of drawing, and just keep telling yourself, I got to make a bunch of shitty drawings, 500 terrible drawings, and you'll be way better than you think, right? Okay, so now contour drawing is literally just, I'm taking my pencil, I put it on the paper, okay, and there's like 3 levels of it. So let's do like very extreme contour drawing. So I put my pencil down, I'm going to pick a point. So like say here, I'm going to pick there, okay? I'm going to put my pencil down there. So I'm going to go, okay. And then I only look over there at his eye. So this is kind of like the first thing you should practice. And don't look at your paper, even though I can totally see my paper. Okay. And then I follow down the nose. Go like this. Do the nose. Now, the purpose of this is to get you to actually see individual shapes and to not look at the whole thing as a face. And this applies if you want to draw a fruit. You got to get to where like you don't see it as a thing, but just see it as a bunch of shapes. Okay. And then when you look at it, after extreme contour drawing, it looks like garbage. That's totally intentional. It should not look good at all. But you can get to where it does look pretty awesome. Like there are people who are extremely good at this and it comes out looking pretty close and they don't look at their paper, okay? Okay, so that's practice 1. Do this kind of extreme contour drawing, okay? Next one. A little bit easier contour drawing, right? So the extreme contour drawing is to make yourself really just look only at these shapes. The next one is if you want to get kind of a good drawing. So same deal. We're going to basically pick this here and there, okay? Then put our pencil down. Okay? Now don't lift it off. So this is basically the rule. You can't take your pencil off. But you're allowed to go across things. So if you want to get from here to here, you can draw a line from there to there. That's fine. You don't have to lift your pen off. Go there, and then you draw this. And then you go here, and you draw this. And then you go here, and you draw that. You go here, and you draw that. You go here, and you draw this. You go here, and you draw this. And it's fine. You just go right over the stuff, okay? So we're going to do that version next. Okay. Pen or pencil down. Okay. Now the difference is I'm going to look at my paper and make sure I'm kind of going the right way. And look. And then draw a little bit and look. And then draw a little bit and look. And then draw a little bit and look. Draw a little bit and look. Now come down to where I think the eye is. Draw a little bit and look. Draw a little bit and look. Draw a little bit and look. If you make a mistake, you can do like a little squiggly thing and it'll actually look kind of awesome. Okay. Okay, now I'm back at the bridge of the nose. I'm going to come down. Now let's go across. Okay, we're going to go across his nose. I think he's there. See how I did a kind of little squiggly to come back? Okay, we're going to go down that shadow part there. And what you want to follow is shadows and light. Don't necessarily follow like a piece of the face. Keep looking back. Come up. Keep looking back. Come up. Come here. Okay, where's the eye? Eye is about right there. Draw a little bit, look back. A little bit, look back. You want to take your time. It's very meditative. Okay, now I'm on his nose and I'm coming down and looking. Coming down and looking. And it goes like this. Coming down and looking. And down. Look. Back and forth. Good. Come over here. Yep, my hand is cramping. I have to lift it up. Okay, now we get into his beard a bit. And then let's come back. Don't lift your pencil off. Okay, about right here. Let's do the mouth. Okay, it kind of comes like this. There's some beard there. Okay, come up there. Across. Get more beard here. Like that. We can get this kind of shadow along here. Okay, again, because my hand is in kind of a weird angle. Okay, give me a sec. Don't take your pencil off though. That's cheating. Okay, it kind of comes out here. Okay, now I want to get the hair, so I have to come back some, and I'm kind of finding my way. See, I'm doing this little squiggly and looking, and go about like this. Okay, come up. Remember, draw shadows. So I want to kind of draw this shadow here. That, I think it's about up there. Remember, you're not going for crazy accuracy. You're going for the feeling that you're kind of walking or touching the thing you're drawing. And when you make a mistake, you guys kind of wiggle your way back into where it should be. Okay. And then you're relating it. So like I'm looking over at my drawing. I see that there's this. I kind of come across. Yeah, I'm going to go through in there. Like that. All right. Okay, and then we got this sort of like curly part here. And yeah, I can kind of come up through here. And I think I can follow along with this. We can get some of these. All right. Hand cramp. Give me a second. Here. Yeah, there's some beard there and some hair here. Okay, we're just going to try to walk the outside and then periodically come in and touch. That goes there. That's good. That kind of comes in here. Good. That. There's like some hairs that go there. And you can take it a lot slower. I've been doing this for a very long time, so I'm probably going too fast. Okay. Like that. Looks like Chris Christopherson. Okay. Now if you look, it's pretty close, right? And I didn't do any like special techniques, or I didn't find the proportions first. Now I did a drawing of it 4 times, so it's going to get better and better and better. But like, take a look at how you did it and see, is it better than you thought it would be, right? I think that's the key, is if you're someone who thinks you can't draw, and if you just followed along and did this, you might go like, wow, holy crap, that actually came out way better than I thought, right? And incidentally, this would actually be a decent drawing to start doing a watercolor with. You could probably do a watercolor right on top of this, and it would actually look pretty close. One of the reasons why is because watercolor needs pencil to kind of hold it together, but then it sort of makes the pencil go away. And if you look, yeah, it's pretty good on the proportions. It's not too bad. Like, it looks like a face. Yeah, nose is kind of where it should be. Yeah, and I didn't do any measurement. I didn't do any guidelines, nothing, right? Okay, so if you're looking to learn to draw, start doing contour drawing. I would say I'm going to do this again tomorrow. So between now and tomorrow, you can just do contour drawings of almost anything. Good suggestions are hands. So if you take your hand and kind of like hold a pencil or something like this, and then do a drawing. Well, if you're right-handed, remember my camera's inverted, so I'm actually right-handed. Just do something like that, or like hold a fruit or something, and then try to do the contour drawing of your hand. You can go get random objects, pieces of fruit, a camera, got a camera lying around, anything. Do contour drawings of everything you can find. And then also your face. So you can get up in the morning and in front of a mirror, looking in the mirror in your bathroom, put the paper down here and kind of go like this, and then look and go like that and look and just see how good you do. And then keep in mind, it's probably going to suck. That's totally normal. If you've never done any drawing before, it'll not be great for a while. But what you want to focus on is the feeling, right? How does it feel to kind of draw like this? Do you see sort of like how it makes it so that you are more connected to the thing you're drawing, like physically, like you can kind of feel it? That's what you want. You want to capture that feeling. And I don't mean like, hippie crystals feeling. I mean, actually, literally, like you feel it in your hand, right? Sensation of touch. We're having an ad starting, and when we come back, yeah, I think that'll be it for my educational experiment. Okay, you just finished exercise 1, and now you're going to go to exercise 2, where we learn how to do shading. And I'm going to show you really quick kind of what we mean. Shutting myself down. You're going to make this here, these value strips. Now, I want you to remember, I'm just now learning how to do digital art, so my skills with the pencil and the digital is not that good. So just keep that in mind. But you do need to just do a contour drawing and then shade it. And so I show you how to go through a shading process using some simple lines, what we call cross-hatching. That's the primary focus of this exercise, this whole lesson. And as I said before, you should just try to watch maybe the first part, maybe second part, and then practice. Practice for a few days, do a bunch of practice on paper and whatnot, and just kind of take your time with it. This video isn't something that you just watch all 7 hours and you're done. Okay, so let's get into the next exercise. Make a monochrome. Okay, so this is the style of drawing that I want people to practice. It's called contour drawing. So we'll get into review of contour drawing and also like, a new way for all the new people. And then I'm going to show you some sketching techniques, just like ways that you can actually take paper And because remember, what you want to do is you want to do a lot of drawings. You don't want to do like one really good drawing a week. You want to try to do like 20 or 30 quick, not quick, you know, you want to balance it. Maybe a couple quick sketches and then maybe, you know, something takes like 30 minutes or whatever, but you want to do as many drawings as you can during the week. Okay, so to review, let me flip this upside down. And let's go like this. Okay. If I do this, if I flip this upside down, what happens is your brain has a whole bunch of gear, a whole bunch of things in it to recognize faces. But it really only recognizes this part. Oops. It really only remembers that triangle. This is one of the reasons why when people draw a face, they tend to make it, you know, like the kid's face, where it's like big eyes and big mouth and it's a little head. Because really that's all you really see is this sort of middle part, and it's hard to get the head proportion because of it. Okay, but if you take and you turn it upside down and then try to draw this, you'll find that you're like weirdly very accurate. And the biggest reason why is because it disables the part of your brain that interprets faces. Now you only see it as shapes. Okay. So what you're trying to do when you practice drawing is being able to take things your brain recognizes, like a face, a shoe, apple, whatever, and draw it as just a bunch of shapes. Right. So that's the goal of kind of the beginning of this course, is seeing this as shapes, seeing everything as just shapes. So how do you do that? Easiest way to do it is to do what's called contour drawing. So contour drawing is where you pick a point on the thing. So let's say we're going to do this. That's the point. Okay. And over here on your paper, you put your pencil over on your paper, and the thing you draw, you look at it. And then you slowly go like this, but on the paper. And you look at this and kind of follow the contour, kind of the shadow, then the nose, then here and around like this, and then up and like that. And you try not to take your pencil off, right? If you make a mistake, what you do is you go in the wrong place. Remember, I'm looking here, so there's two versions of contour drawing. One, you don't expect it to make a good drawing, and two, you are trying to make a good drawing. So we're doing the first one. You kind of just do a little squiggly until you get in the right spot, and then you go like this, like that. So that's what we're doing, but we're going to do it over here. So we're going to pick that part of the head, go there, and then yeah, basically kind of go around like this. And notice I'm looking over at the drawing. I'm not looking at the thing at my paper. Okay? And it's supposed to have this kind of like squiggly look. Nothing's going to be right, but this is going to train you to stare at the shapes. It kind of gets your brain to sort of say, oh, this isn't anything. This is a bunch of shapes. Okay, you see that? Looks like nothing, right? Totally exactly what you want. You want this to not be recognizable. But weirdly, if you practice it a lot, you can actually get really good. Like you can actually get to where, like, for whatever reason, you can draw really well. And that's because this also kind of trains your hand to follow your eyes. So I think a lot of people don't really have a hand-eye connection when they're trying to learn to draw. Okay, so warm up. Let's give everybody some time to go get some paper and go ahead and do this drawing here. Let me kind of move it, give you a little bit more space. When you draw it, I got a piece of paper, right? You can just put it down on your desk and then put the paper down and then stare. And then you want it to look like crap. So get like a junk piece of paper or whatever you got, right? Pen, ballpoint pen, pencil, whatever you got. Okay, we're going to do one of those. And then today, we're going to do another one where you look, show you how to do that. And then we're going to learn how to do kind of like a sketch. So sketches are more where you're going to be like, let's see, so go like here, that's there, nose is here, right? I'm going to show you how to do kind of the sketching style. This is the next thing to practice. All right, and I'll join in and do it too. I'm going to start at the mouth. Man, it's getting better and better. It's still looks totally weird, but don't worry, we're going to do another one. But this time we're going to look. Okay, let's see if got any participants. Let's see. You bet, of course. Okay. Right now we're going to do the better style. The better style of contour drawing. So that's sort of your warm up, and it's designed to kind of get your eye connected to your hand, get you to turn off interpretation of the shapes. So we're going to try and draw Mr. Poseidon here. I guess it's Poseidon. We're going to do the actual like version of contour drawing you can use. So with this one, you pick a point. I always like doing that. I don't know why. Generally, if you can get the eyes and the nose, then everything else sort of falls into place. So we're going to kind of pick right here and over there. And then in this style, what you do is you pick your spot down. Now you keep your pencil pen on the paper at all times, but you can look. So I'm going to kind of follow along and then look, go down a bit and then look, come across, look, come up, look. And then to get to things that are inside other shapes, you just make a little squiggly. Come around. Okay. That's the eye. And you can backtrack. So to go from there to the other nose, I do this. Come up. Go down. Now, while you might think that this isn't used, people who do watercolor use this a lot. I'm going to backtrack a bit and I come up here. For some reason, it works extremely well for watercolor drawing. I'm not sure why. It's about like right there. This. That's a shadow. That's a little too big. Let's go there. Right. Down, we're going to get the mouth in. No, it's a little smaller than that. We can do that. Okay. Let's do this. want to kind of get cheek. Okay. All right. So it's upside down, right? You're going to think it's not, there's no way it's going to look right. But trust me, we're going to flip it around. I'm going to hopefully do it right over here. Now there is one weird thing. It's going to be backwards. So we have to also do that. Bring it up. And there you go. So just keeping your pencil on your pen or pencil on the paper and having the face upside down, you should see that you do a lot better than you've done before. Okay. And the reason why is it's not magic or anything. It's just that if you were to try to draw the face like this, your brain is going to do everything it can to summarize all the features and also make them bigger, put them in the wrong place, right? So that it can remember it. And that messes up your ability to draw, right? So when you're learning to draw, what you're learning to do is turn off parts of your brain. So if you want to do portraits, practice portraits upside down and you'll get this sort of like sensation. And then when you do them right side up, you'll do a little bit better. And contour drawing. So contour drawing weirdly sort of turns off a lot of your brain's ability to comprehend what it's doing because you're very narrowly focused on shapes and the way sides of things feel. So your brain's kind of confused and just stops. All right, so that's the warm up. Well, we'll be doing a lot of that. And honestly, if you just did contour drawing for like 2 months, you'd find that you can get to where you make very good contour drawing. And again, if you're into watercolor, this is probably the only style of drawing you should practice. It is actually very, very good for watercolor. Okay, now sketching. So you got your contour drawing practice, and then you want to get your sketching practice. Sketching is about getting something down quick, right? Getting the essence, what we call the gesture of a thing. That'll work, yeah. Oh no, this one. No, it doesn't. Yeah. All right, we're just going to do basically kind of a simple geometric shape. That's all we kind of want. That's also kind of black and white. All right. So the first thing we have to do to learn about sketching is learn about values, okay? So the idea of a value is that some stuff is darker than other stuff, right? If you do any design and you struggle with the idea of contrast, like for example, you want to make yellow darker, you can't make yellow darker. If you want yellow to be dark, you make it green or gray, right? So values is the missing concept for getting contrast right. And all a value is just sort of like a measurement of the light on something and how dark that surface is. So those two combined make for a light or a darker value, right? So if we look at this, we could say there's not a lot of light on this side. And we look at that, there is a lot of light on this side, but it's kind of a darker gray material, right? So both of those are going to be, made darker or lighter because of the material. All right, so when you think about values, I like to think of it as an amount of light, okay? So I think of this having a lot of light. So I'm going to give this a value of, say, I don't know, it's got a lot of light on it, so I'm going to give it a value of like 6, because the material is kind of dark too, right? So I'm going to adjust it down. But a higher value, if this material was, say, more light, I might say, oh yeah, this is getting a lot of light, so it's more 9, okay? Now this side is receiving almost no light, so I'm going to give it less light, a lower value, so it's going to be, say, a 2. So generally, I like to go from like 1 to 9 is a good way to do it. And that gives you sort of a middle of 5, right? And that's going to be your middle gray. Okay, so to practice, the first thing to practice with sketching is making value strips. So you're going to make kind of a little box. Let me see. I gotta get the opacity up. Make it a little bit bigger. All right, so you're going to make a box, right? Like this. All right. And then you're going to make, let's just do 3 squares. No, do 5 squares. So cut it in the middle, about like that. Cut that in the middle, like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess 4 squares. Let's add one more. 5. There we go. Okay. We're going to say this here is value 1, which means not much light. It's basically almost black. And this here is going to be value, let's say, 9. Okay? And that's going to be almost white. So we're going to say it's just basically the paper. So in between that, we have, let's say that's like 5. So this is going to be value 3, and that's going to be value 7. Now, almost everything you need to do in drawing can be done with just that. And actually, you can probably use 3, 5, and 7 for like almost everything, and then throw in some light and throw in some dark, and that's pretty much all you need. Another way to put it is, if the drawing doesn't work with these values, adding more doesn't really help it. It's not really going to make it work. Okay, so we got our number strip like that. Make sure you have that. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to come over here. Okay, so now we're going to kind of learn crosshatching. So crosshatching is sort of mostly just a pencil technique. And what it does is it simulates the light and the dark by adding more or less pencil through marks. So if we have this is like pure black, right? That's going to be real hard to pull off. So we'll do that in a second. This is just our paper. So if you have white paper, then it's white. Okay. If you have this paper, it's like gray. So we want to get somewhere in the middle. So one way to do it is this is going to be very dark over here. This is going to be almost gray. So you take your pencil and you kind of go like this. Now I have to press pretty hard, but we're going to go like, kind of go like that at an angle. Now, how close together the lines are and how far apart they are gives the illusion of this being lighter or darker. Okay. Now, then I'm going to continue that through all of this from here to there. And in fact, I kind of don't like how close those lines are together. So I'm going to erase them a bit. All right. Okay. So we're going to kind of do this. And part of the problem is I'm using a fake pencil. So yeah, I think more like that's good. Okay, now just continue it. Just keep going. And if you want to get better at this, part of the drawing process, making a bunch of these value strips is going to be extremely helpful. If you just sat down and filled a couple of sheets of paper with value strips like this while you're watching TV. Okay, so we did that. That's step one. Okay, now the next thing is we have to come back the other direction. This is why they call it cross-hatching. So we don't want to do anything to this one. This is value 7. So this is basically quote unquote white. This is like almost white. This is going to be our middle. This is going to be darker, and that's going to be as close as we can get to black, right? So start over here. We're going to go back. And again, not too hard. Keep it kind of separated out. And mine's going to look a little weird because like my pencil is not very good. So just keep that in mind. Okay. And you just keep going. Okay. So this is all. All right, so we take a look. Does this look darker than that? Not really. Let's kind of go back a bit more. My pencil is, I'm literally like mashing it straight down to get even a remotely reasonable. Okay. That's better. Now we want to kind of, if you squint your eyes, you can kind of see relative light and dark, and this should look darker than that. These we'll get to in a second. So I don't think it really looks darker than that yet, so I'm going to add just a little bit more. Part of it's just my pencil. It kind of sucks. Okay, cool. So now this does look distinctly different from that. Okay. So that's the next phase. Now what we want to do is kind of do the same thing for these last two, right? So now we're going to kind of pick a slightly different angle and just sort of like that. So now this is obviously darker than that. And we'll kind of fill it in a bit, make it a bit more even. This pencil, I'm literally mashing the crap out of this thing. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know what the sensitivity setting on this is. It's pretty bonkers. All right, well, I'll keep going with this, but I'm going to use a different pencil in a second. All right, so now we can see this is almost light. This is middle. This is darker than middle. And then the last thing we do is we pretty much are just going to kind of like try to fill this in with squiggly. Because my pencil sucks really bad. Okay, so now we have our value range, right? Very light over here. Just do wide space lines like that. Then lines coming back the other direction, and you've got two values. And then one more direction that gives you this one. And then fill it in. That gives you as dark as you can get. Okay, so let's take a break. Take your paper, and this also works with ballpoint pen. So if all you got is a pen, just go ahead and do that. And take and make, let's say make 3 value strips, okay? Try to get them as even. What you're trying to do is you want this one. Let me see. So if you squint your eyes, okay, you should be able to see that each one is different. So this is obviously not as dark as that. This is obviously not as dark as that. This is obviously darker than that. And then going back the other way, this is lighter. Yep, this is lighter. This is lighter than that. And this is lighter than that. Okay? All right, do it. I'm going to see if I can fix my pencil. It seems weird, but trust me, just sitting there making a bunch of value strips will get you used to using your pencil. And also, I should sort of show how, well, this pencil I have to mash onto the screen like, I don't know, like mashed potatoes. I don't know. Anyways, but typically I'll hold it like this, you know? I don't hold it like that. If you're, wait, actually, let me go back up. Here, actually, let's do this. Okay. All right, so if you hold your paper like your pencil like this, it's gonna be hard to do that, right? So I kind of come back and I'm going more like this. And one way to do it is if you ever use chopsticks, it's very similar. How like one finger kind of moves the chopstick around. So my index finger kind of does that. And then you can use your wrist too. If you want a straight line, you kind of use your arm because your shoulder joint pretty much just moves in a straight line for the most part. If you want a circle, they're just hard. So circles are pretty hard, but generally use your arm to kind of get big gestures. And then rotating your paper too. Like if you have a problem doing this, rotate your paper. So yeah, I just hold my pencil like that. Just don't do this because you're not going to get enough arc on the thing. It's also harder to be sensitive. This is pretty much just the way we teach kids to write. Just like that. All right. Okay, so now, I guess I moved my camera. All right, so let me do one more just to prove that my pencil does work as expected. Well, no, we'll do that. Okay, so now what we want to do next is we want to get a drawing of this thing as best as we can. Oh, we have an ad starting. All right, everybody, if you're following along, do more value strips. Value strips are sort of like your thing from now on. Oh yeah, that's way better. Look at that, way better. That's what we like. That's still not right. No idea what that does. Anyway, we'll do the best we can. Interesting. I want less grain on this paper. Oh yeah, okay. There we go. That's better. Okay, so now what we're going to do is you can just practice, right? So you're doing contour drawing. do a contour drawing, and then shade it with crosshatching. So that's all we're going to do. There is, tomorrow, I'll show you how to do kind of a sketching style that will get you more accurate, but we're going to use what you know right now. I get my pencil. All right, so we're going to do a contour drawing of this, and then I'm going to shade it using that. So let's say we're going to start. I'm going to start like right here. And you're going to see it's kind of weird. It'll actually work. It won't be like totally in proportion, but yeah, you'll see. I'm going to kind of go along that seam. Okay, so I got a contour drawing. Simple, right? Easy. Okay, now we want to sort of start assigning what we think this value is and what that value is. Just simple shape. So I'm going to say, this one is probably, let's say we're going to go 5. So I'm going to go 5 here. And this is definitely 1. Okay? So I got all the dark sides that are 1, and all the light side is 5. Okay, now what you do is you don't go over here and start making these all dark and then make that. Instead, think of almost like subtraction. Imagine if I had a light like that. So right here in the center, it's a lot lighter. What I would do is, if this was all white, is I would actually start going through the whole thing like this. So I'm actually going to do the 7 up there. Through the whole thing. And this pencil is such crap. Hold on. I may have to sit here and mess with pressure curves for the rest of the time. Give me 1 second. All right, I guess we're doing this. Okay, so I'm going to do just number 7 for a bit. And I'm basically drawing through the whole thing. And keep in mind, this is probably going to look like crap because I'm literally... You can hear me doing it. I'm having to mash this on there. But I'm giving you the idea. I wonder if these people have ever actually done a pencil drawing. It's not how pencils work. It's like this weird tail at the end. Okay, so I would draw through it, and then you could just come in and erase this if there was like a circle of light there. But it'll look better if you did it sort of like you didn't do that part. Like you did this. Right? So think in terms of that. If this is a 1 and this is a 5, then do all of that as 7. Then do just the part that's 5. And then do this with 3 and then do that with 1. Right? The reason why I say that's a good way to do it is that's also how paint and also watercolor works. Watercolor works very much like that. Okay, so now we got our initial crosshatch. We can go ahead and get rid of these crappy little lines that I have to throw on there for technical reasons. All right. And we want to make sure we get these all with our, we're basically doing 7, right? And like stepping down. Okay, now you with a real pencil will obviously be able to do this faster. All right, then we go back the other direction. So we're trying to get 5, right? So now we're going back this way. Yeah, I think I'm starting to figure it out. It's okay to just kind of like blast right through your drawing. I actually have like a little piezo mic on my tablet so you can kind of hear. I'm trying to add to the realism. Hopefully it's working as planned. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think you understand how hard I'm pressing. Right. Easily the worst cross-hatching job in the entire universe, but... Oh, okay. So that gets the 5s. And that front face is now shaded in. There's another way to do the cross-hatching, a little more controlled, but takes a lot longer. Instead of doing big lines like that, you can also just go, okay, so this is a 5, so I'm going to do little patches. And then go. And then go to the next patch. And do like that. And then go to the next patch and do that. And you kind of connect a bunch of little patches. But try them out. I think one thing about cross-hatching is like everyone's got their own style. So just experiment with it. Okay, now we got to get the dark parts. So we got to go to 3 on the dark part. So we're going to go get in there and oh, this is irritating as hell. Right, and you see it's now suddenly it's starting to look like it has, you know, shade, contrast, values, form. Despite the, I mean, insane amount of pressure I have to put just to get this to draw. Oh my god, it's nuts. Alright, and then last one. We could probably stop there. We could say, you know, that's probably the value. But let's go one more. Let's clean it all up. Okay. And last stretch, we're going to come in here and just sort of Squiggle back across. And there you go. Morning. Okay, so that's the first step in sketching, right? The key things of a sketch are, it's not very accurate. Like, you're trying to be as accurate as possible, but you're not trying to measure a whole lot. So contour drawing is kind of a first step. If you keep practicing contour drawing, I mean, that's pretty close, right? Like, it's not bad for something where I just basically was like looking over there and falling around the edge. And you're going to find that if you just keep practicing contour drawing a bunch, you're eventually going to be like, oh, hey, I think I can draw. It's weird, but it totally works. Okay. And then cross-hatching, hopefully with a better pencil or pen than I have, doing it this style where you do leave alone anything that's a 9, which is white or lighter. Okay. Everything that's 7, then only the stuff that's 5, then the stuff that's 3, then the stuff that's 1. And that's going to help you with if you want to do watercolor later, you want to do pastels later, you want to do charcoal, anything. We're actually going to switch to charcoal at a certain point. So if you just do a whole ton of drawings like that, that'll be like an amazing way to get started in drawing. Do a contour, then shade it. You also find that it tends to make things look kind of cool. Some of them, a lot of the drawings will look like garbage, trust me, but you're going to find like, oh, hey, if I take this contour drawing and then I do shading over it and ignore the contour, it actually comes out looking pretty good. It'll take practice, but trust me, it'll be better than you think it is. Okay, so let's practice. We'll call it there. I think that's a good lesson for that. So with values, another way to think about it is break it down to, this is, here, let me do mid, which means middle. Okay. Then you have light middle. So that's your light middle. So it's lighter than middle, right? This is your white. This is your dark middle. And this is your, actually, let's change this. This is not white. This is light. And this is dark. So it might help to just think of it as names instead of numbers. So think, is this light or dark? Oh, okay. Light, dark, or middle? Ah, it's middle. Okay, so this part's middle. Okay, then if this is middle, what's this? Oh, that's dark middle. So that's 3. Or that's dark. So that's 1. But I think all you got to do to kind of figure out to get the value thing working, do a ton of these. I'd say by tomorrow, if you can do, say, 20 value strips, don't just sit down and do 20. Do like 3 or 4 while you watch TV, or like a really good thing, you're coding, like you're doing some programming, can't solve a bug, take a break, do a couple of value strips, do a quick little sketch. I guarantee you'll solve the bug. Like every time I do that, every time I stop, I'm just like, just in there, give my hand something to do, making some value strips, you'll do it. So if you make a bunch of value strips, you'll start getting these numbers kind of burned into your brain, and then do some sketches using the numbers, like say that's a 5, that's a 1, and you'll get it. Just takes practice. Okay, so now we're at exercise 3, lesson 3. I keep saying exercise, but it's kind of a mix of exercise and lesson. And in this one, I start off doing review, and I keep doing this. I'm just going to review everything we already did. And I'm going to do, I mean, it's a pretty bad drawing, but it's the thing you're practicing is coordinating your hand with the pen. It's contour drawing. It's not meant to be like dead accurate. It's got character, but yeah, if you look at the thing on the other side over here, it doesn't match at all, right? That's fine. That's the whole point. you're going to see eventually when we get to the final lesson that actually I show you how to do a drawing that's more of a sketch with some basic measurement and actually trying to make it more accurate. But this is your start. This is all you're aiming for. That's it. And after this, in the middle of this lesson, I do memory drawing. If there's one thing that boosted my skills in art the most, it is learning to draw from memory. It's not that difficult. It's actually weirdly easy. It's got sort of the same feeling as contour drawing, where you know it's not going to be very accurate, but if you keep practicing, it weirdly becomes accurate, and it will really, really boost your ability to draw. Just trust me on this. It vastly improves it. So let's get into this one. Let's load this lesson. Yeah. Okay. We're going to review crosshatching. I'm going to redo this so that I can use my new pencil setup and confirm it actually works. And yesterday we did a contour drawing and then learned how to do values and cross-hatching. So we'll review that, make sure everyone knows what that is. And then we'll pick maybe another gravestone. And there you go. All right, so everyone who wants to learn how to draw, all you need is just some paper. It's actually kind of hard. I realize that people may not even have paper anymore. And a pencil or a pen. Pencil would be good, but pen is fine. You're not going to really be erasing anything. If you use pen and you make a mistake, just draw the correct line darker. You could just draw it again, and most people wouldn't even know. So let's review what we did yesterday, and we're going to do a couple of these exercises first. All right, so we covered. Let me move my. So we've been doing contour drawing, and we're going to do a warm-up contour drawing too. Remember, contour drawing is where you put the pencil on the paper, look at your thing, and follow along with the thing. That's kind of like hardcore contour drawing. Don't look at your paper. Look at the thing, and then the other one is put your pencil down, keep it on the paper, move some, look, move some, look. And what you're doing is you're just trying to follow along the edge. Two ways to think of that is think of it as you're touching the edge with your pencil. So imagine you're doing this, but put the pencil on there. Another way to think about it is you're an ant. You're like a little bug and you're walking along the edge, and then the little bug goes here and you walk in that edge, little bug goes there. So the result of doing those kind of contour drawings is it actually comes out not bad. Like it's not terrible, right? It's not gonna be super accurate, but yeah, it works. And this will also get you into kind of finding the right proportions. It breaks your brain so that you see shapes, not like specific things, because you're so hyper focused right on that spot. Then the next thing we did is we did these value strips. We're going to do another value strip today, if I can find my thing. A value is just how much light does a shape have versus how much dark does a shape have. You can actually think of it as a brightness switch on a bulb, right? So I have a light over here. So I'm going to go value 1. So the right side of my head, I turned the light off, right? So that means value 1 is no light, right? If I could have numbers on my dial, 1 would be off, 10 would be totally on, right? Or if you think of it as a volume on on like an amp or a radio, I don't even think people have those anymore. So volume 10 would be extremely loud or extremely bright. Volume 1 would be not, right? Now this side of my face is probably like the middle of my face is probably a value 3 right here. This part of my face is probably a value 5. This part of my face is like actually a 7. And there's really not a 9 in my face. Maybe this part of my beard, that could be 9, right? Okay, so that's values. It's just a number you assign to how much dark or how much light there is. Now, some people prefer to do it backwards. I'd say backwards, but the other way, I should say. It's the amount of pencil. So 9 would be a ton of pencil. 1 would be almost no pencil, right? Almost no pencil on the paper. But we'll go with this because seeing light is kind of important. Okay, so that's a quick review of what we did. Let's do a warm-up drawing. Let's do a new quarter sheet hot pressed. We'll do the deckled edge. Why not? And let me get my pencil. And let me make sure my pencil actually works. I fixed it. Yeah, that's a bit better. We're doing these gravestones. They're pretty cool, very gothic. Let's do this one. Yeah, that looks like just an urn. Let's bring it down. I'm gonna try to make it as big as possible. Oh, right. So let's do a warm-up drawing. You have your paper, your pencil. We're gonna do a contour drawing, and you can look. Okay, so don't do the. Well, no. Let's warm up. We're gonna do just a crappy. You're not looking at the thing, right? So we're gonna put our pencil down. Remember, don't look at your paper. Only over there. And I'm gonna go say right about here. That's where I'm at. You can pick any other spot you want. That's what I'm doing. This kind of gets you in the, get your brain in the art mode. Don't look at your paper. We'll do that next. Try to do the best you can without looking. It's okay, it's supposed to not be accurate. Go slow, you might find yourself kind of going quick. We're just going to do the top part. Okay, getting the drawing. Not bad. Don't compare it to what you do versus I do, but again, if you saw like the last 2 days, they've been really wonky when I'm not looking. Now they're starting to slowly get more accurate, right? And the reason you're doing this exercise is for that. It's almost as if you want to get your hand to be intuitively connected to what you see. So that's what the contour drawing is doing. One, it turns off the, this is a thing part of your brain, right? So you're going to start just kind of looking at, almost like not thinking, right? And two, it's starting to get your hand kind of like coordinated with where your eyes go and what you see, right? Okay, so let's do a better version by looking. Start a new drawing, or yeah, start a new drawing. All right, so no erasing. All right, and we're gonna do again just this top part. We'll do the rest a little later. Okay, so go. So remember, don't lift your pencil off, but you can look at what you're drawing. And kind of if you go like a bad direction, just sort of squiggle and then make it go in the right direction. Okay, so that's the thing. Kind of look if anything really bothers you. Fix it up now. That bothers me. Okay, close enough, right? Remember, this is not going to be accurate. So, and that's kind of freeing. It's intended that way so that you don't obsess over being wrong. Instead, just focus on getting better at drawing. Okay, so we have this outline. Now let's try using shading to make it look a little more realistic. So before we do that, let's come down here and we're going to make a little value strip. So go like this, like this. Okay, we need 5, so I guess we can kind of just do one in the middle, there and there. I'm going to name it. This one's 1, this one's 9, this one's 5, this one's 3, this one's 7. Okay? So then we're going to go and remember the way you do the cross-hatching is we want to do all of this with 7. So 7 is going to be kind of like that. Lines are more or less spaced apart. Okay, so that's 7. Now we come back the other way, and we're going to do 5 on. Okay, now what you want to do is squint and make sure that when you squint, 7 and 5 look different. Okay, so that's how you know you made 5 dark enough to be different from 7. Okay, now we're going to do 3. You're going to kind of do another line that's not this way, it's not that way. It's kind of like more middle-ish, right? More vertical. And you could even kind of push the paper a little bit. Remember doing the whole strip. And I'm gonna kind of go a little bit darker. Okay, and again, squint is 3 and 5. Are they different enough? Not really. I'm gonna add a bit more. The 3. Okay, are they different enough? Yeah, that's better. Okay, and then 1. We do 1 more. This time we're going to be almost horizontal. And then look, is that different enough? Not really, so let's just really get in there. And if you want, you can come back one more time in another direction. All right, squint. Are they all different enough? Yeah. The purpose of squinting is it kind of reduces the amount of light going in your eye. It's like wearing sunglasses. And that does what's called compressing your values. So when you compress the values, things that are very close in value kind of merge together. So that way you don't really see the details. So you do that also to make sure that they're different enough. Because if you squint and you can still see individual squares, then you did a good job. They're different. But if you squint and you don't see individual squares, then one of them needs to be darker or lighter. Okay, so we have our value strip. Let's take a short little break. I would like to get that done. And then we will, I need to clean my glasses. And then we'll do the actual cross-hatching of the thing. Or you can start. So basically, you want to go from, you know what, let me do that, and then we'll take a break. All right, so what you want to do is look at the statue, okay? And all you want to do, don't identify what's dark or what's light. What is light and not light? So what is value 9 and everything else? Okay. I think of it like if you're a programmer, you're doing a diff. Okay, so we're going to say maybe up there is 9. Maybe, here, actually, let me do this. Yeah, so up here is 9. The top of that is 9. The top of these is 9. And maybe that is kind of a 9. So we're going to do everything but those as 7. That's kind of the reason why I'm having you do like all of this 7, then all of this 5, then all of this 3, then all of this 1. We're going to do the same thing more or less when we draw. Now you don't have to. There's another way to do it where you do all of the dark stuff with 1, then all of the 3 stuff, and then all of the 5, and then 7. But that's a little harder to pull off. Okay, so we're not going to do cross-hatching up here. Not going to do cross-hatching up here. And not there. And also in the middle. Okay? And so then just kind of go for it. And just kind of be careful. We're not going to do it in that middle part. And you just keep the same angle of lines. Trust me. It'll look cool. Right? And then, yep, all of this. The main reason that it's good to do it this way is it starts making you sort of see shapes and values because you have to focus on kind of one thing at a time. We're going to leave the tops of those. Okay. And then, yep, keep going, but we're going to leave the top alone. So even though that's dark, just kind of go like this. Keep going. Yeah, I'm going to kind of leave this top. And then, yep, this, but we're going to leave the top there. And get a little bit, and then, yeah, just a little bit like that. Okay, so that leaves everything that's not 7, 5, 3, or 1 alone. Okay, now we're going to identify everything that's a 5. So a 5 or more, right? Or less. So 5, 3, and 1. So let me think. I think this is all 5. Or no, let's identify everything. Yeah, that's 5. So I think this is a 5. And this, that's that. Let's say this is probably a 5. No, I say this is all 5 in here. That's all 7, right? That's 5. So we'll say this is 5. That's all 5 and 3 and 1. That's 5. Okay, so now we're going to come back the other direction. So we're going to go, okay, we're going to just kind of come back through here. Remember, we also want to go where it's going to be dark. And you can squint to kind of see if you got the right idea. Yeah, I think that's right. And probably through the center. And then under this. And then this is all going to be, this is all not 7. Another way to think about it is it's not 7. This is not 7. This is all not 7. This is all not 7. Not 7. Not 7. This is not 7. This is all not 7. Okay. So we're going to leave this alone. That's 7. This is all probably actually 3, really. Kind of comes through here. And so go back and make it look different. Okay, now we move to the 3. So what is 3? Probably this. And then 3 and 1. So all the stuff that's 3 and 1, or the stuff that's not 5, right? So now we're going to go kind of vertical with our lines. So yeah, I'm going to say this is actually, yeah, let's say this is actually 3. 3 and 1. Yep. Okay, keep going. And we're going to do this one more time in another way. Yeah, like that. And then this is all going to be different. Yep, this is all 3, 1. This all 3, 1. This is also probably 3. Okay, and now we just have the 1. So obviously it's going to be this shadow here and then to there. So now you just basically grind it. And we're going to go kind of horizontal. Yeah, so the way I do crosshatches, I go this direction, then I go lines this direction, then I go lines kind of this direction, and then I go lines almost flat. Just try it that way, and then eventually you'll sort of find your own. Okay, now we're just really going to come in and get this dark in there. And this too. And then we can kind of do that. And you can, if you want it to be really dark, you can just kind of scribble it like that. And that should be about it. Okay. All right, so that's a first crosshatch. Hopefully everybody was able to actually try and get it. And you can see it's, yeah. It's not drawn exactly, but I think if we were to do this, yeah, it looks kind of, I don't know, like a cartoon, right? Like it's close, but it has decent shading. Yeah. Given the kind of weird paper simulation thing I'm doing. Okay, so let's do one more like that. So what I'm going to do, I probably should have just, I'm going to erase it, but you can just start a new drawing. Okay, we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to do it a slightly different style. So for some people, the idea of do everything that's not 9, then everything that's not 7, then everything that's not 3, then everything that's 1. That makes sense. But for other people, it doesn't. So let's do one more drawing of this thing. Then we're going to do a new style. Same cross-hatching, but we're going to do it sort of backwards. We're going to do all the dark stuff, then all the medium stuff, then so on. Okay? All right, so one more drawing. And actually, I'm going to make my pencil that. There we go. No, actually, I'm going to make the drawing, the outline I'm going to make it a little lighter. Okay? Okay, once again, I'm going to start. Let's start down here. We're going to start down there. Okay. And go. Remember, you can look, but keep your pencil on the paper. Make it a little bit bigger, but that's fine. Probably better, actually. Okay, and then this time, when you're done with the outline, I want you to go inside and make sure you draw where the shadows are. Okay, keep your pencil on there. Let's see the shadows like that. And then there's one over here. It's actually going to draw the shadow there. There's shadow over there. And it kind of comes like this. And then there's shadow here. Okay, so again, yes, I'm drawing that. This is a photo. All right, so again, it's not supposed to look accurate, remember, because you're like literally looking over there and putting your pencil on it. It's not going to be accurate, but it should be better than if you were to try to draw it by not doing that. So hopefully you're seeing, oh, hey, the contour drawing, it doesn't look right, but it's close, right? Like it's better than you would normally get. And as you keep practicing contour drawing, it'll get closer and closer and closer. But there's definitely an upward limit to how accurate contour drawing can get. All right, so now we're going to do the opposite. We're going to do value 1s first, then value 3 shapes, then value 5 shapes, 7, and then leave everything alone. That's 9. Okay, so what is the obvious value 1 shape? And the reason this tends to work better for some people is it's very easy to see. This is easy to see, right? That right there, that's all the value 1s. And that there. Okay, so we're going to do all the value 1 shapes next. So to do that, we have to go one way, another way, so on and so forth. So here we go. Just go for it. I'm not sure what that was, but that's a bunch of bullshit. Thanks for trying to help me, drawing program. Okay, so we do all the cross-hatching this way. Oh, actually, I want to change my pencil. Yeah, let's make it darker so you can kind of see. Okay, cross-hatching this way. Is that too dark? That's way too dark. That does not look like a pencil. Okay. All right, one more time. Go this way. And remember, the idea is don't switch it. Just kind of think of it as like a whole screen over this. And then we can come back. And then one more. And then it also kind of goes through here. Goes through here. And then, yeah, a bit like this. When you do this, you kind of want to like sort of let your pencil kind of go through that line you drew. That way it kind of goes away. Sort of merges into everything. Okay, so that's all of the 1s. You keep in mind I made my pencil darker so you could see it. Okay, now we're going to do all the 3. So the 3 is kind of the base. Maybe this through here. Sort of like try to see the shape. If you need to, squint again. Yeah, we're going to say that's 3. Also, you can just decide what is 3 and then make it look that way. And most people won't know that you're lying. All right, so 3, we're going to come in kind of like this. I think that's all 3. That's not. Yeah, the base. Yeah, this. Okay, right now it's only a 5, like a 7. Okay, and then come back the other way. And then finally go vertically to get that 3. Like semi-vertically. Now we have a problem because the stuff that I made dark is not quite dark enough. So let's go back and fix that. Yeah, all my value 1 shapes need to be more value 1. Okay. So then we're going to do all the value 5. That's pretty much everything else, right? So let's go and do that. And then kind of clean it up. And then go back the other way for a little bit. Yeah, we'll kind of go like that. And then see how that looks like a harsh edge, but it's not really? We can kind of come in and sort of on any lines, you can just sort of like go back and forth over them a bit. And they'll get kind of merged in. Okay, so that's the other style of doing it. Do all the 1s, then all the shapes that are 3, then all the shapes that are 5, then all the shapes that are 7, and leave everything else alone. Or go in and let's say I want this up here to be kind of light. You just erase it. Just go, okay, that gets erased, and this, that gets erased, and maybe some of these. Okay, so that's cross-hatching. Again, your drawing is closest that, you know, if I zoom in, people are gonna be like, oh yeah, that's like something you'd see in like a kid's book or whatever. So it's not gonna be crazy accurate. That's not the point. The point is getting your hand to draw something, making you look at the thing more than your paper, which is very important, and getting your hand connected to it, and then practicing cross-hatching. And you'll find that the cross-hatching will weirdly make it look better, and you can kind of correct things too as you go, right? Okay, memory drawing. Probably the thing that boosted my ability to draw the most is memory drawing. It's almost like it, basically, I think one of the things that, why is there a pause thing up there? One of the things that you train when you practice drawing a bunch is kind of remembering what you see and then remembering it long enough to get it onto the paper. It's like just kind of just a generic thing you have to do, right? And so some styles of drawing make that difficult. Some other styles make it pretty easy, right? But if you actively try to improve your ability to remember what you saw, you can improve your ability to draw, okay? So how you do it, I'm going to show you the process and then we're going to actually do it. So you need to have your pencil and paper and the thing, obviously. But if you have a house, right, what you do is you put the thing in one room, or maybe you set up a nice little scene or something, okay? So put the thing in one room, and I'll do a little drawing. So you have like 2 rooms of your house, okay? If you live in a small house, you can use your bathroom in your living room or something, okay? You put the thing you want to draw in one room, and then you put your pencil and paper in another room. Now, for some reason, just doing that makes it easier for you to remember what you're drawing. It's just a weird thing. Humans are like weirdly able to remember what's in other rooms if they put it in rooms. There's a whole memory thing called the memory palace. Don't ask me why. Just, I guess maybe we're designed to do that. Okay, so what you do is you go into this room. We'll call this the subject room. And this is the drawing room. You go into the subject room and give yourself about a minute to do anything you can to remember it. You can, except for drawing. So you can, one thing you can do, use your pinky and close an eye and then trace around the edge of it. You can grab it and kind of hold it if it's a thing. Try to remember it that way. Do this and kind of go, okay, it has a head that's larger than the body. Anything you can. This is a really good one, just doing that. Or if you have a pencil, just kind of like drawing with the pencil in air. Then once you've got, okay, run back to here and try to draw as much as you can remember. Try to close your eyes and then go, okay, that was there, that was here. Draw as much as you can. When you're stuck, can't draw anymore, run back, do more memorization, drawing in the air, looking at it, taking notes. Leave everything that you do to study in this room, then go back and do it again. Okay? It sounds bizarre, but if you do this, it like really, really quickly improves your ability to draw. All right? So we're going to kind of simulate that with Windows. I'm going to do that. So we're going to do this. Let's make sure I got good color. Okay, great. So we're going to draw those two baskets. We're going to do 1 minute of looking at it. I'm going to actually show you what I'm going to do to try to remember it. Then we're going to go back to drawing. We're going to do 1 minute of drawing. So you got to go quick. And then 1 minute of study. We're going to keep doing that till we're like kind of satisfied we did it. All right. So let me get a timer rolling. And I'm telling you, memory drawing, contour drawing, shading the contour with cross-hatching, and memory drawing. If you just do those three things for a while, you will get weirdly good at drawing really quick. Okay? All right, we got 1 minute. Get ready. We're gonna look. Make sure you got your paper. Paper's clean. You got your pencil. Now put your paper down. Pencil down, don't look at it. If you have to, put it on another part of the room. If you're using a drawing program, switch away from it. Okay, ready? And go. All right, so what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to take my pinky. I'm going to draw along there and try to remember dark part on the left side. So light is coming from the right. Dark on the left, light from the right. And I'm going to draw here. Like that. Another thing you can do is to like imagine you're holding it. It sounds weird, but trust me, it works. Okay, so that's like this. That's like that. And I'll squint down and kind of like get a general shape. It's like that, right? Okay. And then just keep kind of this. And then the base there. Like that. Okay, we got 7 seconds. Okay, you got it? You remember it? You got it? Okay, just try to remember as you can. Okay, flip back. Okay, now you got 1 minute to draw whatever you can remember. So let me say it's kind of like here, there. Yeah, that one was kind of like this. There was like a shadow there, there, and then I think it was tilted like that. Yeah, we'll have to, I think it's like this. The light was coming from over there. I think I got the tilt of this wrong. There's probably a little shadow here. Okay, and there's that. That's there, then. That's like that. Okay, almost done. Get what you can. Okay, that goes here. Okay, now try to remember what you did. I don't know how this goes. I'm going to try to remember that and that. Okay, 1 minute done. Okay, flipping back. Put your pencils down. Memory time. Ah, yeah, okay. It's that. It's that. Okay, we want to have that. It's more like it's inside there. Yeah, okay, and then we're going to do this. So the bottom is not bad. It's more like it's tilted towards me, and that's tilted back. This front's tilted towards me, that's tilted back. This is tilted towards me, that's back. Okay, let's put it in a frame. It's here, like that. Close your eyes. Now another thing you do, close your eyes, imagine yourself drawing it. That goes there, that's like that. That goes there, that's like that. Okay, that goes like that, this goes like this. Okay, 1 minute. All right, we're flipping back. Go back to your paper. Okay, so, what are you doing, pen? What are you doing, pen? There you go. Okay, so this is more towards me. What are you doing, pen? All right, this goes towards me more. And this is more up like that. Yeah, okay. So then, I'm not quite sure how that goes, but I imagine it's something like this. That probably then goes here. Okay, like that. This is probably like that. And I'm pretty sure that was there. I don't know what this is. Is it just straight into there, or is there like a bevel? Because there's a bevel on this one. Okay. Okay, that's 1 minute. What's the bevel? What's the bevel? That's what we gotta do. Okay, flipping back. Paper's down. Yes, there's a bevel there. Okay, so there's a handle. Let's see. The left side kind of comes in like that. And then the shadow is kind of bigger on that side. Let's say, let's get just the shape of the shadow. It's like that. It's like maybe we can think of it as like a triangle there. Yeah, like this. All right, I didn't start the timer, so let's, okay, I'll watch it. Okay, and that's more like that. Yeah, that's a bevel there. Okay, we'll say that's almost a minute. We're going to flip back. And now. Okay, 1 minute to draw. Yeah, actually I was pretty okay on that. So that's here, that's there. That's more like this. The shadow was kind of like this. Like that. And comes in like this. There was like a little handle here. And then there was actually these chords in here. Okay, like that, like this. Yeah, and this came down here. That's not bad. That was there. Yeah, there's these like pink chords in there. Were there pink chords here? Okay, were there pink chords there? Okay, flipping back, put your pencils down. The handle is more here. And there's a pink chord there and it's more up there. Okay. Handle is here. Pink chord is on the bevel and at the top. Handle is there. Pink chord on the bevel and at the top. Handle is there. Pink chord on the bevel and at the top. handle, chords, handle, chords. Okay, so I draw the handle there, and then the chords. Handle there, and then the chords. And actually, if you probably want to see my face, because sometimes I close my eyes. Right? And look, and then close your eyes, and then look, and then in your mind, you can kind of imagine drawing it. Open, look at the thing, close your eyes, look on the bevel. Okay. All right. Close your eyes. Okay, we're going to flip back. And go. Okay, so the handle was more here. Okay. The handle is here. Yeah, it's more like this. And like that. And then there was kind of a pink cord here. On there, and then up top. And pink cord up top. And it was like two of them like this, I think. Okay, and that's there. That was good. I think this could be more accurate. Okay, and that goes like this. Okay. That's more like that. This bevel comes in there. How far does this bevel go? Is the bevel more like that? Or is it more like this? Is it more like that? Like this? Okay, the last part I want to look at. Okay, paper down, flip back. Nope, I got the bevel kind of accurate. I would say that this comes to there. So, okay, what's that look like? That comes to there. Like this. That comes to there. Yeah, it's kind of like actually there and then that. Okay. Okay, yeah. And then this chord up there is solid. That one's that. Okay, move the shadow, make it solid. Move the shadow, make this solid. Move the shadow, make that solid. Everything else is pretty good. Yeah, I got that, more or less. At the top of the bucket is probably like that. Okay, move the shadow, make that solid, top of the bucket. Move the shadow, make that solid, top of the bucket. Move that shadow, top of the bucket. Close my eyes, kind of visualize it. Close my eyes, visualize it. Okay, flip back. Okay, so move the shadow to about here, I guess. Or it could be both, actually. Make this solid, and then this has kind of a bevel to it. And then, yeah, let's say it's kind of like that, I bet. Okay, so now that we can do some cross-hatching. So we're just going to do kind of the speed version, which is just scribble back and forth. Yeah, it's kind of like this. And that. Yep, okay, and this. And then this. Yeah, it's about like that. And get the note. Okay. Let's take a look. Flipping back one more time. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, so now we just want to do some serious cross-hatching. I guess everyone can get a look. I'm actually ready to kind of finish it. Okay, 30 seconds. So there's probably a dark and dark. Yeah, I can probably get those and get that back shadow. That's pretty close, yeah. Okay, so now I am just going to finish the drawing. So let me see, it was, that was pretty dark in here. So let's go ahead and there. And this is also very dark. Okay, and then this, let's nuke those lines so they're not so obvious. We'll get rid of that. Okay, let's do a bit nicer cross hatch. Yeah, I think it's kind of like this. And then come back the other way. And then yes, do this. And one more. And then we can kind of maybe get this. Okay. All right, let's see how I did. Let's see if we can do that. That. Yeah, not bad. I made it a little too tall. It's like a little wider. But from memory, that's decent. Yeah. I think the shadow actually can come over more. And this actually could be, yeah, that could be all dark. Yeah, let's do that. This can be all darker. So we can kind of go like this. And also, again, you're not going to get like dead accurate. That's not the point. The point is to kind of realize that with a bit of training, you can actually remember more than you think. Okay, and then, yeah, and then we can kind of bring this in more. And this, kind of bring this back. Okay. So that's memory drawing. So if you're learning to draw today, right? Do some contour drawing. Give it some value, some shading, right? Then do a memory drawing. And it doesn't have to be anything complex. You can go get like a cup. Like I got these little cups, right? A couple of these. Just take some little cups. stack them like that. Put it in one room, put your paper in another, and try to remember what you see. And you saw how I did it, right? I talked to myself. I did drawings. I looked and then closed my eyes and imagined drawing it in my head. It sounds bizarre. It sounds like some like hippie, cultish, weirdo, like Freudian bullshit psychology, but it totally does actually work. It's weird. I don't know why. It also feel kind of weird at first, you know, because most people don't actually do this, but just kind of go with it. Trust me. You'll do like the first few, and then eventually you'll actually start to realize that you're getting better at it. And yeah, you just want to keep, you see, it's not like crazy accurate, but close enough, right? You know, you can sit there and then and kind of just mess with it, go and get the real thing, and then just start, or just, you could probably spend hours just sort of like refining it, making it look closer and closer. Some things to look for. You want to figure out where the light is. So I said, okay, the light is over there. And that will help you sort of figure out, oh, there should probably be a shadow here. Like that. And the backside will be here. So that's a really common thing. Another thing is if you do anything that's like a glass of water, anything that involves water, just pay attention. Water does, like, make a glass of water and put something behind it, and you'll see it. It does weird things where it like flips colors, and it's very strange. Really good exercise because it forces you to actually look and see what you have. Okay, that's the end of this exercise, and now we are going to do some C++. Let me do a little poll, find out where people are at. Let's see. Right, let's get a little poll in there for people. And I'm just going to reiterate, right? All the stuff I'm doing so far, you see, my drawings aren't like amazing, right? My little painting isn't like amazing. My contour drawings aren't amazing. They're not supposed to be, okay? One of the biggest things that I'm trying to get you to understand is that when you're learning to draw, all your drawings suck. So I'm kind of giving you things that give you an excuse to allow your drawings to suck, right? You go, oh, well, it doesn't look right because I'm doing contour drawing. Yeah, it's not supposed to look right, right? Because you're kind of giving yourself a little limitation that makes it so you're not going to be accurate. I'm drawing from memory, so of course it's not going to be, like, it doesn't look exactly the same, right? You're doing it from memory, but it's close enough. If you showed somebody that, be like, oh, that's a couple of baskets, or oh, is it 2 cups? You know, like, it's close enough, right? So eventually we're going to get to, though, where we're going to do something called sight size drawing. It's going to be in a few more exercises, but sight size drawing is where you then get into the photographic realistic stuff. And it's actually pretty easy to do. Doesn't really require this kind of thing, like remembering what's there, and is something that anyone can kind of do to train their accuracy, right? So the way we're kind of approaching this is, 1, you train your feel. That's the contour drawing. 2, you train your values. That's the cross-hatching. 3, you train your memory. That's the memory drawing. And then 4, you train your accuracy. And if you do those in order like that, keep doing that, and in like a few months or a year, whatever, you'll actually see yourself vastly improve. And then maybe we'll get into painting. It feels just weird. Right, everybody, poll is up. So far we have a joker. Yeah, it is kind of strange. Drawing from memory is a little on the odd side. We'll do one more poll after this. I'm kind of curious if... But even though it seems strange, trust me, it vastly improves your ability to draw. It won't make any sense. You'll be like, you'll like won't be able to remember anything, and then probably just in a few days you'll see like, wow, I can remember a ton of stuff about this thing. And it might be, I'm not gonna say a few days, but after you do it a bunch, a few times even, you're gonna see it like a big improvement, and then you're gonna see like your drawing in general just kind of improve. All right, so memory drawing is just weird. Yeah, trust me, it's just weird. But it really, really helps. Like memory drawing is incredibly impactful on your ability to draw. And I'll also say, if you want to get into cartoons, concept art, game art, anything like that, memory drawing is probably like your top #1 thing you want to practice, because being able to draw from your imagination is also drawing from memory, right? And I can actually show you. So I did some sketches of kind of a scene I wanted to do. Yeah, let's do pictures, rebel paintings. Bucket from memory. So this is all from imagination, just sort of me kind of prototyping the feel or the idea of scenes. And this is what you, like if you practice this and you just practice painting landscapes and painting stuff, then eventually you get to where like, okay, it's memory drawing and I know how things kind of should look, so you can kind of do concept art. And then throw in photo bashing and you got it. And then also I did like... all these little guys. All of this was like, I looked at my finger and I had a bag, but everything else is from imagination. I made a yo-yo, I made a locket, a broken pocket knife, a mushroom. And this is just from doing a bunch of memory drawing and then drawing a bunch of things and painting a bunch of things. And you just keep doing it. And eventually you're like, oh, I can just like make that up. Because you get better at kind of remembering what things look like. I recommend you go get pencil or a pen and paper, and don't try to do the drawing program. Yeah, I think the easiest is just go get like go to a business store and get a bunch of printer paper. If you can get printer paper that's kind of gray, go for it. You don't have to go to an art store, and get a bag of ballpoint pens or just a bunch of pencils. And ballpoint pens are good too. Like ballpoint pens are nice because you can't erase them, so you kind of have to learn how to sketch. We're going to cover sketching in the next lesson. And so you kind of have to be more careful and more accurate, or just more sloppy and go with it, right? But if you are going to draw on a computer, yes, I highly recommend getting a drawing tablet. And I will show you that drawing tablets are stupid cheap now. They're so cheap. I think you can get one for $10. I think they're ridiculously cheap. So there's no excuse to not have one. Let's go Amazon. What is it? XP Pen? They do good ones. Huion. This is a 6x4 drawing tablet for $24. Boom. Do you drink coffee from Starbucks? That's 2 Starbucks coffees to put it in perspective. And 6x4 is probably big enough. That's probably, yeah, like that. That's not bad. Because you do end up having to kind of pick up your pen, right? And then Huion, I think. Huion drawing tablet. That's another brand. Oh, yeah. $42 for a 10x6. Yeah. And honestly, I'm going to say this is probably better than my I have a Wacom Cintiq. Cost me like $2,000, something stupid, like 10 or 15 years ago, something really a long time ago. So for $42, you can probably get a more accurate drawing tablet than the one I have from Wacom. So the 2 brands to look up are, and they should be cross-platform, Huion and XP Pen. Those both make pretty decent stuff. Yeah, so $42 for a 10 by 6.5 inch, that's more than enough, right? Because remember, you're not really going to be like drawing on it. You have to practice. Like my tablet is down here and I'm looking up there, right? You have to practice just sort of coordinating your hand and where it goes. So the size, just, 10 or 6 inches is fine. And then the other thing is doing contour drawing. So when you get the tablet, do a ton of contour drawing. That'll help you, and try not to look too much, right? But contour drawing is sort of the best way to learn how to use a pen tablet, because it's literally helping you connect your hand to where the things are. But we can look at a few more. 6x4 is $27. There were some that were like $10. They're probably absolute garbage, but for $10, yeah. Here's one. That's a 10 by 6. So it looks like if it's 10 by 6, it's gonna be about 40, and if it's 6 by 4, it's gonna be about 20. And that'll set you for forever. I think that'll be fine. You could probably use that for a very long time. I don't think Wacom makes better tablets now. I think these are better. They're so cheap. Basically, the patent's expired. And look, okay, so this is stupid, and I'm like this close to buying one of these, right? Because this Wacom is on its last legs, man. Like this Wacom is gonna die. So I have a 13-inch. So my Wacom is a 13-inch. Is it? Yeah, it's a Cintiq 13. Yeah. So you can get a full HD 15.6-inch drawing monitor, so you can literally draw on the monitor for $279. I paid like $1,500 for my thing like 10 years ago, and this is going to have better resolution. Yeah, mine. No, same resolution as mine. If you want a 15-inch 4K is only. A 4K is half the price I paid for an FHD, a full HD. That's nuts, right? That's crazy. So yeah, drawing tablets are stupid cheap, but they're not as cheap as just a bag of ballpoint pens and a stack of printer paper. So do that first. If you want to get fancy, also you can go get. Let me see, Prismacolor. I think it's a black pencil. What is it called? It's not a black wing. Yeah, this thing. Okay, if you want to get fancy, you want to really, really get fancy with the drawing, get yourself a Prismacolor Ebony Sketch. Yeah, Ebony Sketch. Yeah, this. You can get a box of these for like $8 on Amazon. So if you found a local art store, you could probably get that even cheaper. You could probably get one for like $1, a box for like $6. And then if you want a sketchbook, Strathmore sketchbook. Yeah, just this. This is simple. I would get a 9x12, but if you want something you can just toss into a bag and do quick sketches, this one. But 9x12, $15. Let's see, 200 series. Yeah, you could get that one. Either of those two. So Strathmore is good. Here's another one. You don't need much, just those two things. If you buy an eraser, just get a gum eraser. Yeah, these ones, Faber-Castell kneaded eraser. That's what it is. These Faber-Castell kneaded erasers. Honestly, not even this. You could probably get a basic kneaded eraser for like $1.50. Go down to like any Blick or anything like that. And that's all you need. Just Prismacolor, Ebony Sketch, Strathmore drawing, and erasers. That's it. So we're talking a total of $25. So then for $25, you could go get a 6x4 drawing tablet. But I highly recommend doing a sketchbook for one very important reason. You can take the sketchbook with you places, and you're like sitting in a coffee shop. You can't solve a bug, right? Bust out your sketchbook. Draw the laptop, draw your hand, draw the people over there. It'll look like crap, and that's totally okay, because the point of a sketchbook is to do a shitload of drawing. You just want to do so much drawing. And so if you always have that on you, you just put the pencil in there, stick the gum to the wires, or maybe put it in a little plastic bag. You're sitting somewhere, take it out, sketch, put it back. Take it out, sketch, put it back. Try to do it from memory, right? So you're out like, so you're on the subway, or you're just at a coffee shop. Pick something you're going to draw, do the drawing, turn around and look at it, turn back, try to draw it from memory. And basically, if you want to get better at drawing, if you could do like 10 sketches a day, do some contour, do some memory, within just a couple months, you'd probably see that your drawing improved vastly, like an immense amount of improvement in just a few months of drawing every day, right? So there you go. Yeah, Huion XP pen, but I recommend go get some printer paper and ballpoint pens, or a sketchbook and some pencils. Ballpoint pens are fine, and just do a ton of drawing. All right, so at this point, you should be taking breaks. You should be trying to do each lesson in order over time, right? This isn't something you do and you learn how to do in just one day, right? Just like I said, remember, think of this more as you're someone who doesn't know how to read, and you're now trying to learn how to read. It is a slow process. You're someone who doesn't know how to draw. You haven't been drawing since you were a kid, so it's sort of the same thing. It just takes you a long time to draw. And even when people talk about art and drawing and painting, they use words like literacy, story, evoking emotions, and similar things that apply within reading and writing. So that's more or less what you're doing here. You're kind of learning how to express yourself in a new way, and basically learning how to read, but visually, right? So in this lesson, what we're going to cover is the beginning of sketching. So if you've been doing a lot of contour drawing and you've been doing a lot of shading, the next step is to kind of free up the contour. Take your pencil off of the paper and learn how to get kind of close to what you see and do a sketch. Now, one thing I've got to warn you about, you'll run into people who have sketchbooks on like Instagram, and their sketchbooks are complete fantasies. The sketchbooks and sketches are supposed to be kind of rough, not super accurate, just quick impressions. So don't compare your sketches to those fantasy fake sketchbooks you see on Instagram. That's not their sketchbook. They have another sketchbook that's actually sketches, and they're not showing them. So in this one, we basically do the same thing. I do a review of everything we've done so far, do some basic contour drawings. They're not accurate, they're not supposed to be, and shade them, just to practice shading. And then we go and we basically do a sketch like this of this box of stuff. And I show you how to do that. All right, so far we have done contour drawing, which you just saw me doing. So to remind yourself, for contour drawing, there's two forms of it. The first one is don't look at your paper at all. So you pick a point where you're going to draw. And what you're doing is you're looking here and following along your eye like this, but you're drawing over here. Right? And the purpose of this is to get your hand kind of coordinated with what your eye sees, right? So you focus entirely on that. The end result of that is almost always some kind of garbage like that. But if you keep practicing, sometimes you can actually get to where, without looking, you can get very close. So, okay, real quick. You know what I might want to do? Yeah, we'll just do the head. Okay. So if we're going to do that, we're going to do just the head contour drawing. We'll start, say, like right there. Okay. Now don't look. Putting your... Oh, I looked. It's pretty hard. Alright, so without looking, nah, it doesn't look like it, but that's not the point. That exercise is entirely about getting your hand in your eye. Basically, you want your hand to pretend like it's touching the subject, the statue, and your eye to be sort of the guide, right? So then, next form of contour drawing, you can look, but try to look more over there. So we're going to start here again. So we go like that. And I'm going to look. When I get lost, I can look back. If you kind of go in a wrong direction, you can do this sort of backtracking thing. Right? Just like that. Should be better than when you didn't look, but still not, it's not like totally accurate. And actually that one, if you practice and practice, that's actually a style of drawing that's used with watercolor quite a lot. For various reasons. Watercolor can kind of let you get away with that. All right, so that's contour drawing. And, I should probably type that word in just in case. There we go. Okay, and then we learned value strips. I think I'll leave the drawing there, and then we'll do a value strip up here. So the value strip's pretty simple. Make a strip like this. Put a box in the center. Divide it on either side. Close enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is going to be value number 5. This one's going to be value 9, value 1, 3, and 7. So 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. There's a reason, because you'll expand this out more later. And the way I'm telling people to try to do it is the amount of light. So if you went over to a light like this, you turn it down. It's like I turn the knob down, so now it's 1. Right? There's not much light, so this is going to be darker, right? And then I'm going to go about right here. That's 3. And then more. That's 5. That's 7. And this is 9. Something like that. I think I turned it too much. That's more like 9. Yeah. Right. So just like on a dial on, say, a guitar amp or a radio, bigger number means stronger light, right? But if that confuses you, you might be thinking more the amount of pencil. I have to draw more lines to get it darker. So you would have a reverse, but we'll just give it amount of light. So to do these value strips, leave 9 alone. 9 is the lightest you can get, so it's your paper. And then starting here, you do the same direction of crosshatch for all the squares. So. right, so that's your 7s down to 1, right? Then, to get 5, come back the other direction, right? So coming back the other direction. Right, then take a look, squint. If you can't see a difference between 5 and 7, then you need to make 5 a little darker. So you just do that by adding a few more lines. Kind of in between, sort of fill in the gaps. That might be too dark. Here, let me undo some of those. There you go, yeah. They're just like a... Okay, so then squint. Yeah, it's darker. It's got some spots. Oh, I should make sure everyone knows what I mean when I say squint. I mean, you do this. What that does is it does a thing called compressing the values. It makes it so that if something is like, let's say you have like one thing that is a 7, another thing that's a 6, then those two will kind of merge together and look like they're 7, right? So you do that to kind of like make sure that they're different, but it's also a way to kind of simplify what you're looking at. So let's see. Okay, so that's 5 on. So now to do 3, we're going to kind of go slightly vertical-ish, you know? So 3 on. Actually, I'm going to draw that line. That's where 1 is at. Okay, and then squint, make sure they look pretty different. It's pretty close. I think a bit here, a bit here. Yeah, that's different enough. And then finally, when you go to 1, you're kind of doing sort of horizontal, okay? And you can even like press pretty hard. And I also like to just kind of squiggle. And squint. Yep, those are very different. And kind of clean it up a bit. There you go. So if you do a ton of contour drawing and a bunch of value strips, that's actually a lot. That's actually going to make you really able to draw and paint later. All right, so then next thing we covered was using the values. So there are kind of 2 ways you can do it. You can look at the shapes, pick the value and put it down, or you can look at everything that is not a value, make it all that value, and then look at everything that's not. So kind of a difference, right? So for example, I can say this is all 9, so everything else I'm going to do 7. So I'm going to say like this is all 9, so I'm just going to go for it. And the nose and the top of the head, right? So I go first, I just go all 7. the reason you do it this way, this is actually kind of how watercolor works. Just a lot of painting, but definitely watercolor. But I'll show you the other style too. Okay, so that's everything that's 7 or darker, or not 9, right? Then I go, okay, is there anything that's 5? Let's see, probably the neck, maybe through here, right? The cheek through the neck. Okay. So this is 7. So everything else all around here, that's going to be 5 on. So we just crosshatch that. If you keep doing this, it'll seem kind of odd, but you'll start to see how you can kind of merge things together. How, like, some shapes, you don't really have to do every individual shape. You can kind of merge them together and people's brains will figure it out. Right, so that's everything that's 5 or darker. Now we got to look for everything that's 3. So yeah, not much. We can probably go like here. That eye socket and that eye socket. Yeah, all right. So then we come back mostly vertical. Yeah, let's kind of go 3 and on. Yeah. So kind of like this. Yeah, so we're going to leave that. Oh, actually, I can't really do this one. I'll let my pencil, and then this way. Okay, so now we're doing all of that, and this, and this over here. Not that. Yeah, this is pretty dark. Right, and then we go everything that's 1. It's very meditative, which is why I play this music. And there you go. Just do that much. So again, it's not meant to look perfect. It's kind of meant to practice. We're actually, when you're cross-hatching, you're kind of practicing getting better at using the pencil, right? So it's just sort of a basic mechanical thing. So you're learning to do the dark versus light, the shading, but really you're kind of learning to do pencil. So let's say you want to do some boxes. What you do, right, is full screen this, okay? Or if you have real stuff is always better, right? So put the real stuff in one room, put your drawing, your paper, and your pencil in another room. We're going to simulate that by doing Alt-Tab. And let's get rid of the value strip. And that. All right. So to draw from memory, set like a timer, however much time you need. We're going to do 1 minute. All right, 1 minute. So what you want to do to draw from memory is imagine you're in one room. You have a thing. You're going to draw like a pear or a cup or something like that, right? Put it in that room. Go in another room, put a piece of paper, pencil, whatever you're going to draw. Okay, keep them separated. Right now, we're going to start off in the room with the subject room. And you can do anything you want except drawing to remember what it looks like. So I like to take my pinky and I kind of like try to remember the big shapes and I pretend I'm drawing in the air. And then I'll look, I close my eyes, and I'll look, and I close my eyes, trying to kind of hold it in my mind's eye. And I'll also like start saying, okay, what is this? What is this? Kind of talking out loud. Then when I've got it, I got a minute, I go back in the other room and I try to draw what I remember. It sounds bizarre, but trust me, it's like one of the best things to improve your drawing. Okay, so we're going to do this real quick. We're going to do like 3 sessions. So it's not going to be a fantastic drawing, but if you could spend like, well, let's say 30 minutes a day just doing like a memory drawing, and it can even just be like if you're outside, you got your sketchbook and you turn your back on what you're trying to draw and then put it down and try to remember, right? Just trying to remember what you can and draw from it is going to help. Okay. So if you want to play along, let's do a few sessions of this. All right, go. So let's see, we got the shape. I'm just going to try to remember the top shape. And then a box, kind of just a box like that. Okay, we got that on my eye. There's like a cloth that looks like that, and I try to close. Okay. Let's see, in the box, about 2/3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. So cut it into thirds. Right, got 10 seconds. Remember. Close your eyes. Look. Fake draw in the air. Close your eyes. Look. Okay, ready? All right, go back to your paper. Try to draw it. See, so like, let's say the box is down there, top is here, 1, 2, 3, about like that. Came down to about here. Does this go that way or that way? I need to look at that. Oh. I think it was kind of like wider on the top. There's like some red, I think, light writing here, and then kind of a cloth there. And probably went like that. And then this was most likely a shadow. Yeah, I don't know if these are angled in or out. So do they go this way or that way? So I remember, let's go this way or that way. I think this actually, yeah, how thick are these edges? And what direction they go. Okay, ready? Now we're going to switch back. Okay, yeah, it's way wider. So let me see. Okay. Let's see. It's Oh, and actually the box kind of goes up to there. All right, so it's like that. Ah, it's like 2/3 wide. Yeah, 2/3 wide. And both sides are kind of straight, but that one goes out there. Okay, 2/3 of the whole thing, maybe even more. I'll say like 80% of it is how wide it is at the top. And that goes out like that. So like this. This. You can also imagine yourself drawing it, right? That helps. Like in your mind's eye, imagine, like step back and imagine in your head looking at yourself drawing. Okay, and go, flip back. Okay, so this actually comes out like that. It's about, it's kind of like out here and here. And this is mostly straight like that. And this was kind of in like that. Get rid of that. I don't think it was round on that side, really. Let's get rid of that. I think it kind of came down straight and went like this. I think. And then this was fine, but actually it was like this. It's like over here. Okay, that's 1 minute. Last session. Switch back. Okay, so mine is too wide. Yeah. It's too wide. This has to be very straight. Too wide, very straight. So bring it in. Okay. That's like that. And what I'm doing, I'm literally like going like this with my pinky around the thing. It's weird, trust me, but it totally works. It totally works. It also has kind of like a good, like sort of like a meditative kind of feeling to it. Trying to draw from memory as yeah, it feels nice. Okay, so that's got to be like that. That's got to be straight. That's got to be like that. That's got to be straight. And then, open close your eyes. Try to remember what you see. When you do that, you'll actually have sort of an after image in your vision just from the light. Okay, last session, fix it up. Flip back. Okay, this has to be more straight like this. It's too wide, and this has to be more like this. And we can bring this down, clean this up, and then this was like some cloth that was kind of bound together. Like that. And then this was like that. This is all pretty dark inside here. And there was some like this. It was kind of an angle-ish there. There. I feel like this is wrong. Okay, that's the end. So you don't have to do much, like even just doing that. Let's see how to do. Not too bad. I mean, it's from memory in 3 minutes, right? Around 6 minutes. Yeah, this. I didn't see that. This isn't too bad. And keep in mind, mine's kind of moved up. Yeah. Alright, so there you go. That's memory drawing. Actually, I may use that drawing instead of the sculpture for the next lesson. Yeah. So, proportions and like foreshortening, proportions, and perspective from memory are almost always going to be off. But if you try to remember shapes, that tends to work. Also, weirdly, you're going to get the direction of shadows wrong, even though they won't make sense when you draw them down. You'll still remember them wrong and then draw them wrong. That's a really common one. But yeah, so if you want to learn to draw, get yourself a sketchbook, and I'll drop some more links to some sketchbooks, right? And just every day, do a contour drawing, right? Do the one that you can look, but you draw a little bit, you look, draw a little bit, you look. And, kind of a nice complex scene feels really great. Hanging out in a coffee shop, a pub, something like that. Just kind of like draw the scene and draw the people. If you're going to draw a person, we'll get to that in a second. Then value strips. Like you should just be eating value strips every day. Just that little 5 strip. Do like 10 of those a day, kind of like a warm up, or just if you're just like reading the news, chilling, you got your little book, goes value strip, value strip, value strip, value strip. It'll get annoying after a while. So you've done enough when you're like bored and you don't feel like doing it. But it's pretty meditative. It's actually pretty fun. I wouldn't say fun, but it's just like relaxing, right? And then drawing some stuff from memory. So if you could do like, say, one contour drawing, shade it with your value strips, and then do the same thing or something else from memory. That's like what, about an hour, right? You can spread that out over the day, and then if you just keep doing that, I promise you'll actually learn to draw. You'll get really good at drawing. But the next thing we're going to learn is how to make a drawing that doesn't suck. And it doesn't suck much, we'll say, right? So this is sort of the next level of getting closer to being very accurate. So this is sketching style, right? This is what you typically see when people do sketching. Now, one thing I'm going to warn you is that there's some people who go like, look at my sketchbook, and their sketchbook is like perfect, and that's a total load of bullshit. So that person actually has a sketchbook, and sketches are supposed to be kind of rough and not accurate, right? They're supposed to be kind of notes, okay? So if you see someone whose sketchbook just looks like perfectly Instagram ready, it's a load of bullshit. They got another one that everything is like sketched and simplified and easier, right? So we're going to do sketching next. Let me just load this up. We're going to import that exact same thing that we were just drawing. I'm going to import it. And we're going to learn how to sketch it, because it's kind of cool. Cloth is really fun. Cloth is like really, really fun. Very challenging. Getting cloth right is real hard. Where was it? It's like this one? Yeah, okay, let's do that one. Yeah, about right there. It's good. And keep in mind, I'm simulating what you might do in the real world, like if you're out. And, learning to draw with digital has a lot of advantages. But it's a lot easier to just use like a ballpoint pen and a notebook, or like a little pencil and a notebook. It's just so much easier. You can carry it with you. You don't need to turn a computer on. It gets you away from the computer. So if you're a programmer and you're stuck with a bug, grab your sketchbook and just like, draw your hand, or like go outside and draw some stuff, and it'll unlock the bugs. It'll fix all the bugs. And it's not too expensive. But if you are interested in getting into digital, tablets these days are very cheap. You can get a tablet, like a decent tablet, for $40. A 10x6 is about $40, and a 6x4, that's the surface area, is $20. So very cheap these days. You can get a monitor, like a actual tablet monitor like I have, for about $250. But I do not recommend that. Please don't blow tons of money. Okay, so sketching. The idea with sketching is that you're taking what you learn doing contour drawing. So that contour drawing's purpose is to get your hand and your eye to do the same thing. Okay. So that's the first step. Because right now you see a thing and then you go to draw it with your hand and your brain is like, oh, I'm in charge now. I know what that looks like. And then you just draw bullshit, right? It's just totally not right. It's because you've not trained your brain. So your brain is just going to make up complete lies, right? So the contour drawing breaks your brain so that way you can actually just have your eyes control your hand more directly, okay? And if you saw the previous lessons when I turned a face upside down and just had you draw it, doing that too also breaks the things in your brain that make you want to summarize the face and mess with how you perceive the face, right? Okay, then the memory drawing is helping you build up your ability to hold details and information in your mind before you transfer to the paper, because it'll go away like that. It's like almost instantaneously go away. So you need to really be able to like look at something and then remember what you had to do and then go to the paper. But we'll have another solution for that, and later we'll do site size drawing. That'll be where you get very, very accurate. So the purpose of sketching is to, one, get you drawing. You don't want to spend a ton of time on a sketch. A sketch is meant to be kind of rough, a summary, a note, an impression of what you saw. And it's to practice all the stuff you've done before, right? So it's kind of like to confirm that you're learning something, right? So you're going to practice, you're going to use contours to kind of figure out where it's at, but you don't have to do contour drawing. You're going to practice your values, and you're going to have to look at stuff and then remember and actually do the drawing. So the sketching is where you apply the other three lessons: values, contour, and memory, right? So the way to do a sketch, honestly, the way to do a sketch is just sit your ass down and do a sketch. That's it, right? Just sit down, take what you know, and try to draw what you see. But I'm going to give you some ways to make it a little easier, okay? So the first thing is, if you know how tall something is and how wide it is, like it's just sort of like, imagine it's got a box around it. So you can imagine where like, maybe I put like a piece of wood here, a piece of wood here, a piece of wood kind of here, and a piece of wood here. Okay. So I made a little wood frame around it. You can even take your hands and kind of go like this or like this to see what it is. Okay, it's like that, right? If you can get the top and the bottom left and right, that's like a big win. Just that right there will help you make a better looking, more proportional drawing, right? So that's your kind of first step. But there's sort of a certain way to do it, because when you do a sketch, you don't want to have like, you know, a ton of lines all over the place. It makes it a little harder to kind of see what you're doing. I could actually just do this instead of like erasing. Okay, so another way to do that same kind of have a box thing is you just sort of touch the paper, right? So I go, okay, let's see, kind of here, right? Get a little touch there, a little touch there. Okay, so that's about how tall it is. Maybe the corner is there. So you're just kind of like feeling it out, just like a touch there. And use what you're learning from contour drawing to go, yeah, I think it's kind of here. And this is kind of about here. That's kind of about here. Yeah, and you start doing a little bit of drawing, light. Kind of keep your pencil marks real light. This is kind of about here. Yeah, so it's kind of like, it's like about like this. And then maybe it's about out here, right? Just a little light mark. And then that's about up there. Okay, so notice I didn't draw like a big, hard set of lines, but I still kind of know where everything is, right? So we're touching, we're kind of feeling where stuff's at, just kind of getting an idea. Another thing is you don't have to do a lot of erasing. If you get it wrong, let's say you go like this, you can actually kind of inch your way in and go, no, it's not there. It's kind of more here, more here. Yeah. It's kind of like right there. Because what'll happen is, and when you're done with the drawing, nobody will see those little light marks, or they'll just look like character, right? They're just like, oh, this person's an artist, right? Okay, we go, Then we start trying to find more landmarks. Just get some touching in here. Yeah, this part is kind of like right there to there, right? And then it comes up into here. So now we're trying to get a little more confident with knowing where things at. So just kind of slowly getting sort of a silhouette, right? That's there. So then this is kind of here. And again, I'm very light. Okay, so then this is kind of maybe here. And it's sort of like that. Okay, and yeah, this is kind of more out here. Notice I'm still kind of doing contour drawing, but I'm just doing a light touch, little light touch here, little light touch there. Right? It's like here, and that's going to come up here, and I can start now and kind of do a few more lines. And you see how it's kind of slowly emerging? Kind of there. This part of the box is sort of here, right? And we're just sort of like touching until we get kind of there, right? So see, now I'm kind of feeling it out where everything's at. And next, I just sort of try to get the big shapes. So this, I feel like this has to come out here. And notice I'm kind of going, yeah, it's got to come out there. Okay. And then it comes down here. I think that has to be more over here. Now, if something really bothers you, go ahead and erase it. Okay, now we've got sort of the silhouette kind of figured out. I know that this has to come over here, and that's about there. So then what we do is we just start getting more confident. So I can see there's this line. It's actually kind of cool. It's like two boxes, right? And then this thing here is kind of here. So I'm going to go, yeah, I'm going to go like this. And then once you feel like you've got enough info, and also think of drawing and also painting as kind of finding more and more information, because your first thing that you see is usually always wrong, right? And so you're just trying to correct what you see and find more info. All right, so like this. Yeah, let's get that cloth in. So now that I sort of know where, like, a general idea, I can start adding in some of the major shapes. And now we're going to get to where I have kind of more confident lines. And so what you want to do is have kind of big lines, right? I mix it like kind of big lines, and I'll do little squigglies. So see these little squigglies? If you're kind of lost, you just kind of do a little squiggly like that. It'll actually kind of unlock what you see. All right, and so then, yeah, this is here, and constantly relate where things are. But for the most part, if you did kind of like little marks for where things are, kind of like up here, over there, so on and so forth, now you should be able to kind of be a little more confident. And also, like, you can also do kind of like a bit of a contour drawing, kind of figure out where things are. So yeah, I think like this. And remember, we're keeping it really, really light. You want to basically make it so that these lines aren't really seen. And then there's that behind it. Okay. And then you kind of want to look, I think this needs to be wider. I think this is actually more out here. And notice I'm not going to erase. I'm just going to kind of draw it again. Yep, there we go. And then we can sort of say, I can kind of see the box through here. Can I get that down? All right. And then this is like this. That's this box. All right. So then now we're at a point where we've got a lot of information, right? And what you're doing is it's kind of like growing your confidence in what you see. First, you're unsure, right? You're not confident. And then as you get more information, you slowly kind of get more confident. You can make more confident marks, right? So like, I think this probably has to come out some. I think it's probably like that. Now, sometimes you'll be like, oh, that's totally wrong, but it still works in the drawing. Just leave it. it's fine. You can do another sketch. The whole point is that the sketches are supposed to be kind of quick. Okay, so that's there. That's here. Like that. That bothers me, but I won't erase it. Okay, so now that we have sort of like more, and then this has sort of like a top that's like this. Now we can kind of press harder and sort of start get a more defined drawing. So we don't have to be super accurate with it. Now what you can do is just draw it how you want. Like just kind of draw it. Things are sort of in the right place. So you just kind of have to make it look like a drawing, like you did a drawing. Okay, and so now I'm just going to get more and more confident marks. And I tend to kind of do this kind of like squiggly thing, but you find your own style. Once you sort of know where stuff's at, you kind of then just forget what you've been learning and just try to do the drawing. And I'll also say, just don't expect your drawings to be amazing all the time. But if you do one that is amazing, like be like proud of it. Hey, cool, I did it. I like to think of it as like, you know, you got like maybe you're at a stage where like 1% of your drawings are like decent, you like them, and the other ones really, you don't say that they're bad, but just go like, okay, yeah, so I need to work on this and this and this. Yeah, it looks like I need to work on values. And then you cue that up, do a bit more values, and then try another drawing. You go, okay, this one came out better, but you know, I think proportions, I need to work on that. And paying attention to details. So try to be as objective as you can when you evaluate your stuff. Yeah, go there. This comes here. This is like this. Let's see. Yep, got that. All right, we have an add, and then I'll show you the shading part of it. So using what you learned, put it together. Because you don't need a whole lot of lines. And in fact, you could not do what I'm doing now. Just get your little outlines going and then just start shading it. And do just the shapes and it would probably look amazing. Okay, we're going to kind of get that in there, this in here. That goes there. All right, so you have a drawing that looks like this, right? Now remember, it's not intended to be like photorealistic, you know? Just it's fine. It's better than your contour drawing, but it's not photo level. We will get to a style of drawing that can get you to photographic level, but you kind of have to build yourself up to be able to do it. It's not hard. It's called sight size drawing if you want to look it up. It's the style of drawing that John Singer Sargent, I think... what's his name? Basically, a lot of the classical realists use it, and it goes back a long ass way, probably 1,000 years or so. So this one is you get a sketch. Now what we want to do is kind of make it look more real by getting in some of the values. So while you're practicing, you want to do your little value strip, but I'm just going to kind of go for it. And what I think I might do, let's do this. Okay, so now we kind of want to make it look like this. So I'm going to squint again, right? And what you're going to do when you squint is you're going to see, let me do this. Here, let me actually do it this way. There we go. When you squint, I want you to look like kind of over here, all right? Look over there. Now open your eyes fully, look. That looks like it's all totally different values, right? It looks like there's like value 7, you know, pretty light, and value 3 or 1, pretty dark, right? Now squint, and what do you see now? When you squint down, you should see that kind of really this is all value 1, like it's pretty dark. This is value 1, and then the rest is, say, value 5 or 7, right? So that's what squinting does. It sort of helps you simplify the shapes. So you squint down. All right, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to take this part here. And we're just going to make this here pretty dark. And the rest of it, yeah, the whole top, like through here. So what we're going to do, we're going to kind of shade this all in right there with 1. And then when we come back, we're going to make this pretty dark, right? So we're going to do it kind of quick. Yeah, so let's go here first. All right. So we're just going to and sort of speed is kind of the goal. You don't have to go fast. There's people who think that if you didn't go fast, you didn't make art. Those people also did a lot of LSD in the 60s. So their opinion is questionable to begin with. Okay, we're gonna do that. Like this. And then also this one kind of come back. Yeah, I think we could probably get away with most of the top on this side, right? Okay, so that's like we're going value 7 there, right? Now we're going to come back and do the rest. But we're kind of going up through here. And same thing here. Oh man. It's one of the reasons why I don't really think digital is a good learning medium, because like if it's real paper, I touch the paper, the pencil makes a mark. I'm over here with my pencil, like having to jam it into the screen to get it to do anything half the time. So if it looks like the cross-hatching is kind of jacked, that's because it is. Okay, and then let's see, like right through here. Yeah, that right there. Okay. And then squint down. Yeah, we can just take this whole thing here, make it pretty dark. Okay. And then we can come over to here. And really the whole top, yeah, we can just sort of like come in and start just cross-hatching this whole top. Oh, and actually we kind of want to come back here. Hold up. Yeah, like it's only doing marks half the time. It's incredibly irritating. Try a different pencil maybe? Yeah, that might be better. Okay. We'll talk a little bit about critique. I'm going to stop right there. Right? I want to talk a little bit about judging your work. If you look at this right now, it doesn't look that great, right? But the drawing beforehand probably looked okay. There's this part in the middle in everything that you make. If you're a writer, I'm a professional writer. I've published 4 books. I'm a professional programmer. I know how to make code. Everything that I do, everything I've seen everyone do. Painting, I know how to paint. I know how to draw. I know how to do it in multiple mediums, different subjects. Every single creative process I've ever seen, the middle looks like shit. The middle part of your whatever you're making will look like total ass. So if you get halfway through like this looks kind of like ass, right? It'll probably continue to look like ass because I'm struggling with the pencil. But this middle part, don't judge it. Don't judge it yet. Just go, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. The middle always looks like shit. The middle always looks like shit. Don't trust the middle. It could come out awesome. I'm not going to learn anything if I judge it now, right? And I think this goes out to all you gifted kids, all you perfectionists, right? You get to the middle part and you go, I suck. This is terrible. And you give up. Well, you're not done yet. So it could turn out awesome. It could turn out better than you thought. It could still turn out totally terrible, but at least you finished it and you learned something. If you stop halfway through, you won't learn how to finish it, right? Okay, so don't judge the middle. I'm looking at this now because I kind of know what I'm doing. I know it's not going to come out great, but for you, go ahead and keep going. Don't stop in the middle. And this applies to if you're writing, like you want to write a book, you got to keep going until you're done with it, right? If you want to make a piece of software, write some code, you got to keep going until you're done with it, right? Build it up slowly and just don't worry about the middle part. When you're done, then go evaluate it, okay? Because the middle always looks like shit. All right. Let's go put some more polish on this turd. All right, so now, yeah, we're just going to basically crosshatch this whole top. So it's sort of like the purpose of this style of crosshatching, trust me, this is not the only way to do crosshatching, is to kind of get you to merge shapes together. It's going to become very important later. If you want to do watercolors, you want to do oil paints, pastels, being able to simplify shapes by merging them together is like a big advantage. So that's why we're doing this kind of strange style where you have to look. I'm looking at this. I'm going like, this is kind of like all like 7, like light to dark. So I'm just going to shade it all with one big screen. And you can do sections like I did that side over there. Yeah, so even though it's dark in here, I'm just going to go right through it. Okay, cool. And then go ahead and do a little cleanup if you need to. Yeah, because like this right here, that's pretty white. Okay, now we go back the other direction to do the rest of it. So any place that is darker, no, actually we gotta go, yeah, that way. And across like this. And then like this. Okay, and then inside there, let's see. Yeah, let's make this darker. And this. And then this is really dark inside here. This is what they call a light trap. It's one of the few places that may actually be black. Nothing in real life that has very high color, right? And is very dark or very light. It's like just a few things. And most of the time it's like a man-made object will be very black. And then, yeah, let's hit that one more time. Right, that's good enough. Yeah, let's kind of just do this a bit. Okay, see, it's starting to come out, right? So now we're going to kind of find some more places, some more. And also, if you keep doing this, you'll find out you don't have to draw around everything. You can actually sort of, what we say, imply stuff. And then there, here. Yeah, let's make this a lot darker. This pen, dude. And then, yeah, kind of this. Okay. And that's kind of pretty close there, but let's squint down. I could probably make this darker. Yeah, we can probably do. Yeah, a bit like that. That'll work. Okay, so then it's just a matter of kind of adding some of the dark spots to here. We're sort of saying the box is pretty light, so we're gonna kind of do this, do that. Maybe just some light cross hatching through here. Yeah, these things. And then, yeah, this is a pretty dark line here. Cross hatch that. Could kind of give this some light marks. When it comes to lettering, just sort of like, again, this word imply means just don't do it accurately. You want to, it takes practice to learn how, but what you want to do is, when you imply it, basically people will look at it and they go, oh, that's letters, but they can't read it, right? I think that's the best way to do it. To say what you have to do. Okay, here we go. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, we could tinker with that forever. Let's see. All right. A lot of people here just interested in drawing. Cool. And digital art. Oh, no traditional media. Oh my God. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I mean, digital art. So one thing I'm going to warn people, if you think digital art is easier, in a lot of ways it's not. So if like there's a particular style you like, I would go and see what that artist learned first. So if let's say you like, sort of an anime style, they probably did a shitload of watercolor, right? Because like if you go to school for like illustration, you're going to do a lot of gouache and watercolor. I think that's still pretty good. A lot of charcoal, a lot of drawing, a lot of gouache, a lot of watercolor. So water media, right? And they'll also have to be forced to do like some oil painting, pastels. Because back in the day, they did a lot of pastel. And if you like sort of like the art of like Pixar, they do almost exclusively, as far as I know, they do pastel. Like and also a lot of the like illustration based companies, so movie studios and whatnot, hire a lot of like traditional landscape painters to kind of do like ideas for them. So if there's an artist you really love, go find out or just email them and ask them, hey, when you learned to draw, did you learn like watercolor first, or did you always do digital? Okay, so this is the drawing. This is a sketch, right? That's what it's supposed to look like. And I'm going to kind of show you another way to do these sketches that's sort of gross, but you might like it better. If you're using real paper, it's actually kind of cool, but yeah, you'll see. All right, so let's do another poll. All right, so most people looking at drawing. Very cool. All right, so if you did a drawing, I would say mine's like, yeah, it's not bad. That's a good sketch. I definitely need to work on how well I use the pencil. The digital thing, maybe my nib is crap. Or maybe I need to replace the nib. It just doesn't actually draw half the time. So it's most likely just got to practice it. Maybe adjust some things here and there. Let's see. It's pretty good proportion. You know, one thing you should always do too, especially if you're copying from a photo, is get rid of it and see, does it make sense? Yeah, so without the photo, it's kind of hard to tell what that is, but that's to be expected. It's not a very common object, right? But you can kind of see, yeah, it's like maybe some boxes with something on it. Okay. And then with the object, you can sort of compare. Yeah, it's not too bad. I'd say that's good enough for a sketch. That's what we're shooting for. Okay, so then the last thing I kind of want to show you. I don't know if I'll be able to simulate it in here. Let me just see what we can do. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. I may have to actually... let's add a layer. Let me see what this does. I may have to actually practice this before I try to show people. You see, like the pastels should be more like this. They're not fuzzy. You can make them fuzzy. It's very easy to do that. It's almost too easy. But when you start off, they're very accurate. And then this. A bit right there. Yeah. Yeah, we can probably dip down into here. Yeah, see? Looks way better. It could also be that I'm actually just an oil painter. Okay, and then get down like this. All right, so that's 3 styles. 2 of them I really suck at. Then this is oil painting. So you can see kind of where you're aiming for, right? Because generally if you can get a sketch and then you can get basic shapes, the next step after this is what I would say would be your basic shape start. This is where you get started. Then you just refine this and keep refining this with your chosen medium. So in digital, you would then probably zoom in on both and you would sort of like figure out how to make it look more realistic at those sections and so on, right? Okay, so then the last thing to kind of cover for sketching is how to do sketching with spit and ink. And it sounds crazy, but trust me, it's actually really good. All right, so if you have a sketchbook, right? Okay. And then you just go get a pen that is kind of crappy. I think this pen, I have one of these. I don't think this will work, but you can get like these you can basically get pens that are water-based. And I forget, they're by Faber-Castell, I think. So you can do your drawing like you normally would. Let me see if I got, yeah, okay, cool. So you kind of do your drawing like normal, right? You know, so like, let me see if I can make it so you can see. Let's do this. Okay, so I'm gonna like, oh hey, I got my drawing. Okay, and you do your little contour drawing, right? Okay. Now let's say the light is over here, and I want to make this darker right there. So I kind of go like this. Get my finger and go like that. Now this is an alcohol pen, so it's not actually going to do it, but yep, just lick it and go like that. And it'll do this really cool sort of like watercolor thing and shade that side. And then you can go over here, go like that. So if you're feeling adventurous and you want to go out and sketch, you want to bring a pen and you want to do a little quick sketch drawings, but also make them look kind of like watercolors or like art, then yeah, just like get a crappy pen and your spit and it'll look good. Trust me, it'll look good. Try that for sketching if you can handle basically your sketchbook being a bunch of spit and ink. Trust me, it is awesome. I think you'll actually like it. Okay, so that's the next practice to start throwing into learning to draw. You've got contour drawing, right? And doing that. Then you've got drawing from memory. And honestly, and doing value strips, right? Okay. You could live in that for the next 3 months and come out the end of the 3 months being pretty damn good at drawing, right? Those three things are going to get you, they're going to get you some art, right? But it's probably going to frustrate the majority of people who are programmers because you're going to want to be, I want to be accurate. I want to be accurate. So the next phase in getting towards accuracy is doing this kind of sketching. And you can see it's more accurate than if I did a contour drawing, but it's still not bang on, right? It's still not photographic. And hopefully if you like this and you like that it's not photographic, maybe you just sort of let go. You know, it doesn't have to be crazy accurate, right? There is some sort of element of risk. So like, you know, like just taking a chance and seeing if you've seen if something awesome comes out. And if not, then cool, do another one. It's a sketchbook. That's the point, right? So if you're at a point where your contour drawing is getting boring and the memory drawing is getting boring, then do a bunch of sketches too. Just keep your little sketchbook on you, your pencil, and just sketch everything. Your food, rooms you're in, places you go, people you see. Try and do them fast. Try to do slow. Everything you can, okay? And then the next lesson we're going to do, well, I think the next session, we're just going to do a bunch of sketches like this, okay? We're going to actually practice sketching random stuff like that. And then I'll cover common subjects. So things that you commonly want to learn how to paint and draw, right? So rooms, portraits, kind of how to approach all those. And then after that, we're going to do site size drawing. So site size drawing is actually kind of what I did here, right? You have your thing side by side, and then there's a way to measure very accurately from point to point to get your drawing like dead accurate, like super accurate. And then once you have it really accurate, you can paint on top of it. You can draw from there more, do your cross hatching, just go all out, right? So that's sort of like the end goal, site size drawing and doing drawings from that. And then final thing I might throw in using charcoal. I might actually go and use charcoal. Charcoal's pretty easy to work with, but again, it requires kind of setup, you know, certain paper, got to go get a certain thing, you need a board, right? If you want to learn to draw, that making it easy for you to get to your stuff and just sit there and draw is going to make it so you do more drawing. And the only way to learn to draw is to do a shitload of drawing. That's the only way to learn how to draw. It's just to try and draw as accurately as you can, and use every trick you can think of to make it more accurate. So there we go. That's today's drawing lesson. And actually, I only have 2 hours, so I may end it early. I hope you all don't mind. So no programming tonight, sadly. And always remember, you know, it just takes practice. Just think of it as like you're someone who doesn't know how to read, right? So the reading is not a natural thing. You just have to practice reading until you can read, right? So it's sort of the same thing. You just drawing's not really that natural, drawing accurately. So you just gotta practice drawing until it's natural. All right, so we're at lesson 5. Now you've been doing basically a bunch of contour drawing. Hopefully you've been learning to do memory drawing. Memory drawing is easily the top #1 thing to practice to improve your ability to draw. It is an amazing, amazing boost to your skill to draw. For some reason, it seems to kind of undo a lot of the things that your brain is trying to do. So yeah, definitely practice it. Even if it feels weird and it looks weird, trust me, it totally works to improve your drawing skills. Now in this one, this is a painting I did of a scene. I took a photo and I just did this painting on stream, 10 minutes. We're using Rebel, right? And what we're really going to try to do in this lesson is just this little drawing down here. That's it. That's the whole goal for this lesson is, see this little drawing down there? That's all we're aiming for. Notice it's almost like the sketch before, but I'm going to show you how I do measurement. So it's a measured version of the sketch. As long as you keep practicing attempting to measure in the way that I show you, and I talk a lot about how you lock your arm, you lock your head, you lock your eyes, I give you all the things to help you move your measurements forward, then you can take what you do with sketching and kind of make it a little bit more accurate, a little more real. And it's all about time. Just every day, make it a little more accurate, a little more real. Then exercise 6, I go through here and I basically use the shading to make it look like closer to the real scene. But again, not exactly like it. That's not our goal for this series. Our goal for this series is get you drawing and get those first hurdles out of the way. So that way you have the ability to continue on with any style you want, any kind of drawing you want. All right, hope you enjoy it. Okay, so today I want to talk about being accurate, which I think is something that I obsessed over, and I think a lot of people who are programmers are definitely going to obsess over. And how you can, first off, why it's not as important as people think. And then ways to initially kind of improve your accuracy, what makes you more accurate over time. And then eventually, in a couple lessons, I think, we'll talk about a style of drawing that's the most accurate and the easiest for most people to do. It's called a side-size drawing. But I think of side-size drawing as like a good training method, and if you have to be dead accurate, then it's good. But otherwise, insane accuracy is kind of overrated, right? So the first thing to talk about, right? Okay. So if you look at a lot of art, let's say we're going to do a little fake graph, right? And if you look over here, this axis is expressiveness, right? And this axis here is accuracy. I'm just going to do that. You have some art that is not expressive and not accurate. So that's going to be basically not very good art, right? It's going to have almost nothing to it, and it's not going to be very accurate. That's kind of like where a lot of people's initial drawings are, right? And what you're aiming for is somewhere in this range, right? Somewhere around here. So if you take some stuff that, let's say Monet's paintings, they're actually pretty accurate and also pretty expressive, right? Because he's changing the colors. So let's say they're middle accuracy. And you can kind of judge how accurate something is by whether people recognize it or not. If it's trying to be a thing or not. So if you look at Monet's paintings and Renoir and Toulouse-Lautrec, any of those guys from the late 1800s, early 1900s, they were almost on purpose not trying to be photographic, right? Super accurate. They're trying to be more expressive. And it's kind of, these two things sort of pull against each other. It's very difficult to do this, to be up here, to be very accurate and also very expressive. Usually the only way you can do that is with figures and kind of doing something very risque and stuff like that. Naked people and doing orgies. There's artists that actually do that too. And then when I think of expressive, I think of it as more how much do you make people think, good or bad, right? There's some people who do art where all they care about is making you think, and that's where the dude like piles garbage on the ground, calls it art, right? So when you think of accuracy, a lot of people who are just starting out, they want to be highly accurate, very, very accurate, right? They want to be as far on this edge as they can. And so that just takes practice and time. Accuracy is really just a factor of time. Like, how much time do you have to actually keep working on the drawing and making it more and more accurate? How much time do you have to keep practicing? But expressiveness is kind of like just a factor of like taking risks, like just going for it and seeing what happens. And so there's usually some kind of sweet spot in the center, right? Where like you're not crazy accurate and you're not just flailing around on the canvas like a random idiot, where you're being a human who's kind of like in between, not too accurate, like you're not trying, because it's very hard to be accurate and all expressive. So you're trying to express yourself and kind of do what you need, but then also trying to maintain accuracy, right? And typically it'll be a lot of, say, impressionist paintings and things like that are kind of more in this middle range, right? This is kind of like impressionism. You're going to get a lot of the more process art, they call it, or modern art. It's going to be more around this range, right? It's going to be highly expressive. And when the people do that art, what they're doing is they're kind of working the surface, you would say, where like what they're doing is they paint and then they kind of go with it. They put what seems to be random on there and then they go with it and they work the surface. They might scrape it to see what comes out, you know. So this is a lot like modern arts over here. This is kind of like more impressionist arts there. And then, you know, over here, this is where you have like a lot of the classical realists. They're trying to hang out down here where they don't care about altering the color. Everything has to be dead accurate. They're trying to replicate a photo. And this is fun to try to do, like to kind of push yourself up here. And I would say, even if you want to do art that's over in these areas, right? Where you want to kind of make art that isn't accurate at all, and is pretty expressive. It helps to learn to make paintings in this area or to make drawings in that area, because then it gives you control, gives you confidence, right? You can just choose to not be that way. But it's also, it kind of helps you, because if your goal is to do this, it's hard to tell the difference between someone who doesn't know what they're doing and someone who does, right? In this area. And you get this a lot. You get people who go like, oh, my 5-year-old could have done that. But the difference is, if you practice, you train doing this, where you're in this range, you have a background, like a history of doing, oh, I can totally paint. I choose to do this. I choose to do these things. Then that's different. People perceive that differently, right? So you're not just doing it because you suck. You're doing it because that's a conscious choice. And it seems irrelevant, but it does really matter, right? It matters. You can do this. You choose to do that. This is more of a power play, right? You know, it's kind of like I shave my head because I'm going bald, right? No, I shave my head because I'm a cool dude who shaves his head, right? It's a conscious choice. So it's sort of the same thing, right? So when we talk about accuracy today, we're not shooting for this photographic accuracy, right? We're going to try to get accuracy that, if, let's say you think your paintings are down around here. Your paintings are not very, your drawings are not very expressive. They're not very accurate. That's fine. That's exactly where you should be, right? What you're shooting for, you know, maybe over the next few weeks, is to move your paintings on the accuracy scale and try and experiment sometimes on the expressiveness scale, right? So I'm going to give you some techniques to use today, and also talk about, you know, even just the concept of accuracy, to get you kind of more down here, right? As you practice, you get down here. Now, what's interesting is, if you've been doing the contour drawing, you probably started here, right? Let's change the color. So you probably started here. Like your drawings are probably way off. And then I showed you the tricks, or like I turned things upside down, and suddenly your drawings are down here with just nothing more than turning the face upside down. Suddenly you can draw the face pretty well. So accuracy, in a lot of ways, right, is a process of kind of, like I said, turning off helpful, quote unquote, helpful things in your brain. And things like recognizing faces are very helpful. Being able to see in 3D is very helpful. Being able to like change the size of things that you're trying to hit or shoot at is very helpful. In drawing, those three things are not helpful at all, right? So having a face summarized for you so you can memorize it makes the face look cartoonish, right? Having like being very accurate with a rifle or with a bow or something like that means that everything gets bigger when you go, I have to be accurate. So that needs to be turned off, right? That doesn't help you in drawing. And seeing things in 3D doesn't help you at all, because you'll see yourself doing this all the time. And when you look at pros, they have their heads straight and they close one eye so that they get a 2D version of it, right? So the no hair example is great. Yeah. It's true. If you go read about Picasso, right? Picasso was making paintings that, I mean, he was using latex house paint, right? And if you read, Salvador Dali was like a friend of his, a contemporary, and Salvador would make fun of him constantly because Salvador Dali was a very, very good painter, and he was an incredibly accomplished painter, right? And Picasso learned to paint and draw when he was a kid because his dad was an art teacher, but then it was like, I don't feel like doing that. I'm going to do something different. So whenever people made fun of him, he's like, yeah, I could already draw and paint really well. I choose to do it this way. And that changed the way his art was perceived, right? So when we talk about accuracy today, it's going to be just pushing how accurate you can be as an exercise, but then finding your accuracy where you want and making sure you're not picking that area of accuracy because that's the best you can do as sort of like an escape hatch, right? Like one of the points of art and programming and writing and music is to kind of explore who you are. And if you're like afraid of being accurate and you're going to go, oh yeah, I'm going to be a process painter and make garbage because you're afraid, well, then you're kind of missing the point of art. The point of art is to go, well, can I go this far? Okay, well, I know like this is kind of my limit right now. Okay, well, can I make that expressive? Where can I land in this range, right? So for me, I have to work on my drawing all the time. Color for me, no problem. I'm like bang on, super good at color. Drawing, I always have to work on it, right? But I went from being able to draw like this garbage to actually doing like photographic level, and then just didn't like it. Like I don't like the insane amount of time it takes. Like I said, accuracy is really a function of time. There's no techniques. There's nothing that really make you more accurate. Just time is the only thing. It just takes forever. And I did a drawing of this one cast. It came out exactly like a photo. It was like amazing with the pencil. And I hated it. It was 6 months long to sit there with a little pencil and I'm going like this for like 6 months. It was the most excruciating bullshit I ever did. And what really tipped the scales for me, and that it's good to learn accuracy so that way you have control and can be more expressive and still do what you want, was that after I was done doing that 6 month painting, I was also learning pastels on the side. And I just threw up a piece of pastel paper, did a drawing real quick, and then banged out almost a better drawing in like 40 minutes. Because pastels are just way better than pencils, right? But if I hadn't done that 6 month drawing and become very accurate, that pastel wouldn't have come out the same, right? Because I basically trained, and then by the time I was done with that drawing, I could just do pastel, no problem. So that's what we're going to try and do today. We're going to try to give you some techniques to move the needle. Let's say you're here, we're going to try to move the needle over here. That's your goal. We're not trying to get crazy photographic, because we're going to learn another technique that is actually able to get you very photographic. But again, and some people really like this, it's a very slow, methodical process. It's meditative. It's like measuring things in very meticulous order and then, shading it and stuff like that. Some people really enjoy that, and it is enjoyable. But if that's not your jam, you should still do it, so that way you can kind of have freedom and control and do what you want, right? And then the other thing to point out, there's some people who like to think that if you're not flailing around like an idiot, you're not making art, okay? And I side more with the idea that as a human, you kind of embody both at the same time, both the very mechanical, accurate aspects of art and also the expressive aspects of art. And so whenever I see people who are like, and also these people seem to like right brain, left brain bullshit, that doesn't apply anymore. That's been completely debunked. There's no such thing as right brain, left brain. We have these amazing devices that can actually watch people think and do stuff, and it's complete bullshit. Let's see. So in Tibet, Buddhist monks draw these things, it takes them days and days and days, and they go very slowly, very methodically and meditatively. So the problem with the idea that the only way you make expressive, emotional, religious experience kind of art is if you're flailing around randomly on a canvas is bullshit, because those same people who believe that also think that this is like very spiritual art, right? Is very from the heart. So this takes forever, and it's not random, and they're not flailing around. They're very meticulously drawing what they want. So anytime you run into someone who's like, oh, well, that's just a painting, it's not art. And trust me, they're all over the damn place, and usually they're basically older. Just go, oh yeah, well, it's just like those Tibetan monks, you know, for like 2 whole days, they're there just flailing around being idiots, and they'll be like, what do you mean? When they do a mandala, it's like 2 or 3 days of work. So obviously it's you know, it's not art. It's not expressive, because it takes them forever. If it takes you forever, if you have to go slow and take your time, it can't be art, right? So these guys aren't doing art. No. And they have a hard time dealing with that, because it basically points out that the only thing that makes something art or not is if you call it art. The bar for something being art is so low that everyone watching right now, congratulations, you're all artists. Ta-da! All the stuff you made that you don't really like, that's art. Fantastic. Welcome to the art world, right? Nobody can tell you you're not an artist or that what you make is an art. But pointing out that it takes Tibetan monks like days and days and days to make these paintings just basically disproves the idea that flailing around on the canvas suddenly makes you some kind of artist. And there's a whole historic reason why they believe that, and it was like actually this weird marketing push from art galleries and the art sales to try to sell art. And also the CIA funded a lot of it. It's really weird. It's a crazy ass story. It's like one of the weirdest stories you ever did. But anyways, so that's the thing to keep in mind. You want to push your ability to draw accurately just so you gain control, and then do what you want after that. If you love to make very highly accurate art and that's your thing, cool, that's your thing. If you want to use that skill to make process paintings where you're just working the surface, cool, but that's your choice, and that gives you control, and it gives you an ability to express yourself the way you do, instead of just expressing yourself because that's your limitation. Does that make sense? Hey, how's it going, Ebsidic? Yeah, Drawing on the Right Side of the Brain came out in the 70s, so it's before that, we all know, before we knew that actually there's no connection, there's no right and left side. And that sort of fits in with this weird thing where people love to make these arbitrary distinctions between them and the people they don't like. So in the programming world, it's like there's coders and there's programmers. Dude, there's no separation. There's coders and programmers, same damn thing. But they like to make that separation. So you'll find people from the 70s to like, you know, early 2000s are very into, well, there's right-brain people who are like this, and there's left-brain people who are like that. It's bullshit. You use your whole brain all the time. There's no left and right brain kind of bullshit. You can learn to draw. It's just mostly a historic accident that you didn't learn to draw, or you learned one thing or the other, right? So that's the thing to keep in mind, right? You're an artist. Yes, everyone's an artist. And it's just, you just say it's art. That's it. That's the only requirement. And it's sort of like, I don't know, that's nice, right? But as a programmer, I'm sure a lot of people watching are programmers, I bet you want to be accurate, because that's sort of like a programming thing. You want to have that kind of accuracy, right? So let's look at this painting I did. It's a chroma key, Aka. All right, so let's look at this. I'm going to go over here. So this is, 20 minutes, right? This is a 20-minute painting, just in black and white. And there's sort of a process to learning any medium, all right? So I'm learning digital. I'm not a digital artist, right? So I'm learning how to do digital art. And so that means I got to learn how brushes work, I learn how tools work, learn that stuff. So the process to learning a new medium is use it black and white. So don't do color yet, right? Just do black and white. So I've been doing a lot of black and white paintings, a lot of black and white just monochrome stuff, just monochrome, right? And trying to find what works in the world of digital art. So if I was to do the same painting with oils, it would be totally different. I wouldn't do it in black and white because I know oils very well, right? But watercolor, I'm not very good at watercolor, so I might do it in black and white, right? So this is the thing. Even when you do go to learn, like say you want to learn watercolor, you want to learn pastel, you want to learn oil, just do monochrome for a really long time until you actually get very comfortable with it. And then doing color is actually not that hard after that. Okay, so with this, it's, yeah, you can kind of see what's going on, right? It still looks kind of cartoonish. It's not super accurate. I'd say it's, perspective is there, but you know, it's pretty inconsistent in some areas. And part of the reason is I stopped about halfway through. But what you can see, right, is, yeah, like if you look at this, what is it? Oh, it's like a couple trees and the sun's over there, and that's like that, right? No problem. Okay, so there we go. The accuracy scale on this is, let's say percentage-wise, it's 30-40%. But that's kind of all you need for people to recognize stuff, okay? So that's the first thing about accuracy, is the only thing that matters, really, is that people recognize what you want them to recognize, okay? And that's really the only thing that matters. It's sort of like when in English writing, the only rule in English writing is don't be unclear, right? So that's how almost every grammar rule is all about don't be unclear, which is really hard in English because it's just a really inconsistent language, right? All right, so this is accuracy. Now I'm going to show you the photo. And this is, we're going to see sort of what's going on. It's in my downloads. Let me just look at it. It's just a photo I took. All right, so this is the photo. So you can see it's not accurate at all, right? This would actually be a kind of a difficult photo to do accurately because the way the light is over here kind of adds this, if you look, kind of adds this sort of screen over everything because the light permeates everywhere. So see how this is kind of like, and also the camera lens will add this sort of like reflective element to it, right? So you can see you'd have to really struggle. Like if you look, this color is actually kind of a yellow. And we'll talk about like viewing colors doing this, right? So if you were to actually sit down and try to draw this, it'd be pretty hard. There's a lot of details. But what I did is I just ignored all the details, and it's a 20-minute painting tops, and that's it, right? So now when you see this compared to this, you can sort of see, oh, the accuracy is actually more like 10%, right? If you see only the painting on its own, people recognize, like, oh, that's a painting, that's down there, it's a sketch, right? They go, okay, that's pretty accurate. And you go, this is what I use. They go, oh, well, no, you're totally wrong. This is there, and there's this thing, and there's that. And look, you didn't get this leaf over there, and those leaves over there, right? But none of that matters, right? So this is the first sort of lesson about accuracy. Paintings are more accurate when you don't share the photo. Just magically, they're more accurate, right? Because nobody can actually see the thing you're comparing to. The second you include the photo, then suddenly they're going to have all these, like, it basically ruins your painting when it comes to like getting people to look at it, or it comes to judging it yourself and whatnot. So as you're learning to draw and trying to be accurate, remember, you really should look at the painting on its own after you get to a certain point, right? Because the actual photo or whatever you're using doesn't really matter once you have this kind of basic layout done, right? So that's the first one. The photo tends to lower your accuracy, right? Now, next thing is, and this is sort of relevant to actually game development these days. Accuracy isn't really that great. In landscape paintings, there's so much detail in landscape that you're never really going to be super accurate. But you could load this into this program and you could trace every leaf. You could spend years tracing every leaf, making this as photographic as possible, tracing every single thing, doing every single thing, and you would replicate this whole thing, right? But weirdly, it wouldn't seem more real than if I kept working on this and kind of pushed it and made it as close as possible. But you know, like I said when we had the little graph, right? So like if let's say the painting right now, that black and white one, is kind of more like, it's more like this, right? It's not very accurate, but it's pretty expressive, right? So if I wanted to push it more down here, right? Once I got to like this sweet spot, there's this weird phenomenon where things that are not really accurate, like you're not really as accurate as a photograph, but they have, and they're not super expressive, but they're at this sweet spot where people will see them as more accurate. Like even though they're not They're still expressive and the brush strokes are still there. There's this sort of like middle point for most visual experiences where people perceive it as real. And sometimes it's because they step back, and when they step back, the things kind of merge together and their brain sort of rebuilds it, and then they step forward and it looks abstract, right? And you can see this in a lot of like John Singer Sargent paintings. Like if you ever get a chance to go see a John Singer Sargent, go up really close and you'll see like he just has these like chunks of paint on cloth and stuff like that. And then you step back and they snap together and it looks totally real, right? So the second thing to remember about accuracy is that more correct, right? So you think if I can just go over here, no one can tell me my painting sucks. If I was just right there, no one can tell me my painting sucks if I'm just super duper accurate. So you spend all this time being accurate. And what ends up happening is when you're over here, it doesn't really look right. It's just a weird phenomenon where this doesn't really make your painting more accurate. So the way to say it is more correct, weirdly, doesn't make it more like accurate, more recognizable. For some strange reason, when you're actually around this range, that's when people start to see it as real. And when you start to push past that, it gets weird. It's that uncanny valley thing, right? Where like, you know, hey, oh wow, that's a really, really, whoa, what is that? That robot is so strange. Okay, now it's better, right? And you see this in gaming too. You go play some old games, right? The older games like 2012, 2017, for some reason they seem more real, even though you totally can tell that they don't. You're able to just kind of forget that. They seem more real. Then you go play games that are coming out now, and they don't look better. Like they look washy and they don't look more accurate. They still look weird, but now they're just like, you know, like it takes too long to do the processing and whatnot. So they have to do all sorts of weird tricks, temporal aliasing and stuff. So that's the thing about accuracy. More correct doesn't necessarily make your painting better or more accurate. There's a sweet spot you're aiming for where it's in the middle, and then you let the person looking at it sort of, their brain will just put it together for you. Just trust people that they're smart enough to figure it out, is another way to put it, right? Okay, so that's the initial lecture on accuracy. As a fellow programmer, I know exactly what you're going to do. You're going to try to make everything as correct as possible. And that's cool. Do that for a while, but just keep remembering that doesn't actually make the painting look better or more accurate, right? It's an exercise, and then you want to hit that sweet spot in the middle where it's this balancing act of not every single pixel is there. You're pretty rough on edges and there's like not everything, but for some reason people think it's super accurate and they like it and they can experience it and they sort of like have a conversation with it instead of you dictating to them every single pixel, right? Okay, so some things you can do for accuracy. So, right, so what we're going to do, we're going to actually now learn measuring techniques and things that you need to do in your drawing to sort of like solve issues or problems. All right, so let me do a new painting. New. And I think I need to stack it because I'm limited on I'm kind of limited by because I have to show you how to use your pencil to do like measurements, but I don't have a pencil in the digital world, so I gotta invent a way for you to learn this accuracy. Okay, and then I'm gonna take that drawing or that photo, right? We're gonna see if we can kind of make a new layer. I'm gonna make like kind of like a drawing simulator. Let me see. Let's put it on the bottom or the top. Yeah, let's put it on the top. Okay, I want you to just imagine that you're outside and you see that, and then you're going to draw what's down here. Okay, so we're just going to imagine using a pencil, paper, everything. Okay, let me get caught up on. Let's see, I used to draw a lot. I took animation in school and did tons of hand-drawn animation storyboarding. Giving it up, I had the passion sucked out of me in school and work. Well, that's sad, man. Hey, people told you you're not good, creative enough? Fuck them, man. Yeah, there was a whole era where there were people who were trying to shame anyone who wanted to learn to draw accurately. I don't think that applies anymore. I think these days people are, because of the internet, you can find an audience for anything, right? See, I was doing graphic design. I remember my boss constantly telling everyone I was too technical to be a designer. The fuck? I ended up quitting that place when he sabotaged one of my projects because he thought I led it in the wrong direction. I later heard that the project was 1.5 years behind. He admitted that I was right from the beginning. Yeah, fuck him, man. I guess I got tired of trying to prove myself to people who already made up their minds. Was that because you could draw? Like you could be technically accurate, so then they couldn't? Because I know a lot of art schools just don't teach it anymore. Which is dumb, because like the entire point of... So the thing to just remember that I'm trying to lay on you is that if you are very good at you get better at drawing, that gives you the freedom to say what you want, right? You're not held back by some limitation of skill. That's the whole point. If you then want to continue making really cool drawings and really nice drawings, you can. If you want to go and make process paintings, you can. If you want to make paintings in the middle, where you're doing more impressionist paintings, that's kind of what I like, you can, right? And I think the flaw of art education, still today, but not as much, is that they made it seem like learning to draw accurately made you a robot. And that's why I like pulling up the Tibetan mandalas, because I'm like, oh, really? So you think these guys are robots? And they have this like logic error, right? It's like Asimov, like an Asimov book, and they violated their rules in their brain, right? Where they're like, suddenly now they have to contend with the problem that, oh shit, well, those monks, well, I mean, but the monks, they take a long time, and they're meticulous, and but they're and the thing's not tight, you know. But your drawings are tight, but you know, theirs is art, but it's not art. See, and then that gets shut down, right? And it ultimately, like, just do what the fuck you want, right? Okay, so let's move this up a bit. Kind of got to get it about there. All right, so the first thing, we're going to talk about accuracy, okay? So accuracy. The first thing is, you kind of have to pick your battles. Especially in a landscape, you're not going to get every little thing, right? So you want to kind of figure out what's important. Like, what are the most important things? So for me, the most important thing was, and let me make sure I lock this layer so I don't draw on it. Okay, the most important thing for me was that there, right, the center, and then the two trees. Okay, so that's what I was shooting for. Everything else is in service of that. Okay, so that's the first thing. You have to figure out, what do you want to be like in there, and that's what you need to make the most accurate. Okay, now the next thing is, when you want to draw a 3D scene, you need to close one eye. Okay, and right now you can kind of test this out. If you have a pencil, take your pencil, right, and put the tip of the pencil on like anything. Like, I'm going to put it on my camera, okay? And close one eye, whatever eye you want, right? Okay, so put the tip on some point, okay? Now switch your eye. And what you'll see is the pencil will go bunk way over there. Now, one of your eyes, the pencil won't move, and one of the eyes, it'll move a lot, right? And the eye where it doesn't move, that's your dominant eye. So let's find your dominant eye right now, okay? So both eyes open, and let's do this, okay? Both eyes open. Okay, keeping your eyes open, put the pencil, and you want to stretch your arm out. You can do this a lot. Totally keep this locked. And then put the tip of the pencil on the thing, okay? So that the tip of the pencil is like, let's say I'm doing my nose or an eyeglass. You can see the pencil and the thing accurately on there, okay? Not on my face. So imagine I'm like drawing a person, right? Okay. Now, looking at the thing, not the pencil. So focus your eyes out at the pencil. Close one eye. Does the pencil move over there suddenly? Okay, now close the other eye. Back and forth. Okay, the eye where the pencil moves is the eye you do not want to use. That's your non-dominant eye. The eye where the pencil stays still is the eye you want to use. That's your dominant eye. This also applies when you're learning to shoot a bow or anything, right? That's your accuracy eye. Okay, so for me, it's my right eye, and I'm right-handed. Okay. If you're left-handed, it's probably gonna be your left eye. I don't actually know. The cursed ones are the people who are like they're right-handed, but their left eye is dominant. That's, yeah, good luck. In drawing, it's not a problem, but in almost everything else, that's a real pain in the ass. Okay, so let's do it again. And I'm gonna do a drawing to kind of give it another look. Why did that move? All right, okay, so imagine there's like let me get this. Imagine there's like a thing over here. Let's do the liner. And okay, there we go. And you have a pencil. Okay, you put the tip of the pencil right there on the thing. Okay, so that's a pencil, trust me. Now, and both your eyes are open. You look at the thing, not the pencil. Put the pencil between you and the thing. Okay, both eyes are open. Now close one eye. If the pencil goes like this, it jumps over here, that's not the dominant eye. If the pencil stays there, that's your dominant eye. Okay, so that's the first thing for accuracy. Always use that eye. Use your dominant eye all the time and close the other eye. This is going to do two things. One, everything is going to match what you see in 3D, and it's not going to move around. You wouldn't believe just how big of a difference that makes, okay? What typically happens when people are drawing, they do make two big mistakes. They move their head around, which is normal, right? Because you want to see that. You got to draw the side of that thing, so you want to see it, okay? That's the first habit we have to break. The second thing they do is they keep switching their eye. And even if you do that right now, look at something right now, switch your eyes. You see them move, right? You see the thing move. And believe it or not, that little bit of movement will completely bone your drawing. Your drawing will be totally screwed up. It's just really messes you up, okay? So, first thing, head still, dominant eye. Do your drawing. If you find out that you're like, I totally think that thing was there and then it moved, did you use the same eye? Right? If you have a hard time like struggling with it, maybe go get an eye patch. I'm not joking about this. Like if you want to be crazy accurate, force yourself to close your bad eye, right? Your non-dominant eye. Now, interestingly, if I remember right, that eye that's not dominant, its purpose is to judge distance. So it's also, you're getting one extra. It's like your dominant eye figures out where things are, and this eye figures out how far away they are. It kind of goes like that, right? And so you're also getting the added benefit of that eye can't really trick you into thinking things are closer than they actually are. All right. Okay. So step one, pick the dominant eye. Step two, keep your head in the same spot. Now, when it comes to drawing from photos, a lot of that doesn't apply, but we'll still practice. Okay. The reason why is because a photo is already in 2D, right? And also stationary. Right? So you don't have the problem that when you're drawing real things, you're going like this, right? Okay, third thing. An exercise for today that you should try is film yourself while you're drawing. So just take your phone and do a 10-minute sketch, right? And film yourself the way like I'm doing right now. And, just try this during the week and see if you move around. Maybe like throw it into a quick video editor and make it and speed it up. And just film yourself. You're drawing something else, right? But see if you do this. And if you do, then you know, okay, I got to work on keeping my head still. Okay? All right, so now, number 3. So we have our eye, right? We got a dominant eye. We're keeping our head still. Now the next thing is lock your elbow. Lock the elbow, right? You're going to do a bunch of measurements with your pencil. I'm going to show you how to do that. But those measurements are going to be completely pointless if you keep moving your pencil back and forth. Now, here's the thing. It totally doesn't matter where the pencil goes. The only thing that matters is that it's the same distance from your eye every time. Okay? So let's go here. I'm going to see if I can stand. Okay. Yeah. So see, what I'm trying to do, right, is I lock my eye. Let me go at a slight angle. Okay, I lock because I have long arms. So I lock my eye and I go like this. And then I'm going to make my finger go up and down. And the top of my finger, so the pencil tip, is my unit of measure. How much I'm measuring. So it's like that long or that long or this long or this long. Okay? But if you do this, suddenly this distance isn't accurate anymore. So the third mistake people make is they constantly move their arm back and forth. I'm not sure what causes that. I think it's like they go, oh, that thing is closer to me, so I'm going to do this. And that other thing is farther away, so I'm going to do this. But what you want is, boom, it's always there. Always straight ahead. Lock the arm, lock the arm. All right, so 3-step process to more accurate drawing. 1, what's your dominant eye? You determine your dominant eye by lock your arm, put your pencil on a point, anything. Okay, now, both eyes. If the pencil moves when you close an eye, that's the wrong eye. If it stays still when you close your eyes, then that's your dominant eye. Weirdly, there's some people where both eyes it moves. I think it's they have a condition where they can't actually move their eyes, or both eyes stay still. Sometimes that happens. All right. So step 2, head stays still. Don't move your head. And step 3, lock your arm. All right. Dominant eye, head still, lock arm. Believe it or not, just those 3 things will vastly improve your ability to like draw what you see. Okay. All right. Now, how to measure. Okay. So I'm going to try to do it with this drawing, but yeah, it's going to be weird. I'm going to show you what I'm measuring and then, yeah, because we're doing a digital drawing, so it's a little strange. Bob Ross. Okay, so how you measure something, right? There's a billion ways to measure what's going on in a drawing or a scene that you have. But I think probably one of the best ways to start off is called unit measurements. So a unit measurement is you pick something that is very accurate, that you can totally see very well. And then you measure that and get it on the paper in that one spot. And then what you do is you base everything else, all the measurements of that, as some ratio of that one unit. Okay? All right, so let's pick something that I can see. All right, so let's say like this. You know, we can probably say from here to here. So from this branch here, let's do it this way. This might not be the best, but let's see. Okay, let's look for a unit we can use. See, that kind of fades away, right? We want something that the edge is very clear, okay? And this isn't too bad, but it's kind of a curve. And then maybe that. Okay, so we're going to say like from, okay, so you see how you can see a horizon line there? Okay, we're going to go from there to that branch. Okay, so that's going to be our unit of measure. Right? We're going to measure that. We're going to get it on the paper. And then we're going to measure everything else based on that unit. Okay, so it's this edge right here. Now, ideally, you'd want to pick things where like you have a unit that's obvious, right? On people's faces, one eye is really good. So from here to here. Or from this part to the nose. Those two make up very good units. Right? Okay. So, and then a trick in landscape painting is get the horizon line down. So we're going to put the horizon line like here. I'm going to use the cheater tool. All right, there we go. We have our horizon line. Okay, now the next thing is, because we're using this, what's called relative measurement or unit measurement, it kind of doesn't matter where we put stuff. Everything will be, you know, cohesive. It'll make sense as long as we keep that unit in mind and we always use it. So it may not match what's up in the scene, but as long as it's measured consistently in the drawing, it'll come out fine. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to take my pencil, close my eye, my bad eye. I want my dominant eye only. Keep my head in the same spot, right? Arm out. And then I want to measure that spot. I'm going to draw the spot again so we can see that. So we're going to measure from there to there, from the horizon line to that first little branch. That's what we're measuring. Okay, so you're going to do it like this. You take your pencil, you can go like that, and then you're going to find from the tip of the pencil to here. Okay, so I'm going to do that. Now it's going to probably come out kind of weird because I'm literally like measuring in the air. And then you're going to go down to your drawing and you're going to try to replicate that distance. You got to kind of remember where it is. So now I'm putting and then it's going to be kind of right here. All right. That's what we want. So we want to go kind of right here. That's about how far it is. All right. So I'm going to check it again. I'm going to go put my finger there. Come down. Yeah, that's pretty close. Okay. Then the next thing is, so we know how high up it is, like how far it is. Now we got to figure out where is it like this, right? So where is it located in space this way on the other axis? So we've basically got this axis, but now we need this axis. So it's actually kind of like right about here. Okay, so my dot is going to be more like this. Okay, so to go from here to here, we have to do, and then, so we know it's kind of around here. Now all we have to do is figure out the angle. So you use the angle, again, lock, and you can turn your pencil, and let me back up. So you can turn your pencil like this to kind of get an angle, put it on the edge of the thing, and then go over to your paper. Keep your arm locked, keep your eye like this, close your bad eye, keep your head, go down, right? So I'm going to do that. I measure about there. It's about like that. Yeah, so I got it about right. Okay, so that's that one little part of the tree right there. And I'm using oil paint. You know, I'm just going to go with it. We'll consider it ink. Okay, so that's this piece right there. Now, what we do is we base everything else on that measurement. So we can then, what we do is we kind of recalibrate. We go, okay, and this is a good way to work because if you move back and forth, right, which is what beginners always do, right, is that it doesn't really matter if I'm back here, as long as I first get a calibration on my little piece, on my unit, and then go over, I say, okay, that thing is 1 unit high. That's all I have to do. So that's why it's good. Now there's another style that we'll learn later called side-sized, where moving around is the kiss of death. So that's way more, you have to like put tape on the ground. It's like way more involved, but it produces near perfect drawings and also something you can fix. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to figure out how far down from here to there it is, right? So, okay, so we take our measurement, take your pencil and measure your unit. You always remember what is your unit, and then measure the thing you want to measure. How much of the unit does it measure? And I'm going to say it's like maybe 80%. Okay. So now you go to your drawing, right? And you say, okay, my drawing's like that. So it's probably about this. And it's probably like right here. That's not really 80%. It's probably more like here. Yeah. Okay, so that's that edge of the tree. Okay, and then we're going to go how much of the unit makes up the base. So we want to do from here to here, right? So how much of this is that? Say the ratio, right? Okay, so we lock your arm, close your eye, head still. Go like that, get your unit. Now go down and go, it's like, yeah, it's like another 80% or so. Okay, so then you go to your paper, same thing, and it's probably like right here. Okay, so we have the base here, like that. Okay, and then we can sort of see that it has this little part right here, like that. So we can actually measure that in terms of our units. So let's take our unit up there. Okay, and how much of our unit? It's like half, and then actually the other part looks like half too. All right, so it's about half of our unit. So then we come down, measure from our paper, Okay. Yeah. So it's like just below the horizon line. So it's like right around here. It's kind of like this. And then actually it goes up to the horizon line. Interesting. Yeah, I can see the horizon line's like right here. Ah, so it's much more like this. And then this probably. And that's another thing. You can give yourself some help by using references. We know where the horizon line is, so we can relate things to it. Your accuracy, most people believe something is more accurate or not when things are related to each other correctly. Okay, so just remember that you can, even if something like isn't, you measure it wrong, but if you look in your scene, it's actually like connected to this other part. Just make the connection. Okay. All right, so we have that part. Okay, we can get rid of that. And then we want to get this up here, so we can actually measure that out using the unit, or we can use an angle, kind of figure where it's at. So using a unit, from there to there is another 80% or so. So it's going to be kind of like, if that's 80%, then it's going to be over here. Then we use an angle. Remember, get the angle like this. So I'm going to get an angle. Angle is about like that, say. And yeah, so it kind of goes up and goes from here. Now notice I'm doing all straight lines. Don't try to do the squigglies yet. But you can come back and sort of like add like changes and stuff later, right? Okay, so now we want to get from here to here, right? So that part. So take our unit again. Keep your head still, close one eye, lock your arm, go there, okay, and then it's like, yep, like kind of another 80%, so go back to the paper and do about that, okay, so it's kind of like up here, I guess, about like right here, and angle is, yeah, it's about right. Okay. So slowly we're getting that tree drawn out. Now what you're going to find is as you get more information, it becomes easier to add more things because you can go, oh, I know that branch is there and it's really just angled off this. So, okay, I can just use my pencil and figure out what is the angle from here to there, right? So we can do that right now. Or I can say, oh, I know where this part is. So if I want to find out where that tree is, I just go over from that tree, right? So let's do that. We're going to say, all right, so that tree, and I would take my pencil and I go, the tree is, yeah, it's kind of like on the same level as that bump, right? So I've got more information, so now I can relate things. So what I can do is I can say, okay, so from the bump right here, it's kind of over there. Okay, and then I go, okay, where is it vertically? Yeah, it's like there vertically and there vertically. Okay, so this is the tree. So that other tree is over here. Okay, and then how tall is it? Well, let's say we want to get just this crook of the tree. So you can measure over. It's kind of in the middle, but let's use our unit. So we're going to measure from here to here. Right, so okay, we go on lock arm, close eye, head still. Go like that, and from the tree, so I go over there on my unit, I go over to the tree. Yeah, it's like one unit all the way up to here, up to the top. So we can actually go grab our unit on the paper, right? Go to the tree. So kind of the top of the tree is about like around here. Make sure I got that right. Okay. So that's like up around there. Now that's not a very defined spot. So let's find this spot here. That part right there. Let me draw so it's obvious. We're going to find like around here, right? So using our unit, and also you can use other things too. Like I could use that edge, but we'll use the unit. Okay, so where is it in relation to the unit? I'm going to measure the thing and then go over to my unit. It's like half. So the crook of the tree is like half. So it's like there, right? What I did is I measured from here first, then went over to my unit to figure out where it is, right? So I'm going to go half on my unit. Think about right. Yeah, it's like right here. And it's probably like there. And on the other side. Okay, so then I can kind of draw this part in. And is it really like that tall? If I want to get like the top of that tree, it's pretty amorphous, right? Yeah, you know, it's more like it's up to there and then up to there. Yeah. It's more like up here. Yeah, and so see, that's kind of like two trees that are kind of like this, right? And then they're inside. Okay. Okay, so now we're getting like more and more information, more accurate, right? Okay. So that's the fourth part of like making your drawings more accurate. Find a unit, something really obvious that you can see, a nice crisp edge. Something straight would be even better, but you could use this, but it's a little too tall. This thing, maybe you could use that as a measurement. Okay, so you have a unit, you find it, you either measure the thing, lock your arm, measure the thing, then compare it to the unit, or measure the unit and compare it to the thing, go to your paper and do the same thing, measure the unit and then do the thing. The reason why I say that too, you have to readjust, is if you go up there and you measure and then your paper is like different angle, different part, something like that, you might not relate it to each other. Okay, so we've got that. Now, next thing, angles. So you can use angles to kind of get quite a lot of things right. Okay, so we're going to get these angles here, especially when it's like perspective lines. So perspective line is when something goes in like that. See how those go like that? And you kind of have another perspective kind of over here. We're just going to get these in. All right. Okay, so to do that, you kind of have to find where this point is. So how far is it from here to here? All right, so that's our first thing, from here to here. And then we're just going to use our pencil to figure out the angles. Okay, so from here to here. So we're going to measure that. Okay, again, lock arm, close eye, head still, like this. Okay, so we got our piece, and then we go over to the unit. It's like maybe 2/3 over. Okay, so then we go back down to our unit, find about 2/3, come over, and it's like right here. We have an add starting. Okay, now we're going to do an angle. So from that point, and then we translate straight down, and it's like this. If I could draw a straight line. And then do the other angle. So again, you're just rotating your pencil. Find the other angle, and it's kind of like that. Bring it down to your paper, and then match it. Okay, so now we're going to use angles to get the other two things. And we can then start, because we have a lot more information, we can sort of start using angles from one thing to another to get everything related, right? So we want to find this point here to that point there, right? So we're going to measure this over. You know, we can kind of guess that. That's fine. It's probably about like this. Because as you get more information in your drawing, you can start relating things better. Okay, and then we're going to do lock arm, close eye, head still, and it's kind of this angle. So figure out where it goes. It goes about like right here, I think. Okay, and because I am not very good at the digital pen, I'm going to cheat and do that. All right, and then the last one, this angle over there, we can kind of figure out where it is. It's sort of, it kind of disappears in there, but we're going to try to get it anyway, because it makes up this back edge. So we want this kind of back edge here. All right, so that is kind of almost very flat. Come down, and it goes to about like right here. Right, so we want to get that in too. About like that. Okay, yeah. was getting closer. Now remember, it's not going to be exactly the same as... Did I draw that? My eyes are messing with me. I swear that that line is not straight. Or maybe the photo is not straight. Yeah, does it seem like the photo is tilted? Weird. Okay. Anyways, doesn't matter. We're just going to relate it like that. Okay, so now we can start to figure out where is this edge here. So we can come over from here. So it's kind of, yeah, kind of in the middle of that. So from here to here, about. Yeah, it's like right about there. Okay. And then we can kind of just draw, let's see. You know, actually, it's like the tree is there. Yeah, you know, I think we're going to do this. We're going to say, I bet this is more over here. And it just goes to where the tree is. Yeah, let's make that correction. We're going to actually kind of have it go there. And then we're going to get rid of this. Okay, so that's more or less where that is. Okay, and yeah, kind of looks like that. We sort of just throw that in real quick. And then this, we can find out where that is. Yeah, that's on the upper side of there. So from there to there. Oh, interesting. Well, where's this then? That's at the tip of it. Did I put the tree in the wrong place? I bet the tree's in the wrong place. Interesting. Where's the tree? Oh, actually, it's like this, actually. It's more like this here. This comes off like that. Oh, man, that's terrible. Let's change that. Yeah, it's more like this. I'm going to knock my coffee over. Let me move that. So this is kind of what you got to do. You got to sort of like go, oh, wait, no, that's here. Yeah, this is actually here. Okay, it's more like that. And then this is kind of up here more. Like that. We can sort of do that. Let's see, is that going to get me somewhere? Yeah, that's about right. Now, keep in mind, in that part of the paint or the drawing, it's not too accurate, so you can kind of just sort of wing it in this area. Because like a lot of stuff is just going to be amorphous there, so we can kind of go like this. We're going to put some houses and stuff. And it's actually more up. Yeah. I keep making it more severe than it should be. It's more like, yeah, from over here. All right. Okay, so that's kind of the ground plane solved. And then we have this crosswalk here. That crosswalk's kind of over here. You can't really see it. Kind of goes over there. That comes up here. All right, now we're going to measure the branches, the tree, right? Now here's the thing. You could, for practice, you could go in and measure each of these and try to figure out where they go. We'll do this one big one, right? What we really want to do is kind of measure sort of an envelope, right? Because we can kind of invent any branches and stuff we want. We don't have to get every branch. What we really want is we want to kind of measure this, right? And then we can sort of, if we want, we can measure these, but we're just going to kind of invent branches inside there. But we want to get sort of the proportion of the tree sort of figured out. And this will help when you get into painting, right? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to, first, let's get this branch going. So this branch should be right there. Yeah, so it's this right here. Yeah, I think it's there. Yep. Okay, we want to go up to there. So we can either figure out where it is vertically, like this. We can use an angle like that. We can just use an angle like this. So we can say, okay, it goes from here to here. Right, so we're going to do that. We're going to go from here to here. Lock your arm, close your eye, head still. All right, it's about like that. So it kind of is like this. Yeah. I need to practice digital way more. Yeah, how do you do that? What is my problem? Why is that? I guess you have to do this with your arm? With the paper, you just turn it. Okay, close enough. There we go. All right, so now we can actually then do what's called a plumb line. We drop a line. So dropping a line from here to there. It's kind of like in the middle of the thing, so it's kind of go out to here. So I kind of want it to go up to about there. All right, so that's sort of where the branch has to go, and then it's going to angle up. And remember, our drawing's not exactly the same shape as the photo. I think ours is a little shorter. Yeah, so we want to kind of make it this, like that angle. So it's going to go up about like that. And then, yeah, then we can kind of just put that in. And then you can sort of kind of eyeball how thick it is. Because remember, once you get some information, you can kind of relate everything to it. And make adjustments. I think my curve is wrong on there. Hold on. Let me redo that. I don't like that. Yeah, actually I think I'm going to make it a bit more like this. There. Okay. All right, so that's that first branch. And then we want to get the rest of this other side. So we can go, let's see, it goes up there and then like this. So I just used the pen to kind of figure out where that is. Okay, so we now have sort of the envelope for the tree. And what's nice about trees is you can just make up any shit you want inside there, right? There's a lot of tricks to make trees look right, you know, like you got to make things, the what they call the sky holes, you got to make them darker than you think. Weird things like that. But for now, we can just kind of like eyeball the rest of the tree because we sort of now can relate it. So I know like, okay, it's got like something like this. There's a trunk that goes along here. Goes like that. Right? Because nobody's really going to actually know. Like I said, just don't show them the photo. Right? There's also these weird pedantic losers who are like, you didn't get the photo right. Ah, I should show you a technique though. Grids. No, well actually, when we cover site size, we're going to kind of make a grid. But grids have been used for like hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. Yeah, grids is a good way to do it. If you got to be crazy accurate. But that's like another separate technique. There's actually totally a way to do that. But if you're doing digital, if you're at a point where you're doing grids, just trace the image. It's just don't bother. Even a grid is like, whatever. You're going to trace the image, trace the image. Okay, so we have an envelope, right? We have our measurements. Let me show you one more trick, okay? So I want to draw these trunks, right? Well, what I can do, and this is kind of a weird thing, if I draw everything that's not trunk, so if I draw these shapes, it'll actually probably come out looking better. So instead of drawing this trunk here, I just drew this inside. So let's try to do some of that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw that shape inside here. So it's kind of like this and that. So it's called negative drawing. You draw the negative space instead of the thing. Yeah, kind of about there and then up here. And like that. That's there. Yeah, like this. And then that kind of goes off the screen. So I just leave that. And then we have a branch that comes over here. So what I did is I just did a drawing of, instead of the branch, I did a drawing of this inside. And then this inside. Because abstract shapes you can kind of get right when you draw like the sky holes and stuff. Okay, we can draw this. Let's go ahead and get that. So it kind of comes off. And again, our drawing is a little different size. And that's fine, because when you use a unit to do your drawing, you use a unit measure style. It's not going to exactly match. It's more like, does it work within the context of the drawing? Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, so now let's go get this tree. And so what we want to do is kind of get the first idea. So it kind of comes up to there. So what we're going to do is we're going to see where is this edge. We're going to kind of do a sort of an envelope around this. So we want to figure out this. Kind of those, right? Because they're pretty amorphous over there. Like amorphous means you can't really see it, right? Okay, so where is this? We're just going to sort of measure in this point. Yeah, so where is that? Okay, cool. We're going to measure from here to here. Let's see, from this to there, where is that? So we're going to go, we already know this point, so from here to here. And then we're going to come up and see how far it is. Okay, so from here to here. All right, so we're going to go from there to there. What is that? And how does that match my unit? Oh, it's like exactly my unit. Okay, so then we go to the drawing, find the unit. Okay, it's like right here. And again, what it is, I measured from here to here and then compared it to from there to there, right? I'd use so I measured from here to here and then I compared it to my unit. That doesn't seem like the same. Did I measure that wrong? Yes, it looks like I did. Hold on. From the sidewalk. Yeah. Yeah, so from the sidewalk. Yeah, okay, so I've got to measure from the same point. From there to there. It's like more like here. We'll split the difference. I think it's going to be about there. It is a tree, so we don't have to actually give a shit about where it is. So it's on this line, and then we got to find about out there. So it's probably, yeah, it's probably just over from this. So right here. Okay, so this is sort of that point on the envelope. So what we can do then is we can kind of just sort of draw in. We can sort of like, we'll just like do this rough kind of sketch like this. What we're going to do is we're going to use cross-hatching instead of drawing every leaf. And I'll get this drawing more or less done, and then we'll do the cross-hatching next session. Or you can just kind of do it yourself. Yeah. All right, cool. Because remember, this is going to have sky holes and stuff like that. And we can kind of get a bit more there. We don't want to draw too much because we're going to invent sky holes and stuff. Okay, so now there's some stuff along here, but let's get the sunshine. So we can kind of, when you have things on the horizon line, you can just sort of like, you just want to make them look varied, right? You don't have to be accurate with that. So I'm going to get the stuff on the horizon line. And in fact, you want to lie about a lot of this. You want to make it look not the same. So if it was like all flat, I would alter it. Okay, and then it kind of comes up through here. Comes down here, and then we can sort of like kind of put in the houses. I go up to about there. Okay, and then we're going to get the sunshine. And we can sort of eyeball it now. But if we want, we can measure it. And then there's some clouds kind of here. See, as you get more info, now you can kind of just sort of like just draw, right? We know that the clouds kind of like that. And this is probably always going to annoy you. I know it always annoys me. Things on the very far edge, especially from a photo, right? Because cameras have a distortion. If you're out there really drawing, you would definitely be able to do it how you see it. And do that. Okay, so now we have the drawing, right? keep in mind a couple things, right? So first off, this is not the most accurate style. The most accurate style is site size, and there's another style that's very accurate called block-in style. But we'll do site size. Site size has some big advantages for people learning to draw. But if you look, everything is it's close enough. Yeah, it's close enough. I think I would make this tree a little smaller, right? You then would come in and kind of give it some character. So I'm going to go like this. And then you start doing the shading. Right? You would get rid of any kind of edges you don't want, like that. Any lines like this. Make it look less like kind of straight blocks. Like that. Clean this up. And then you just get into cross-hatching it. So I'm using kind of an ink, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, it's kind of better. And I won't do the whole thing, but I'll just show you. Yeah, we probably want these to be... Now this scene is what you call backlit. So backlit scenes are really nice, but if you're doing watercolor, watercolor is like the king of backlit scenes. But doing backlighting is kind of a pain in the ass. The general idea with backlighting is everything that's facing you is going to be very dark, and then along the edges where the light is, we'll have like a bright spot, right? But in this case, it's more like this is just very dull gray. Yeah, like pretty much all of this becomes. And I'm not using pencil, I'm actually using, this is oil paint, but it looks like ink. Okay, so then let me show you how to do the sky holes. Well, you know, actually let's save this for the next session. Next session we're going to see how to actually shade this whole thing and do cross-hatching to make it work. Also, yeah, so it's stuff like this. That's pretty amorphous. I would just erase it and then just kind of just do a little light line like that. It's all going to get shaded out. And then yeah, this is fine. That's there. Just want to make sure there's nothing that's really annoying. And that, yeah, we can probably get this palm tree in. Some of these. Kind of go like that. Okay, less is more, so don't do any more detail. All right, so that's this one. Let's do we'll stop there. So that's measurement, right? Let's recap how to do measurement. And again, so if you've been following my series, one, you want to do contour drawing every day. You want to do a contour drawing, then you want to shade it. You want to be doing value strips, but I think you should be at a point where the value strips are kind of becoming annoying. So when you're very bored of value strips, that means you've done enough, right? Okay, and then you want to do the sketching style where you were kind of just, you pick a thing and you just touch. It's not really measuring. It's more just saying like, I think it's about here. I think it's about here. You're kind of using what you learned from contour drawing to feel where stuff is at. So now we're going to do measurement. Okay. And you're going to use the unit style of measurement. Okay. So unit style is you pick one thing that you can clearly see in what you're drawing. So on a face, it's usually like an eye or the nose, whichever one you can see, and then you relate everything to that. So you say, oh, okay, the eye is this big, so the nose is this many, right? Or the whole head is this many eyes, right? And then As you get more information, you initially start with just a couple little marks, and then you can start using angles to say, well, if this is here and it's at an angle to there, that means it's over here, right? Because what you're doing is you relate everything in the drawing to itself, and you use angles to kind of get perspective right. So you put the pencil, kind of close your eye, lock your arm, keep your head, and then you rotate your pencil. You go, okay, so the building is like, it's kind of doing that. So that's the edge of the building, right? One thing, when you're measuring, when you're doing angles of those things, one thing that beginners always do, always. Let me just get in position there. Okay, so when I'm doing my angles, I'm looking at it from the side, right? When I do my angles, I do this. I don't do that, okay? I don't point it forward. What you as a human constantly think in 3D all day long. So you want to measure this thing here. You try to measure that there. It's in 3D space. So you go, okay, I'm going to find the angle. And then you start pointing the pencil at it, right? But you want to find an angle on a 2D plane. Okay, so that's why I say hold your hand like this, right? See how I'm holding it like that. Because it's harder to point. You're going to feel weird doing this and go, oh, yeah, that's right. I want to do this. And then you rotate it. Now, one other way to fix that is put it on the paper first, right? So set it down on the paper. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah. So set it down on a piece of paper, right? And we get in position. Okay. Set it on the paper, then bring it up. Put it on the paper, then bring it up. And that'll make sure that you're always on that flat plane, right? Another way to do it is think about you are putting your hand on a piece of glass and you're kind of measuring what's in the piece of glass. It's all about just kind of tricking your brain into thinking about it wrong, basically. Okay? So to recap the measurement style, 1, find your dominant eye. You find your dominant eye by opening both eyes, point a pencil at something, holding it there. Okay? Put the tip of the pencil on the thing, look at the thing, and put the tip of the pencil on it. Now close one eye. If it does not move, that's your dominant eye. Close the other eye. If it does move, that's your bad eye. Don't use that eye to draw. So you stick with your dominant eye. Usually it's the same one as your hand. So usually if you're right-handed, it's your right eye. But find your dominant eye. And everybody out there who's like, my pencil doesn't move. Don't look at the pencil, look at the thing. And put the pencil between you and the thing. Because if you look at the pencil, it actually still moves. But there's just some people where, like, I think their eye is off or something. It doesn't move if they look at the pencil. Anyways, point 2 of getting better accurate drawing. Don't do this. Okay? People do that because we're 3D people. We have 2 eyes and we work in 3D. So when you want to measure that tree, you're going to look around the tree. But you have to stay still. You got to think, my head is a camera. My head is a camera. My head is a camera. Keep still. When you're doing it from a photo, that doesn't happen as often because the photo is already 2D, 3D. But when you try to go and draw something outside, like a landscape or in your room, do an interior. That's another good one. You're going to do this all the time. So head still. Good eye, dominant eye. Lock the arm. You want the pencil to be the same distance from your eye every time. Every time. What'll happen is when you measure something close to you, you'll do this. When you measure something far from you, you do that. No, lock eye, lock arm. And also lock the hand. So when you measure angles, you'll do fine when you measure how long something is, but the second you measure one of those perspective lines, you're going to do that. You're going to point it, don't do that. Just hold that like that. That's why I do this with my hand. Because then trying to point it is weird. Okay, and I kind of do this. All right. Okay, so that's how you measure. Then just go out and start measuring things. And remember, don't trust your eyes. Always measure. Just measure first. And then as you get better and better, or as you get more information, you can kind of like go, oh, well, if this is how big that is, then these branches are probably over here like that. Oh, and this one is probably like this because it's related to that. Right? Then as you build your drawing, you get more information to do angles, to do relationships, and so on. Okay? Okay. That concludes the drawing lesson for today. I'm actually going to pack these up and throw them on a YouTube account so people can actually watch the whole series. And I think what I might do is I might do this first set is kind of like before we start doing site size, because site size drawing is like a whole series on its own. Site size drawing is more complex, but actually easier for people who are just starting out. So I'll pack these up. I think I'm just going to do it as like one big 5-hour video. That way you can like just kind of go and like watch it as you need to and find your section. So I'll let everybody know when that's up. All right, everybody. I will leave this up for a little bit. If you're doing this drawing, then go ahead and kind of finish it. And yeah. And if, you know, again, your drawing will probably look about like that. And then if you want, you can take the next step and try to do the cross hatching using your values. In this scene, yeah, a lot of stuff is just going to be like very dark. So just do your best. It's not the best for shading, but we'll try and do it, because you're trying to get this effect. This lighting effect is pretty tough. It's kind of hard to do that. Like in oil paint, I would know how to do that, but or watercolor, I could do it. Pastel and pencil. Yeah, we'll see. It'll be an experiment for both of us. Yeah. Okay, so then we come to exercise / lesson 6. And in this one, I just take that drawing I did before and I do a sketch. This is a more realized sketch. This is sort of your goal, okay? Notice it's not crazy accurate compared to the scene above, but close enough, right? Now, in this, I'm using basically a white pencil. You can actually go get them. There's white pastel pencils if you want to do that. But for them to work, you need to have a gray paper. So I'm just kind of showing a little bit of extra technique here. It's nothing you can do. If you have white paper, awesome. Just don't, you know, just basically shading everything else and leave this one center part here white. That's all you got to do. And again, I cover materials at the end of this. So hopefully you're out there getting a sketchbook. And as I said before, your goal should be to get out there and contour draw, shade, memory draw, and sketch every single day, everything that you can see. And it won't take long. It's a lot of fun, and it will really be enjoyable, and I guarantee you will actually improve in your ability to draw. And if you're a programmer who wants to get into games, it is a superpower. So I hope you enjoy and keep drawing. All right, so I've been teaching drawing for like last 6 days or so. So this is sort of like, I wanted to say it's like the final demo of the first 6 lessons, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those lessons, put them in the one big video, and then I'll play them on here periodically as like a rerun, and I'll find somewhere to put them on YouTube. That way it's like one place you go and it's like the first 6. And if you do those 6 lessons and then practice the stuff in them, yeah, you'll learn to draw. But then I'm going to do another series soon where I show people how to do a site size drawing. And that's where you can become very accurate and very detailed in your drawing. But to do that, you got to practice this other style. And the thing to remember about this style is it's not intended to be, it's meant to be like sketching. It's meant to be getting as much art out as you can, right? So that you can sort of like practice drawing, practice proportions, but not obsess over how correct things are, right? So for today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually draw this using the same style, keeping this drawing here. I'm going to try to replicate what I see up here using the cross hatching. Kind of started over here. And I'll do it with this ink style. I think it's good. I think it's probably easier to see, to be honest. Let me just make sure. Okay, yeah, I guess I'll just have to do it that way. And yeah, so we're just going to kick back and I'm going to do this as kind of a demo, and then we're going to do a review of everything we did over the 6 lessons. And I'm going to give you sort of a plan, a lesson plan to get yourself drawing, like, so you can just learn how to draw. And then probably after that, I'm going to do a bunch of like lessons where I just basically do demos and talk about how to draw specific things. So how to draw hands, how to draw faces, how to draw fruit. And after that, then we get into site size drawing. Okay, so I'm just gonna do it. So for this last lesson in this part, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take that drawing I did from the previous lesson. We did this. And I'm gonna basically use cross hatching to try to make it something like what I see up there. And keep in mind, it's never going to be exact. This is a sketching style, right? It's intended to be something that you could do pretty quick, although cross-hatching is kind of not the fastest way to do things, but it'll work. Then at the end, I'm going to review what I taught over the last like 5 lessons. So you have like a summary and give you an explanation of what you should be practicing so you can improve your drawing. Remember, learning to draw is a process. It takes a while, right? But it should be, kind of enjoyable. It's not frustrating because, if you do a bad drawing, just do another one. You should be like trying to get the bad drawings out. Do as many as you can. And get a sketchbook, ballpoint pen, pencils. That's it. Now, I'll have some materials and stuff like that you can get too. But for now, we're just going to kick back and I'm going to try to draw this thing. So you can kind of see how you do it. Once you got your drawing, then you just start the cross-hatching. One thing you'll notice is I don't have a lot of this drawn in. I got the big shapes, but I'm not doing a lot of this. That's because what we're going to do is use cross-hatching to kind of lay out where some of these are. Try our best, right? And then kind of invent our own branches and stuff, right? So, okay, here we go. And, feel free. I'm not going to touch the image on top. So if you want to try to follow along and do your own drawing of it, go for it. Yeah, I think that'll get me kind of close to what I want. Okay, let's go over here. I'm gonna kind of cheat. Let me think. A drawing tablet. How big is it? And like what kind? Like sort of doesn't matter. They're all pretty good these days. Is it like a 6x4? If it's too small, I would say it's probably not going to be very helpful. It'd be better just get paper. Honestly, just go get paper. Paper and pencil is probably going to be easier. Like if you get a sketchbook, something you can carry around with you, and just do it all the time, you're going to be more likely to do the drawing. And when you have a tablet, you have to like start up your computer and do it, like try to do the drawing and that kind of thing. And so that gets real hard after a while. But if you're a programmer, you know, you're already sitting at your computer. Then the tablet's nice because you can just kind of like fire up a program, do a drawing, and then done. Let me see. Yeah, that's kind of coming along. So let me kind of continue my cheating ways. I'm saying cheating because you most likely don't have a white chalk pencil, but you could go get one. You have a gray paper and you have a white pencil, there you go. And while I still have this color, let's kind of go like this. Right, yeah, possibly. Then they can be turned off. Yeah, I mean, that's why I say if you're a programmer, a tablet's probably okay. Because you're going to be on your, and then like as a break in debugging, you just like go and fire up the drawing program and do a quick drawing. So it works, but you know, normally for other people, it's like, you know, drawing tablets are a pain in the ass. They're also hard to use. I'm actually, one of the reasons why I'm forcing myself to do this drawing on the tablet is I want to learn how to use this program. And so, sitting here cross-hatching for about an hour helps me learn it. Okay, I think that's kind of what I wanted. Let's see. Are we on Canvas 12? Yeah, that should be fine. I really, really like this program. This program is very close. Like probably about as close as you can get in digital to like real media. This one's called Rebel 7. But you can go get Krita and then get some photos and basically just try to do some drawing. And at the end of the session today, I'm going to go through what I did, and then I should have like a video up you can follow. Where I get a layout like what you want to learn and study. And kind of like a good optimal order. But the basic idea is, you know, first you got to get your hand kind of coordinated with your eyes. And so that's contour drawing. That does that for you. And then you learn how to do values, how to do shading, and what the concept of a value is. And then once you kind of have the concept of a value, you just get into sketching, which this is a sketch, but I measured it. So the style of sketching I tell people to start with is you just sort of kind of give yourself educated guesses of where things are. And then you move on to learning how to measure. Just trying to get the effect of that. It's actually a camera aberration, but it looks cool. Oh man. I'm like, okay, I have to go get a dark pencil. So I was going to put this down and go pick up a dark pencil. It's a digital pencil though, so I just come over here and I go like that. I turn mine off. But I think, I think a lot of programmers are chronically online these days. A lot of people are. All right, so this is all kind of one value. Yeah. And then, yeah, let's just keep going. And yeah, kind of sort of amorphous back there, so. I think I also will erase out where some of that light is. Lines kind of make it look like there's a dip in the road. That's sort of accidental. Maybe I'll just keep it. And I sort of want to get rid of that. And this is kind of okay. Yeah, we can. And then let's get like that. Okay. And come back the other way. And it has been a long time since I've done cross-hatching. I actually really hate cross-hatching. Absolutely hate it. I mean, it is, you know, very relaxing, but if you want to make a drawing, it's so tedious. I just have a question. Oh yeah, trying to learn C programming. Yeah, what gets you messed up? Pointers? It's always pointers. Pointers and memory management. Yeah, yeah, everything is hard in C. Because you'll have to do it yourself. So if you use a library that provides a lot of things for you, that gets rid of a lot of the problems. So if you have a library that does like all the data structures, all the you know, typical things. Yeah, the way I've kind of done those, yeah, it makes it look like the road is warped, but oh well. We're just gonna go with it. See if you can fix it as we go. But, you know, that's also the reason why C is beneficial, right? Because you're running around using a language that takes care of all that for you. But you're most likely still doing a lot of things that are not, like, good for a computer, you know? Because, you know, and if you're using, say, Python or something else, you don't really know that, oh, yeah, computers don't really go well with that structure or this format or something. That's sort of the advantage of languages like Python. You don't have to really know how things work. You still make something useful. but it really helps, right? So Z forces you to actually know how the computer keeps track of RAM, how you make RAM, how you do pointers to it, how you process it, what makes it work. So, interestingly, the thing that you're struggling with is kind of the point of learning C. I wouldn't say C is like a very good language for actually making anything these days. There's way better languages than systems now. But the advantage of C, or the point of learning C, is that so many languages are descendants of C. If you learn just like basic C, you can learn almost anything else. C++, Go, Zig, Rust, Odin, like every language. So I tell people it's kind of like learning Latin. Like Latin is totally useless. You're never going to use Latin. Maybe if you become a doctor, right? But if you learn Latin, so many other languages are really easy. Because a lot of languages come from Latin. All right, we're going to kind of throw some of these in. Let's see what we can do here. Let me see. Yeah, look at the word is a little, the road is a little warpy because I didn't keep my line straight, but that's okay. Step back, see what we got. Yeah, that's coming along. That'll work. Let me see. Yeah, that bit casual, that's very much a C++ thing. You know, Expanded Cuber, I'm not a big debugger fan, but maybe if you went and you stepped through code and tried to look at exactly what's going on, if you got a nice visual debugger like the one in Visual C++ or something, and you just sat down and said, I'm going to walk through this code that uses a pointer to print out an array of numbers, and I'm going to look at what happens to the pointer and actually follow along and try to get an understanding of it. I think you would probably figure it out. You just did that a few times. But I think what happens is people just don't realize that they can actually just look at the output. Okay, and yeah, let's come back here some. Yeah, something like that. Okay, now, kind of the branches and stuff. hell is that? Oh, I was kind of doing an outline, I think. Yeah, bye-bye. Do I work as a programmer professionally, Assad? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I worked for years. I did like all kinds of stuff. Web servers, embedded systems, a lot of government work. So a lot of databases and working with weird vendor tools. I would say my number one skill is working with really bad stuff, like making really bad tools work. That is actually like a really important skill if you want to become a programmer. Fixing shitty code. Now I'm trying to imply kind of the leaves and stuff. Yeah, we'll see how it works. I don't know. I think I need to kind of make smaller patches. And then kind of those are pretty dark, but yeah, I feel like if I went as dark as they are, it wouldn't make any sense. Oh, that would help. Like, why isn't it dark enough? Oh, I'm using the wrong value. Okay, and then let's see. Okay, let me see. Probably. Oh, so tedious. I may get to a point just be like, all right, that's the leave. There you go. Moving on. Yeah, the leaves are kind of what really makes this a difficult subject. Yeah, backlight and then these kind of leaves that act as screens, you know? But I sort of have an idea what to do. Okay, step back. Yeah, let's make these a lot darker. While I'm doing this, I'm like, oh my god, it'd be done by now if this is oil paint. No idea if this is going to work. We'll see. And it works, I think. That looks weird. I don't like that. That's better. And then kind of punch some holes for the sky. Okay. Hey, is Ebony? No, actually, yeah, I'm gonna go sleep right after this. I'm shooting for like a 2 a.m. bedtime. All right, everybody. So that's a demo, right? I mean, it took me like about an hour and a half to do that, but that's sort of what. Yeah, I mean, basically, that's kind of what you're shooting for. Like I said, not intended to be like a perfect, amazing drawing. I think that's the thing I want to sort of hammer home initially, is that, you know, I find it's very common with programmers to want to obsess over being correct, because that's what you do in programming. But also I find there's just, you know, a certain type of person who thinks that if only they could make it more accurate, then nobody could criticize their work. And, you know, that's not true. You can have the most perfect drawing. It can still be a really bad drawing, or not very interesting, or whatever. There's always a way to have a criticism of it. So I suggest just learning to draw and enjoy the experience of drawing. Like, how does it feel? And, you know, kind of as you do that, you'll get better, and you'll get to where, like, you're kind of satisfied with what you make. And, you know, a lot of times you won't, right? But that's just why you keep doing it. Because if you focus on how it feels, then, you know, it's like what they say about going fishing. Worst day fishing is still better than the best day at work. So it's sort of the same thing. It's kind of like, you know, hey, a bad drawing was still more enjoyable than many other things. And you kind of do it again. Alright, so let me do a review. Let me stop tinkering with this thing, because I could sit here all day just making things more and more. Okay, so to review. So basically I did 6 lessons. That was the 6th one, which is sort of like a full demo of cross-hatching, so you know what you're going to aim for. And eventually I want to get to where, probably the next thing we'll do is I'll do like a demo of, there's sort of like the main subjects in painting and drawing. There's still life, which is sort of like where you want to start. There's interiors, which is just a room. Then there's landscapes. So you have like what we just did. Landscapes are pretty difficult. The thing with landscapes is there's a lot of cliches. And so you could do a very, very good landscape painting that's almost exactly from a photo, but unless it has specific cliches, it won't be seen as a good painting of a landscape. So then you have obviously like portraits, figures. Those are considered the most difficult because they're, you know, like portraits are very hard for people. Figures are very hard for people. I would say figures are easier than portraits for people. What makes figures difficult is they're just complex and there's anatomy. What makes portraits difficult for people is our brain is designed to not let you draw a portrait, right? So it's very difficult to do it. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So you got landscapes, you've got still life, which includes like florals and flowers. You got interiors, so like rooms and stuff. You have portraits, you have figures, And included in that is a bunch of stuff, architectural drawings, cloth, you know, all that kind of stuff. Well, so what I mean by your brain is not designed to allow you to draw a portrait. So one of the things that makes it very difficult is that there's a lot of things in your brain to help you memorize faces, so facial recognition. And so all the facial recognition stuff focuses mostly on this triangle here. So that's kind of mostly what you actually remember, which is why when people change their hair, sometimes you don't notice, or if they change their hair, it's like wildly different. Like, who is that person? So this is kind of the majority of it, right? And so what happens is, because your brain is very, 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 very designed to recognize faces, when you go to draw them, it gets in the way and sort of like distorts the things you're drawing and puts things in the wrong place. And because what it's remembering, it goes, oh, I know that face. And so then you start drawing more of a cartoon that's all in the wrong place. And you can go and look, there's actually like things where like, they show what babies mostly see for the first couple of years. It looks like the Aliens, where it's like really big eyes. This is kind of what a baby's distorted vision sees. They just see like that, right? That's all they see. So what happens is, when you go to draw a face, you almost always draw this sort of like summarized look that's not in proportion and is kind of cartoonish, right? And so the way to kind of prove that to yourself is to take a portrait and turn it upside down. Right. So if there wasn't anything about your brain, like, so imagine the hypothesis, my brain does not interfere with my ability to draw a portrait. Okay. That's the hypothesis. So the test is, try to draw a portrait of a face. You'll totally screw it up. Okay. Now get a different face, different portrait, different photo of a face, turn it upside down. Try to draw that one upside down. Then compare the two. You'll find the upside down one is way better. And it's because when the face is upside down, your brain just has no idea what's going on, and you just treat it like shapes. So there's just a lot of things in your brain that make you just very, very much try to recognize face. And actually, there's this kind of weird thing. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, yeah. So have you ever seen these face illusions? These are wild, dude. The Thatcher effect. So your brain is so determined. Your brain is so determined to recognize this face. So look at the one on the left, right? Looks normal, right? But when you turn the right side up, you see that it's completely screwed up. Right? Her lips are completely different. You look at it on the left, she looks normal, right? That's Adele. Totally normal. Yeah, turn it upside down, you go, oh, what the hell? That's totally wrong. Yeah, so no matter what, your brain is going to try its best to kind of like recognize that and piece it together. It does everything it can to go, oh, that's a face, I know that. And then when you turn right side up, your brain's like, what the fuck is that? I don't know what that is. So anyways, oh my God, that's horrendous. When you do this, you go like, oh yeah, it totally looks normal. Uh-huh. Yeah, Margaret Thatcher. Yeah, see, totally normal. Nope. And all they're doing in these is they rotate the face upside down, but they keep the eyes right side up. So when they turn back around, right? So this is sort of like kind of the more evidence that what your brain is doing is it really only kind of recognizes this kind of like triangle in here, right? There we go. It's a bad triangle. So as long as that triangle is pretty accurate, mouth and nose and eyes, your brain's like, oh yeah, totally. Yeah, that's Justin Bieber. When you flip it upside down, then it's like you can totally see that it's wrong. Right? So the inverse is sort of true. If you have a face and you turn it upside down, then you won't really recognize it, right? What's tricking you here is also that the eyes and mouth are kind of right side up. So then, yeah, it just totally messes with you. All right, so that's, just kind of more proof. There's a lot that goes on in your brain to help you remember faces that does not help you when you're drawing, right? The other thing that gets in the way of accurate drawing is if I took and I write, let's say, get my pen back. Let's say I go, okay, here, I'm going to throw some balls at you. And I just start throwing them at you. They're flying at you, right? And then I take you over to a table and I go, okay, what ball did I throw you? Like, how big was it? You're going to go, oh, it's this one. And you're probably going to be right. Like, most of the time you'll be right. Okay. Now, if I then have a different person, right? And I'm going to throw balls at them like normal, but I give them a stick and I say, hit these balls. They go, okay. And they go and they hit the balls like as good as they can. Then I take them over to the same table and I go, okay, which one was it? They're going to pick slightly bigger balls. They're going to think that they were hitting balls that were like slightly bigger. And the reason why is because their brain is like, oh, we have to be accurate now. Okay, so to be accurate, I've got to crop down and like kind of make these things look bigger so we can hit them. It zooms in or crops down, however you want to look at it. Okay, so the other thing that messes up your drawing is you want to draw this face. So you go, okay, I got to get this right. I got to be accurate. And your brain's like, oh, accuracy time? No problem. It makes everything way bigger than it should be. Right? Everything is going to be bigger. So if you ever find yourself like, let's say, there's like, 2 boxes. One's here and then there's one that's like over here, right? Just to draw some very terrible boxes. And if you ever you draw this one pretty okay, and then the one behind it, you draw it really huge. That's why. Because you're looking and you go, oh, and then you zoom in on it and you literally in your brain and you are going to see it as way bigger than it actually is. And then you're going to step back from the drawing. You're like, oh, wait, no, that's not right. This is here. Ah, crap. That's there. Damn it. Yeah. Right. And it's because you said to yourself, I'm going to be very accurate. And the second it's like you're trying to hit a ball or anything, the second you turn on accuracy mode, everything is bigger. So then things get out of proportion and whatnot. So that's what measurement helps you with, finding angles, but also doing things and tricks to kind of turn your brain off and make you see just the shape. And weirdly, that's also kind of the sort of the therapeutic part of it, right? Is that you're just sort of in the same way that you do when you do meditation or whatever, it's like you turn off your brain and you make it do something else for a little while, right? Because we're not really designed to draw, but there's sort of just a bunch of stuff that you can make do other things within your brain, right? So that's why what we did is the very first thing I had everybody do. Let me see if I can do it. Is I had you do a upside down drawing of give me a second. Yeah, it's in here. Of a sculpture, kind of like one of these. We'll just grab who's got a good face? That's probably a good face. No, it should be a frontal face. Yeah, we'll just grab this guy. It'll be a different one from the one we did. And we're gonna, so what I did is I just rotated upside down. Well, this face is busted, but we'll just use it as an example. This guy lost his nose. And turned it upside down. That was the first thing, okay? To kind of prove that, look, it's not that you can't draw, it's that you never learned how to tell your brain to shut up. So something like that. Okay, so that was the first thing. Oh no. Copilot? I thought I got rid of that. Man, Microsoft is aggressive. Okay, so take a face, you turn it upside down. So the very first practice that you want to start doing is contour drawing. Now the upside down face is it's a parlor trick, more or less. But if you want to get into portraits, doing a bunch of drawings of faces upside down or self-portraits like that is going to be like a good first step, right? Yeah, it's terrible. Contour drawing is done in two ways. The first one is totally blind, right? So the idea is I start at some point, and what I'm trying to do is walk the edge of the thing, and also kind of like keeping my pencil on the paper, going inside like this and tracing along. And what I want to do is I want to imagine I'm touching, like I'm feeling that thing. There's kind of two reasons why that sort of works. One, trying to combine your senses. I'm looking at the person, but I'm imagining touching it. For some reason, and I'm not a psychologist, but for some reason that tends to confuse your brain, so it gives up. I guess the way to put it, right? I don't know why it is, but it just seems to work to like make it switch off. So we're combining the two senses. We're saying, okay, I'm going to start here. And the second thing is we're trying to get your hand coordinated with your eye, right? So wherever you look, your hand is going to kind of be in the right place, right? So blind contour drawing is I don't look down here. I look only up there, and I follow along the contour. So let's say I'm going to start here. I'm going to follow along. And you probably want to go slower than I'm going to go, but I'm kind of doing a quick demo. Okay, it'll look something like that, complete gibberish. But if you keep practicing, actually, you'll start to get to where like it's closer and closer and closer to the actual thing. But the not looking is sort of a warm up. So you want to go slower than what I did, and you want to just kind of like just trace around the edge and trace in. It also helps you focus on the details of the thing and the kind of like the shape of it and how it feels. Right, so that's practice number one, blind contour drawing. And now you want to do, I guess, regular contour drawing, right? Regular contour drawing is you can look, but you can't take your pencil or pen off the paper, right? So what you want to do is you pick a spot, and you want to go from like any of these spots like this. If you need to go, say from, let's say I go like this, and I want to go from here to here, I just go like that. Okay, but I can't take my pencil off. So you get these sort of like inner lines that are fine. Like it doesn't really matter, right? So that's kind of what we're trying to do, is do that. And so you're more or less wandering the form. And what you can do is you pick a spot. I'm going to pick down here. And then you're allowed to look. So we're going to go a little bit and then kind of look. And then go a little bit. Kind of look. And go a little bit. Kind of look. Trace along. And again, you want to go slower than I'm doing. So I'm just kind of giving them the rough estimate. And a look. It is ear. Anyway, it's upside down. Go along, kind of look. Up. Come up here. Like that. And so on. Okay. So that's regular contour drawing. If all you did for like the next couple of weeks is just a bunch of contour drawings, you'd actually find that you become way better at drawing than you actually did. Because what you're doing, remember, one, you're teaching your brain to look and only look at the shapes. That's the first one. Two, that practice of sort of like turning off your normal brain's, your normal perception of things, right? Because remember, how you feel and what you think and what you believe actually does change what you see. A lot of people don't believe that, but it actually really does. There's a lot of science that shows that, you know, being sad will make you think and see things that are actually not there and different, right? And if you look at research into things like eyewitness testimony, right? People are terrible at actually knowing what they see. Awful at it. There's a reason why magicians have a job. People are just terrible at seeing what's around them, right? So what you're trying to do is sort of like you're trying to learn to actually see what's there. Like literally see the thing that's there, like view reality for what it is, right? And the way you do that is first contour drawing. It really does help. It does a really good job. Okay, so that's the two styles, blind and then not blind, right? Now the next thing you do is you get a pencil that works. So what you want to do is you pick a spot. I'm going to pick down here. And I want to go from here to here. I just go like that. Okay, but I can't take my pencil off the paper. So what you want to do is you go from like any of these spots like this. If you need to go, say from, let's say I go like this, and I want to go from here to here, I just go like that. Okay, but I can't take my pencil off. So you're literally wandering the form. And what you can do is you can look, but you can't take your pencil off the paper. So that's kind of what we're trying to do, is do that. And the next thing you do is value strips. So value strip is you make like kind of a strip like this. That's a terrible strip. Make a little square in the middle, then do a cut on either side. You do a number. This is 1, this is 9, this is 5, this is 3, this is 7. Trust me, it'll make more sense later when we get into doing more values. All right? So then what you want to do is think of this as like a dial on a light. Okay? 9 is a lot of light and 1 is almost no light. So for example, I'm going to change this. This is 9 on my light. This is 7 on my light. This is probably about 5 on my light. And this is 3 on my light. It could almost be 1, but we'll say this is 1 on my light, right? So think about it that way. There's some people who think of it as the amount of pencil you put down, but I don't like that because what you're trying to do when you draw and paint is you're rendering light. That's what you're doing, okay? And so you want to just think about how much light does this have? How much light does that have? It really helps you figure it out. So when you do your value strips, you do this. And I actually, honestly, if you're sitting on the couch, you got a piece of paper, just do some value strips. It really help. And then you crosshatch it. And the way you crosshatch, and you saw me doing it in the demo there, I did like whole sections in one direction. Then I came back and I did parts of it in another direction and parts of that, right? So you do all the 7 on down in one strip like this. I'm going to do this kind of quick and sloppy, but you'll get the idea. Okay, the whole thing. And how far apart your lines are versus how close also determines how it's perceived as like light or dark. Okay, so that's that one. Then I take all the 5 through 1s, right? And I go back this way, kind of like the opposite direction. And it doesn't have to be exact too. One of the nice things about cross-hatching is it kind of has your own personality. We kind of come back the other way. Now there's a very specific reason why I tell people to do it like this. When you're doing your drawing, it helps you sort of see how different things can be merged together. Right? Okay, so that's my very sloppy cross-hatching going the other direction. Then when we do 3s, we want to go kind of vertical, not totally vertical, but just it's a little off, right? Like a little vertical. So now I can kind of go like this. So this is all the 3s on. Like this. And then the 1, we go kind of horizontal, right? I come back and I just go like this. Okay, and then when you're done with your crosshatch, with your strip, squint a little, right? And I gotta make sure people know what I mean when I say squint. So normalize, squint. What that does is it reduces the amount of light going into your eye. And so doing that compresses the values together. That's weird, man. Every time I do that, my camera moves? I didn't move my camera. Anyway. Oh, odd. Anyway, so when you do squinting, it reduces the amount of light going in. And what that does is any values in what you're looking at that are close together, like they're almost like this 3 and this 5 are actually not different enough. So when I squint, you can't really tell the difference between the 3 and the 5. When you're doing a drawing, squint down and then look, you know, those 2 shapes are actually so close when I squint, I should just make that one big shape. It'll totally work, right? When I look at the 3 and the 5, it's not quite different enough. So I'm going to add a bit more. And then squint. Okay, now 3 and 5 is different, but now 1 and 3 is not different enough. I'm going to come in and add some more to 1 and 3, or to 1. Okay, squint down. Now you can totally see that they are actually very different. Okay. All right, so that's the next lesson. First one, contour drawing. Do a ton of contour drawing. And you'll find, like, at first they'll look like crap. I guarantee they will look like total garbage. But as you keep doing it, you'll be like, wow, these are actually coming out kind of interesting. And they're not off. They're not like totally wrong, but they're like better than I could do before. And they're interesting. And this is something that comes up a lot. If you want to get into watercolor, contour drawing is your jam. Everyone that does, a lot of people that do watercolor, they do a lot of contour drawing to do their watercolor. It works really well with watercolor for various reasons. So definitely practice contour drawing a lot if you want to do watercolor, right? Then you have values. So this is to practice the most important part of, representational art, which is the monochrome. If it doesn't work in monochrome, and this applies to design, any designs you're working on, any 3D models you're doing, any user interfaces you're making, any font you use, if it doesn't work in monochrome, color will not make it work. Like, color does not save it. It has to be something that people recognize in monochrome, and then you can add any colors you want. And that's sort of like something we can get into later when we get into painting. The color actually doesn't matter. You can completely change the color for most things. Some things like an apple, you can't make it purple. I mean, I don't know. You could try. And people would go like, why is that a purple apple? Right? And they just think it's weird. But if it works really well in monochrome, you could make it purple and people would still go, is that a purple apple? Well, at least they would see it's an apple, right? So this is the next fundamental thing, values. Figuring out how to make the value strips, how to make values, and then going on and doing shading of those values. So take one of your contour drawings, right? So let's say, now I got like a contour drawing or like an apple or something like that. Yeah, it looks like that. It's got a little shadow, right? So you're going to take your contour drawing, right? Doesn't matter how it looks, okay? And you're going to say, all right, so I'm going to do everything that is 7 or less. I'm going to leave the 9s alone. All the shapes that are 9, leave them alone. I'm going to do one whole screen for everything else. So let's say in my imaginary thing, there's like a highlight right here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is everything else is a 7, a 5, a 3, or a 1. I'm just going to do it all as 7s. So we're just going to kind of go like this. I'm going to leave that 9 alone. Okay. Just kind of come like this. And you can go over it and then just erase it. There's a very specific reason, like I said, why you do it this way. It'll be annoying, but if you practice it, you'll get to where, obviously gigantic sections, maybe break it down. But if you can do this, then you'll get better at sort of like seeing, oh, those two shapes are so close. I can merge them together and get just one value and it'll work. It'll totally work. Okay, so then I want to say, what's 5? So let's say let's say the top of this is 5. Okay. And then remember, 5 or less. So we're going to say maybe the back side of the apple is a 3 and then the shadow is a 1, but okay, so 5 or less. So now I'm just going to basically shade all of this as a 5, right? And then, you can kind of go like this. And again, I'm being sloppy because I'm trying to do a speed review of what to do. Okay, so now we do 3 and higher, which is really just the back shadow and the cast shadow. So again, we kind of go vertical and let's start over here, kind of just go this way. If you practice this, you get to where like you sort of can see this, you'll start to see that it actually, this way of sort of merging shapes together and seeing how all the shapes are kind of like going these steps. This comes up in watercolor, acrylic, pastels. Like being able to do this makes it so much easier to work with everything later. Remember, I'm not touching up there, right? I'm not touching the stuff that's a 5 up there. Okay, so that's all the 3s and 7s, and that are 3 and 1s. So now I just do the 1s, and that's this cast shadow. Something like that. So that's how you apply. Do your contour drawing, do your value strip, put the values in that order. Identify the shapes, the parts that are a 9. Leave those alone. Make everything else 7. Then, what parts are 7? Okay, leave those alone. Make everything else 5. Then, what parts are 5? Okay, leave those parts alone. And make everything else that's remaining 3. And then everything else that's remaining 1. And if you go through that step, you'll start to go like, okay. I can now see how shapes merge together, or how I can sort of simulate different values and whatnot. And then of course you can come in and basically, once you have your basic shapes down, you can kind of come in and maybe there's this is darker and erase, so you can come in and kind of refine it. Okay, so that's the next thing that we covered, right? Is value strips and then applying values to your contour drawings. All right, so then the next thing was we did cancel, go away. A sketch. So I would say practice the contour drawing for quite a while. And when your contour drawings are, when you're kind of hey, my contour drawings are actually not bad. Oh wow, okay, these are pretty decent. And it won't take long, a couple weeks, and you'll be like, yeah, this is way better than what it was. And what you want to do is don't look at your art, the things you're drawing, your skill in drawing, by comparing it to someone who's been doing it longer, right? So like me, I've been doing it, pretty long, 10 years or whatnot, but I'm not the most amazing person at drawing, right? I see other people who are very, very good at drawing, and I'm like, oh man, that person is so good at drawing. But I don't go, oh, I'll never be good at drawing because that guy is so much better. It doesn't matter if that person's better. You're supposed to kind of improve yourself. So instead of looking at that, one of the reasons why you keep a sketchbook is so you can compare how you are now to how you used to be. The only person you compare yourself with is yourself, and see if you improve yourself, right? That's the most important thing. When you look at other people and see how other people do it, look at it for cheat codes. Oh, how's that person do? Oh, what's that pencil they got? How'd they do that, right? That's what you want to look at. Don't look at it as, I'll never be that good. Yeah, because that person's probably been doing it since they were 3, right? So unless you're like magic, you're not going to be as good as them, right? So this is what we did with sketching. And so for sketching, what I did was I showed how you're not really measuring, right? Measuring is the next one, but you're not really measuring. So what you're doing is you go, I think it's kind of about here, and maybe it's about there. You get yourself a bounding box. Maybe it's up here. You do a little touch, little touch right there, little touch right here. And you're looking at what you're trying to draw. You go, I think it's kind of like this. And it was mostly just sort of touching, getting small light marks in key places to see where it is. And then once you have your kind of your light marks, you start to put a big shape. So you kind of, let me make sure I get this. I don't want to mess this drawing up. So I did, okay, I think it's kind of here, maybe here. No, it's kind of more in here, and then it's here. And it's kind of maybe it's over here. Okay, so kind of that, maybe this. That top is kind of it's kind of like this. It's a big triangle. And then this, and then there's this box that's kind of here. And then once you have the big shapes, you kind of go in and you cut them. You're like, actually this kind of comes in more like this. And if you keep your pencil marks light, as you get more definite in what you see and what you know, you make the pencil darker. And the light marks don't show up. People really won't notice, or they'll just think that's artistic flavor. Once you have these shapes kind of cut down, and you've got a better idea of where things are, and you're trying to do this more quick, not contour, but you're kind of trying to feel where things are. And if you practice the contour drawing, that'll actually feel much more natural. Then again, do a value strip and apply shading using the values. Same process. Okay. So that's sketching. Again, doing a bunch of contour drawing and then throwing in some sketches, or maybe every day, one contour drawing, one sketch, shade them both, right? Next thing we did was drawing from memory. And I don't know if I have the bucket open, but this was the drawing and we actually did it in a certain way. So give me a second. Yeah, it was this. All right, we'll have to open it with whatever random program. Oh my God, no. No. I remember this now. The only thing that could display it correctly was the web browser. Okay, so drawing from memory. I full screen this, I full screen my drawing. Okay? What you do is, and the way I describe it is, whatever you want to draw, if you're doing it on a computer, you have full screen, 2 windows, you're going to flip them, set a timer. If you're drawing a real thing, put one thing in one room, the thing you want to draw, and put your pencil and paper in another room. This is really weird, but it totally works. Putting something in another room, when you walk away into the opposite room to draw, you'll actually kind of remember more about it. It's the whole thing. There's a thing called a memory palace. For some reason, humans are super good at remembering crap that's in rooms. It's just, I don't know. We again, brain things, right? So what you do is, if you got to give yourself more time, the rule in memory drawing is, in the memory room, you can do anything you need except drawing to remember it. Then in the drawing room, you can't bring anything that you have. You can take notes, you can draw, you can do anything you need, and then leave it in that room, walk into the drawing room, and try to draw what you remember. So when I did this, what I did is I like to use my pinky, and I go, okay, it's like this, it's like that. Okay, it's like there's a sphere on top, it's like this, and there's another sphere. There's a sphere on top, and I keep repeating stuff. Then I go, okay, go. I gave myself a minute. And then I tried to draw what I could remember, right? Tried to draw what I could remember. Okay, all right, okay. Okay, I don't know where this is. I don't know where that is. Okay, and then go back. Okay, oh, that's up there. That's up there. Okay, the top is over here. The top is over here. Another thing you do is you close your eyes and remember it, then open your eyes. Then close your eyes and try to remember it, then open your eyes. Close your eyes and try to remember it, open your eyes. Drawing with your pinky, holding it, pretending you're holding it, actually holding the real thing also helps. It's weird. I know it's totally bizarre, but it does work. Like connecting your sense of touch to your sense of sight. I don't know why. It works, right? Okay. And then just keep doing that back and forth. And then this was done from memory. Like I did it live. And basically, yeah, you know, from memory, it's pretty close. Little narrow, right? And as you do this, you'll start to find weird things that you remember wrong. So for example, you remember the directions of shadows wrong. You'll think like a glass, one thing to try, a glass full of water with something behind it. You'll get it totally wrong. You will not remember it. And now that I've told you, maybe you'll get it right. But you'll do it, if you do it without any prompting, there's a bunch of things you'll be like, what the hell? How did I think that the shadow went that way? This is partially to help you sort of get better at memorizing what you see, which is like a big part of being able to draw. Because if you think about it, to draw something, I got to look at the thing, take my eyes off of it, and then draw it, right? So that simple, like 2 seconds is actually enough time for you to completely forget what you're drawing, right? Completely forget what you're looking at. So doing this boosts that amount of time. You want to try to get like 3 or 4 seconds and also remember more details, remember more accurately. So memory drawing. Do a bunch of contour drawing, shade it. Do a bunch of sketches, shade it. Then do a bunch of memory drawing. And believe it or not, memory drawing is probably, after you know how to do some sketching, you know how to do some contour drawing, drawing from memory is probably the #1 booster to your ability to draw. It is guaranteed going to make you better at drawing. It's bizarre though. Trust me, your first few memory drawings are going to be so weird. You'll be like, what? You'll take the thing you take your drawing into the drawing in memory room and be like, what the hell was I doing? Like, it'll make no sense that you remembered things differently. Right? And so then do a bunch of memory drawing. Okay. And then the final thing was a covered measurement. All right. So measurement. Let me find the thingy. Yeah, here we go. And luckily, I learned to use layers. No, not this one. This was my painting, my test painting. This one. There we go. And all right. So the final thing to do is learning to do measurement. Okay. And what I did with this one, imagine there's no shading over here. Imagine I didn't do that, all right, on the side. What you want to do is, it's a style called unit measurement. Now, here's the thing. When it comes to drawing, there's a ton of techniques. There's all kinds of drawing styles and ways to measure and stuff like that. And we're going to, after this, my next series is going to be just sight-size drawing. Sight-size drawing is awesome. Kind of a pain in the ass though. So, but it does produce a very accurate drawing. But the main reason I'm going to teach sight size is it's a drawing style where you can find your own errors and fix them, right? But this style, you pick a unit. So what I did is I said, okay, from the horizon right here to that branch, that's my unit of measurement. And then I take my pencil and I use my finger, the tip of the pencil to there, and I go, okay. And the thing to remember is you lock arm, lock head, close one eye. So close an eye, lock a head, lock the arm. If you do those 3 things, then you're going to get an accurate measurement. And also make sure you're standing in the same place for the most part. But you measure from that horizon line up to the top. And you go to your paper and you figure out where that is. And you put just that piece on your paper. Now, after that, what you're doing is let's say I want to measure the tree. I go and I measure the tree and then I see, well, how much of my unit does it use? I go, okay, it's also the same. So then I go down to my paper and I remeasure my unit and I go, okay, it's the same. And I measure to the top, put a little mark. Other things I go, okay, how wide is this sidewalk down here? It's half of a unit. So as long as you relate everything in the drawing to that one unit, and that unit is kind of in the right place, more or less, then the drawing should come out proportionate. Everything should be in the right proportions. The only other thing you need is angles. So you'll find things in the drawing or in the scene that are either on the same line. So like these things maybe are on the same line, horizontally or vertically. Those are called plumb lines. And also that have specific angles. So that has a specific angle, right? And if you can say, okay, well, see how this branch goes like that. I drew this branch over here, so obviously that branch has to be there. Okay, so how you take an angle for something, lock head, close eye, lock arm, and then turn your pencil the direction you want, put it against the thing you're trying to get an angle for, then go to your paper and go, yeah. Okay, so that's my angle. So this must be down here. So you get your measurements and then you do angles to relate things to each other. Do those 2 things and your scene will probably be in proportion and have reasonably good measurements, right? The problem with unit measurement is it has like an upward limit on how accurate it can be. So that's where sight size comes in. And there's a couple other drawing styles. There's block-in style that can also be very crazy accurate. Yeah, so that's measurement. Now, 2 tips on this. Remember, lock your arm. If you measure something and then you go like this and measure again, and then go like that and measure again, your measurements will be totally boned. They're not even be close to accurate. So the walking the arm just gives you a consistent distance from your eye to the pencil. Next thing, the eye to close is your non-dominant eye. So the way you figure out your non-dominant eye, take a pencil, okay? Look at something and put with both eyes open and put the pencil kind of between you and the thing. So you can sort of see the tip of the pencil and put it on something. Okay, now close one eye. If the pencil stays on the thing, then that's your good eye. That's your dominant eye. If the pencil moves, that's your non-dominant eye. So you want to always use your dominant eye. That way things are always kind of like actually aimed right and on the same path, right? The worst thing you can do, and you should do this, take your pencil and put it, and you should see the pencil just jumping, right? The worst thing you can do is switch your eyes, right? Because you'll measure one thing, draw it, and then you'll switch eye and you'll measure the other thing. The reason people switch their eye is they go to draw over here. Oh, so I'll use that eye. And then they go to draw something over here and go, okay, I'll use that eye. No, same eye. Then the next thing is, as a human with two eyes, you are used to doing this, right? Oh, I got to see around the bush, make sure the tiger doesn't kill me, right? In painting and drawing, that's death. That will make it so that your stuff looks totally weird. And the reason why is even just a slight shift backwards or forwards or just a little to one side can dramatically change the perspective, right? Especially when things are far away. So you want to keep your head in more or less the same spot, right? And kind of the only way to do this is plant your feet and then just make sure you're doing this. But if you find yourself going like that, like looking around, then what I recommend you do is get a camera, set up a camera, and then with the camera, film yourself drawing something in front of the camera or just draw the camera, okay? And then take it and look at it. And if you want, speed it up. And if you see yourself doing like this while you're drawing, then just stop it. Like do another drawing with the camera and try to keep your head in the same spot. And again, if you see yourself doing this, then that's why your drawings are never accurate. Keep your head still. Boom. Close one eye, lock the arm. Head still, close one eye, lock the arm. It's weird to say it like that, like, you know, like a drill sergeant, but believe it or not, man, it is really, really hard to not do this. You go, oh, that thing is close to me. Okay. Oh, that thing's far away. Okay. Totally wrong. Your measurements are wrong. Another one is you do that and then you think, oh, it's no big deal. Just next one, you move it a little bit. That just even like 1 inch back or forward, completely wrong measurements. It'll be way off, right? So to calibrate it, do this. Close one eye, make sure you're using your dominant eye, keep your head in the same spot, and go. That's it. Doing those three things will dramatically improve your measurement quality, right? And then after that, yeah, just shade it like I did. And, you know, you want to go get a white pencil like I got, that's fine. And again, it doesn't have to be spectacular, right? You're just kind of learning. I'm trying to do it sort of like the way I think you would end up doing it. And also, for me, I'm not actually a digital artist, so I'm more or less kind of learning to draw with all of you, learning to draw digitally. But this is kind of what you want to shoot for, you know, and you can get pretty damn crazy with cross-hatching and drawing, right? There's definitely, you can get photographic level, but at this level, don't shoot for that. Shoot for something like this, right? And then just, you know, final word of advice is, you know, hopefully there's 6 lessons and I'll try and get them online so people can see them. Sort of give you tricks and techniques to speed up your ability to draw, right? That's all it's doing. So just simple things like use your dominant eye, keep your arm locked. This is a value strip. Okay, those simple things are going to speed you up. But ultimately, you don't need any lessons to learn to draw. So just watching me draw, totally useless. I mean, yeah, sure, you get a couple tips, right? Just like with programming, learning to write better, playing music, the only way to learn to draw is to just do a shitload of really bad drawings. Like you should be trying to crank out a couple of notebooks worth of bad drawings. You know, take your time with them, but you should be trying to put out within 6 months. You want to make me 2 or 3 notebooks full of bad drawings. But what you're going to find is after like the first notebook, your drawings are actually not that bad. After your second notebook, your drawings are getting pretty decent. After your third notebook, hey, you can draw, right? And as long as when you do it, yeah, try to do it fast, do some slow, take your time, do some memory drawing, but try to be accurate. And that just trying to be accurate, but constraining your measurements or doing your contours, doing your shading as close as you can, just that act of attempting to be accurate is going to make your progress accelerate, right? And then the final thing is never judge the quality of your drawing in the middle. In the middle, everything looks like absolute ass. Like it always looks bad. When you do your first, like you got your first little sketch, that probably looks great. Your first contour, hey, this isn't that bad. Then you start to shade it in. Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible. Keep going. Don't stop. In the middle, it always looks bad. It's that way with code. It's that way with writing. In the middle of the process, things are in flux. They're up in the air. You don't know how good or bad you've done until you finish. So then when you get to the end, that's when you look at it and you say to yourself, how good was it really? Go into critique mode. Don't critique yourself while you paint or draw or write or code. Then afterwards, go in and say, okay, how can I do this better? Can I do this? What should I work on? What did I really not kind of get right in this? What's the thing I need to fix in my next drawing? What do I need to look at? Oh, it looks like I didn't really do these measurements right. I didn't do this. Okay, let's pick something that's in perspective. We're going to try and work on measurement. You know what? I don't really get values. I'm going to work on values, more value strips, right? But in the middle, shut up. Just keep going. Even if what you end up with is total garbage and you kept telling yourself, oh, this is going to be garbage, it's going to be garbage. If you stop in the middle, you won't really know. Maybe you pull it together. Maybe you're just wrong, right? Like you don't really understand how it's going to actually look. Follow the process, keep going, lock arm, close one eye, and then you'll improve. All right. Thank you, everybody. I am actually about to pass out. I want to make sure you don't have to suffer through another ad. So let me snooze that. I'm going to get these online soon. And then I think what I might do is I might use them as like I kind of want something where I can do a rerun if I'm not able to come and stream at 10. So like I'll just replay the drawing lessons. But if you have questions or anything, you want to learn to draw, you can email me. And I'm going to get a web page up of like materials, but for the most part, if you want to get a drawing tablet, or a drawing sketchbook, just query this up real quick. You want to get Prismacolor Ebony sketch pencil is really good. This guy, Prismacolor Ebony sketch, you can get a box of 12 for $8. That will most likely last you a couple years. And just like a Strathmore sketchbook. Just get like a 9x12, whatever will fit. Like if you have a backpack you take to the coffee shop or whatever, you know, just get that. 400 series. It doesn't have to be fancy at all. Remember, this is going to be like 100 sheets, right? So like it's going to be 100, 200 really bad drawings. Don't worry about getting awesome, really nice paper. That won't make your drawings better. If you want to experiment, I would say get maybe a toned gray or toned tan. Yeah, toned gray. That's really cool. If you get toned gray, go get a white pencil too. Any kind of like white pastel pencil and play with that. The advantage of doing a gray, I wouldn't get into it yet. When you get into measuring your drawings and stuff, then try it out. The advantage of a gray paper is you don't have to shade everything. You can only shade, you just shade the stuff like the gray, you go, that's 5. And then you just shade all the 3s and 1s and you use white to shade the others and then you're done. But this is where you want to start. And just those two things. To sharpen your pencil, just use an X-Acto knife or a box cutter. You don't really need to get a pencil sharpener. And yeah, you can get an eraser if you want. Just get a gum eraser. Those are the easiest to use. And that's it. One of these guys. They're like silly putty. Clay. They're like clay. One of those. And when you have one of those, just to show you a really quick thing. So the way you use them, the way you use a gum eraser, right? Let's see if I can come back. Okay. So it'll get, see how this one's kind of dirty? So you use it, you can roll it into like a little point, and you can get like a little tip eraser. You can also just sort of like push it on the paper to kind of dab some up. You can rub it, but it'll get graphite on it. You just go like this, just like mangle it, mash it like that. That works the putty in, or works all the graphite into there, and then ta-da, you have a clean one. That's all you do. And that's it. All right. All right. That is the end of my 6 lessons to get you started in drawing. What I hope you get out of this is, like I said, a set of techniques that just shortens the time between where you are now, or probably where you were at the beginning of the series, and where you want to be with art. Really, the only way to learn to draw is just do a ton of drawing. You really don't even need any lessons, anything. You just need a sketchbook, you need a pencil or a couple pencils, an eraser, whatever. You got to draw every day like your life depends on it, but not that stressed. What I want you to get out of this is some techniques. Cross-hatching, some basic cross-hatching styles. Contour drawing to get your hand coordinated with your eye. And contour drawing is going to be very important if you want to do digital art, because typically you use a digital tablet and that's off to the side. That's contour drawing. Then drawing from memory. That is going to be the #1 thing that boosts your ability to draw. If you practice drawing from memory, you will see a massive improvement in your skills and your ability to draw. It'll seem weird, it won't make any sense, but trust me, it'll totally work. And then finally, how to use your pencil and locking your arm, making your eyes in the correct formation, keeping your head still, and how to measure where things are, and how to relate things to each other within the scene that you're trying to measure. And finally, putting it all together to produce a sketch. It's not meant to be a highly rendered perfect drawing. That's not the stage you're at. And it's also kind of like, something you can do quickly. Maybe an hour or so, you could probably do this, right? So that's your goal. What I want you to do now is spend as much time as you can over the next weeks, or hopefully you've been watching this video for multiple weeks, and just try to do as much drawing as possible. My next video is going to be similar to this, a long form video with a series of demos. I'm going to demo the main subjects that you do. And then after that, I'm going to show how to do sight-size drawing. Sight-size drawing is where we get into the photorealism side of things. Although honestly, I'm going to tell you, I kind of hate photorealistic drawing. It's very tedious. It's not my jam, but I will show people how to do it because it really does give you control and skill and capability to go on and then do whatever style of drawing you want to do. So hopefully you enjoyed this, and maybe I will see you next time, or maybe I will catch you on stream.